Surprise Bratva Octuplets by Melanie. Produced and published by Novel Nectar. Copyright 2025 After Midnight LLC.
The scream of the vacuum cleaner drowns out everything except my own thoughts as I push it across the plush carpet of room 1247. My legs ache with each step, protesting the 12-hour shift that started this morning at the cafe and will end somewhere around midnight in this marble palace that pretends to care about its workers. I wipe the sweat from my forehead with the sleeve of my polyester uniform, the fabric already damp and clinging to my skin in all the wrong places. The suite I'm cleaning belongs to someone who clearly never worries about money. A Cartier watch lies forgotten on the nightstand, and the closet door hangs open to reveal more designer clothes than most people own regular clothes. I straighten the expensive Egyptian cotton sheets and avoid thinking about my own scratchy polyester ones at home. Elliot! The sharp voice cuts through the mechanical whir, and I straighten immediately, my shoulders tensing. Mrs. Hendrick stands in the doorway, her pencil-thin eyebrows drawn together in disapproval. Her grey hair is shellacked into a helmet that hasn't moved since I started working here 6 months ago. The bathroom mirrors in 1245 still have streaks. Do it again. I switch off the vacuum and nod, biting back the words that want to escape. I cleaned those mirrors 20 minutes ago until they gleamed like crystal, but arguing with Mrs. Hendrick is like arguing with the marble statues in the lobby. Yes, ma'am. I'll take care of it right away. She purses her lips, deepening the lines around her mouth. See that you do. Also, the lobby needs attention when you're finished with this floor. Some guest spilled champagne near the concierge desk. Of course they did. The guests here spill $100 bottles of champagne like I spill tap water, except they don't have to clean it up. They just glide away in their designer shoes, while people like me scramble to erase any evidence of their carelessness. Oh. Mrs. Hendrick pauses in the doorway, her tone making it clear this won't be good news. Corporate's cutting hours again. Starting next week, you'll be down to 30 hours instead of 40. Budget constraints. My stomach drops. 30 hours at minimum wage, minus taxes, minus the gas to get here. I do the math quickly and feel sick. That won't even cover rent, let alone utilities or food. I understand, I manage to say. Because what else can I say? That I need those hours, that I'm already working 2 jobs and barely surviving. Mrs. Hendrick doesn't care about my problems. Maybe I can find a 3rd job with those extra 10 hours. Somehow. I watch her march away with military precision. The moment she disappears around the corner, I allow myself 5 seconds to close my eyes and breathe. Just 5 seconds to imagine a life where I don't scrub toilets for people who spend more on lunch than I make in a week. Where a 10-hour cut doesn't mean choosing between electricity and groceries. The smell of lemon cleaner follows me as I wheel my cart to room 1245, my reflection ghosting across the polished surfaces. 29 years old, and I already look older, with dark circles under my eyes that no amount of concealer can hide. Not that I can afford the good concealer anyway. The stuff from the dollar store cakes and cracks by noon, making me look even more exhausted than I already am. I spray the mirrors again, working in careful circles the way they taught us in training. The couple staying in this suite left evidence of their wealth scattered across every surface. There's a Rolex on the nightstand, a Hermes scarf draped over a chair, and receipts from restaurants I've only seen in magazines. The bathroom alone is bigger than my entire studio apartment, with a soaking tub I could practically swim in and heated floors that warm my aching feet through my worn shoes. Through the open bathroom door, I see the remnants of their evening, including an empty champagne bottle in a silver bucket, 2 glasses with lipstick marks on the rim, and a room service cart with the remains of what looks like lobster and steak. One meal, probably $300. My whole month's grocery budget. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I pull it out to see a text from my landlord. Rent is due in 3 days. Don't be late again. Right. Because being late was such a choice last month when I had to decide between eating and paying rent on time. I shoved the phone back in my pocket and returned to the mirrors, scrubbing harder than necessary. With my hours being cut, next month's going to be even worse. Maybe I can pick up more shifts at the cafe, though they're already complaining about giving me too many hours. Nobody wants to pay benefits. By the time I make it down to the lobby, the dinner crowd has arrived. Women in cocktail dresses that cost more than my car float past me like I'm invisible, their jewelry catching the light from the massive chandeliers overhead. Their laughter tinkles like the champagne glasses they hold, a sound that belongs to a world I'll never enter except to clean up after it. I locate the spill near the concierge desk. Sure enough, champagne mixed with what looks like strawberry puree. It's some kind of specialty cocktail that probably cost $50 and lasted all of 5 minutes before ending up on the marble. I drop to my knees with a handful of towels, trying to ignore the way my back protests the position. Excuse me? The voice above me is male and impatient. I glance up to find a man in an Armani suit checking his phone with one hand while gesturing vaguely at the floor with the other. You missed a spot. I follow his gesture to a splash of pink liquid I haven't reached yet. I'm working on it, sir. He doesn't respond, already walking away, his attention captured by whoever just called him. I return to scrubbing, my movements automatic after months of practice. The conversation drifts over from the hotel bar, mixing with the soft jazz piped through hidden speakers. Told Buffy she was crazy to do it, but honestly, the money was too good to pass up. She was tired of letting her father tell her what to do. He wanted her to work for him. Can you imagine working? I slow my cleaning, tuning in to the female voice without looking up. 2 women have settled at a high-top table near the bar, their designer handbags perched on the empty chairs like tiny, expensive pets. The blonde one wears a cream-colored dress that looks uber expensive. Her brunette friend sports a diamond tennis bracelet that catches the light every time she gestures. How much are we talking about? The brunette leans forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that still carries in the marble acoustics. 6 figures for 9 months of work. Can you imagine? My hand stills on the towel. 6 figures. That's more than I make in... I can't even calculate it without getting depressed. And all she had to do was carry the baby? That's it? I mean, there were medical procedures involved, obviously. IVF and all that, but the clinic handled everything. Ever After, I think it was called. Very exclusive. They only work with the super wealthy. I shift slightly, pretending to attack a particularly stubborn spot while straining to hear more. The father never even met her. Everything was handled through lawyers and the clinic. She said it was the easiest money she ever made, and now she's living in that gorgeous condo in Soho, not working for her father. I don't know. I don't even want to have my own offspring, but 9 months to be free of her father? I can't blame Buffy, even if it sounds a little crazy. The blonde laughs, taking a sip of her martini. Exactly. Though you know what's really crazy? She could have made 7 figures if she'd agreed to use her own eggs. Apparently, some of these men want to know everything about the biological mother, education, family history, and even IQ tests. They prefer what the clinic calls direct donation from the surrogate. 7 figures? The brunette's eyes widen. For having your own biological child and giving it up? She sounds shocked and a little uneasy. That's the part that got to me too. But Buffy said the clinic has his whole counseling program. And legally, the baby belongs to the father from conception. She said one girl she met there, Harvard graduate and concert pianist, made $1.2 million because the father specifically wanted someone with her credentials to be the biological mother. My heart pounds so loud I'm sure they must hear it. More than $1 million. That's a complete life change. That's freedom. The screening process is intense, though, the blonde continues. Full medical history going back 3 generations. Psychological evaluations. Intelligence tests. And even appearance standards. Buffy said they turned down her friend, who's a yoga instructor, because she didn't have a college degree. Still, the brunette muses, swirling her wine. For that kind of money, I'd take any test they wanted to give me. They laugh again, the sound bright and careless, and I grip the towel so tightly my knuckles crack. Ever after surrogacy clinic, direct donation, 7 figures. The words burn themselves into my memory as I finish cleaning the spill and gather my supplies. I push my cart toward the service elevator, my mind spinning with possibilities. Even the lower amount, 6 figures for carrying someone else's biological child, would change everything. 7 figures for using my own eggs? That's not just escaping poverty. That's never worrying about money again. The service elevator smells like industrial cleaner and old food, a combination that usually makes me nauseated. Tonight, I barely notice it. Could I carry a baby for 9 months, give birth, and hand it over to a stranger? My own biological child, raised by someone else. Could I do that? I think about my cousin Jennifer, who struggled with fertility for 5 years before finally having her twins through IVF, and remember the joy on her face when she held them for the first time. Could I create that joy for someone else? If I could, wouldn't that be worth something? Wouldn't that be better than slowly drowning in minimum wage jobs? It's not like I'm in any rush to have my own family. Who can afford it these days? Except for those like the people who stay in this hotel. The elevator deposits me on the 3rd floor, where I work through the rest of my assigned rooms on autopilot. Each suite tells the same story. Wealth so casual, it's left carelessly on every surface. A Prada purse forgotten on a chair. An iPad abandoned on unmade sheets. Jewelry casually discarded like it doesn't cost the same as a good used car. In room 1289, I find a college brochure left on the desk from the Yale MBA program. The young woman staying here, probably no older than 25, is apparently considering graduate school. Just for fun, I flip through it, looking at the tuition rates. 1 year costs more than I've made in the last 5 combined. She'll probably get in, graduate, and land some consulting job that starts at 6 figures. The same amount someone would pay me to carry their child for 9 months. By the time midnight rolls around, I'm practically vibrating with a mixture of exhaustion and excitement. I clock out in the basement employee area, avoiding eye contact with the security guard, who always stares a little too long at the women on the late shift. The fluorescent lights flicker overhead, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow that makes my reflection in the bathroom mirror look even worse than usual. I change out of my uniform in the cramped employee restroom, folding it carefully, even though it'll need washing before tomorrow's shift. My regular clothes, jeans with a hole in the knee I keep meaning to patch, and a t-shirt from a concert I went to 5 years ago, feel like freedom after hours of polyester. The parking garage is nearly empty at this hour, with just a few cars belonging to the night shift workers and the security staff. My 10-year-old Honda looks particularly pathetic, parked between a new BMW and a Tesla. Its paint faded and rust creeping around the wheel wells. The engine coughs to life on the third try, and I navigate out of the garage into the city streets. The drive home takes 20 minutes on empty roads, past closed shops and diners serving night workers like me. I pass the hospital where I applied for a janitorial job last month, only to be told they were looking for someone with more experience. More experience at what? Scrubbing? I've got plenty of that. My apartment building squats on a corner in a neighborhood that real estate agents generously call transitional. The front door requires a special combination of lifting and shoving to open, and the elevator has been temporarily out of service for the past 3 months. I climb the 4 flights of stairs, my legs protesting every step. The hallway smells like someone's cooking something with too much grease and not enough vegetables. Mrs. Harlow's TV blares through thin walls, the sound of a game show mixing with the crying baby in 4C. I fit my key into the lock, jiggling it the way you have to do to make the tumblers catch. Home. If you can call a studio apartment with water stains on the ceiling and a radiator that clangs all night home. I drop my purse on the counter that serves as both kitchen workspace and dining table, too tired to care about the pile of bills I have been avoiding. The red numbers on my microwave clock read 12:47 a.m. In 6 hours, I need to be at the cafe for the morning rush. 6 hours to sleep. If I can quiet my mind enough to drift off. Tonight, the exhaustion that usually lets me sleep the moment I hit the pillow can't compete with the possibility that's taken root in my brain. I pull out my phone and type "Ever After Surrogacy Clinic" into the search bar. The website that loads is elegant and minimal, all soft colors and tasteful fonts. There's no pricing information, of course. Places like this don't advertise their rates to just anyone. But there's a contact form for potential surrogates, asking for basic information and promising complete confidentiality. I click through to the surrogacy section, reading about their direct donation program. The language is carefully neutral, clinical even, but the implications are clear. Some intended parents prefer a surrogate who also provides the egg, creating a biological link. The compensation, it notes delicately, reflects the additional commitment. My finger hovers over the link. This is crazy. Carrying a stranger's baby for money. What would my mother say if she was still alive? Then again, Mum worked 3 jobs to keep us afloat and still died with more debt than savings. She never got to see anything beyond the inside of factories and office buildings she cleaned at night. Maybe she'd understand better than anyone. I set aside the phone and move through my nighttime routine. Shower in the bathroom so small I can touch both walls at once. Brush teeth with the toothbrush I should have replaced 2 months ago. And change into pajamas that are really just older, softer versions of my regular clothes. The face in the mirror looks back at me with tired eyes and hollow cheeks. When did I start looking so worn down? My stomach growls, reminding me I skipped dinner again. The cupboard offers its usual selection of ramen noodles, a can of soup that expired last month but is probably still fine, and half a loaf of bread that's getting hard around the edges. I opt for the ramen, not bothering to add anything to fancy it up. It's just hot water and flavor packet, eaten while standing over the sink and scrolling through my phone. The clinic's website draws me back like a magnet. I read through the information for potential surrogates, noting the requirements. Age 21 to 35? Check. Previous successful pregnancy preferred, but not required? No, but maybe they'll overlook that. It does say not required. They want college-educated women for the direct donation program. I touch the spot on my wall where my degree hangs. I have a BA in English from State, the debt from which still haunts my credit report. Lot of good is done me so far, but maybe now it could actually pay off. Healthy BMI? I'm probably on the thin side from stress and skipped meals, but within range. Non-smoker? Disgusting habit, and easy to avoid even if I didn't find it distasteful, since I can't afford cigarettes anyway. No criminal record? Check. Attractive appearance, preferred for direct donation candidates. I study my reflection in the black screen of my phone. I used to be pretty before the exhaustion settled in permanently. Good bone structure, my mother used to say. Maybe that still counts for something. Before I can talk myself out of it, I click on the contact form. The fields are simple: name, age, contact information, and a brief message about why I'm interested. There's also a checkbox asking whether I'm interested in traditional surrogacy or direct donation. My cursor hovers over it for a long moment before I check the box for open to both options. My fingers move across the screen, almost without conscious thought. My name is Blair Elliott. I'm 29 years old and interested in learning more about your surrogacy program, including direct donation options. I have a bachelor's degree in English, am in excellent health, and am looking for an opportunity to change my circumstances while helping someone create their family. I'm single, have no criminal record, and while I have no previous pregnancies, I'm committed to maintaining a healthy pregnancy. I stare at the words, my thumb hovering over the submit button. Once I send this, there's no taking it back. But what exactly am I taking back? More years of minimum wage jobs? More nights falling asleep to the sound of my neighbours' arguments and waking up to the nightmare of never having enough? More hours being cut by corporations that see me as an expense to minimize? I think about the woman in the cream dress and how casually she mentioned 7 figures. How she talked about her friend now living in Soho. How different could life be with that kind of cushion? Not just getting by, but actually living. Travel. A reliable car. A real apartment with a bedroom and a kitchen that doesn't double as everything else. The ability to help with Carrie's medical bills. I hit submit before I can second guess myself. The screen confirms my message has been received, and someone will be in contact within 48 hours. I set down the phone with shaking hands, suddenly aware of what I've just done. But underneath the fear, there's genuine hope that maybe I've found a way out. I crawl into bed, pulling the thin blanket up to my chin. The radiator clangs its nightly symphony, and somewhere in the distance, a siren wails through the streets. Tonight, these sounds don't keep me awake. Instead, I drift off, thinking about numbers with 6 or 7 figures, and a future that doesn't look like my past. Tomorrow, I'll wake up at 6 a.m. and make coffee for people who don't see me. I'll smile and take their orders and pretend they're complaints about foam art. Matter in the grand scheme of things. But maybe it won't be forever. Maybe I've just taken the first step toward a life where I'm more than invisible hands cleaning up other people's messes. The last thought before sleep claims me isn't about the money, though. It's about the women in the hotel bar, and how they talked about their friend like she'd done something extraordinary. Not shameful or desperate, but brave, smart even. How they mentioned the Harvard graduate who made over $1 million as if her education and talent finally found their true value. Maybe I can be brave too. Maybe my degree, gathering dust on the wall, could actually mean something. Maybe being reduced to a commodity isn't degrading if I'm the one setting the price.
The weight of the Glock against my ribs is a reminder of the world I inhabit, where trust is a luxury I can't afford, and family bonds have proven more lethal than any external threat. I press my fingers against the cold glass in my penthouse office, watching Miami sprawl beneath me like a glitzy collection of cars and buildings. The city belongs to me in ways most people would never understand, not just through property deeds and business holdings, but through a web of fear, loyalty, and obligation I've spent 20 years weaving into its very foundation. My laptop chimes with an incoming email from my lawyer, Thomas Brennan, the sound cutting through the afternoon silence like a blade through silk. The subject line reads simply, "Surrogacy documentation ready for review." Yet those 5 words represent months of careful consideration and planning on my part. I return to my mahogany desk, the leather chair creaking as I settle into it, and the crystal tumbler of vodka I poured an hour ago sits untouched beside the computer. "Mr. Morozov," the email begins with typical American formality that always sounds stilted compared to the directness of Russian communication. "I've prepared the initial contracts and documentation for your inquiry into surrogacy services. An ever-after surrogacy clinic comes highly recommended for clients with your specific requirements." I scan the attached documents, absorbing every clause and provision as carefully as I would review a territorial agreement with rival organizations. Legal frameworks for parental rights fill page after page, followed by medical protocols for the procedures and financial arrangements that ensure clean separation after birth. This is exactly how it should be. A business transaction designed to produce an heir without the emotional complications of marriage or romantic entanglement, without vulnerability or the need for trust beyond what can be legally enforced. My phone vibrates against the polished wood of my desk, and Dimitri's name flashes on the screen with an urgency that immediately commands my attention. "Da?" I answer in Russian, a habit that persists even after 3 decades in America, marking me as forever foreign in this land I've conquered but never truly joined. "We have a problem with the Miami Beach territory that requires your immediate attention." His voice carries bad news, wrapped in professional detachment. "The Colombians are pushing again, and they hit 2 of our clubs last night with more force than usual." I close the laptop slowly, the surrogacy documents temporarily forgotten, as more immediate concerns demand precedence. Casualties? 3 of ours and 1 of theirs, though they clearly intended more damage than they achieved. They're testing boundaries since Kozlov retired, seeing how far they can push without serious retaliation. Kozlov was my father's old enforcer, the one man who kept the Southern Territories in line through reputation alone, and his mere presence prevented incursions like this for over a decade. His absence has created a vacuum I've been slow to fill, distracted by other concerns, including this surrogacy arrangement, and now, the Colombians sense weakness, like sharks scenting blood in tropical waters. "Meet me at the warehouse in an hour. Bring Alexei and the new recruits who need to learn how we handle territorial disputes. It's time for a reminder about boundaries and the consequences of crossing them." I end the call and drain the vodka in one smooth motion that burns away hesitation and grounds me in the present. The familiar heat spreads through my chest, pushing away the ghosts that haunt every major decision, though Vanya's face still flashes uninvited in my mind, like a specter I can never fully exorcise. My twin brother remains my mirror image and my greatest failure, a wound that refuses to heal even after 13 years. It's hard to believe it's been 13 years since our last meeting, when he looked at me across our father's coffin and promised to take everything I'd built, with the same hands that once played beside mine in childhood. The scar on my left shoulder throbs with phantom pain, remembering the knife he planted there during our final confrontation before he vanished into the European underground. He disappeared that night like smoke in the wind, but his shadow stretches across every move I make, every decision I contemplate, and every moment of perceived weakness he might exploit. Intelligence reports from contacts in Prague and Warsaw suggest he's building his own network, gathering loyalists who remember our father's rule and question my legitimacy as the elder twin by mere minutes. Some nights, I wake up expecting to find him standing at the foot of my bed, ready to finish what we started in that blood-soaked room 13 years ago. Other nights, I dream he's already here in Miami, walking through my city with my face undermining my authority with every breath, while I remain oblivious to his presence. I reopen the laptop and return to the surrogacy documentation, forcing my mind back to the future rather than the past. The clinical language appeals to me with its emotional distance, terms like gestational carrier and embryo transfer, and relinquishment of parental rights, creating a sterile barrier between the biological necessity and any messy human feelings. Clean terms for a clean arrangement, with no messiness or emotional entanglement. Just a business transaction to ensure my bloodline continues, regardless of what Vanya might plot in the shadows. My phone rings again, and this time, it's Thomas Brennan himself, his voice carrying that particular mixture of professional distance and personal investment that makes him valuable. Valentin, I wanted to discuss the surrogacy arrangements in more detail, particularly some of the security aspects we should consider. Have you had a chance to review the contracts I sent? I'm looking at them now, and they seem comprehensive enough for our purposes. When can we proceed with the actual selection process? Ever After can begin the matching process immediately, once you provide the necessary information. They'll need your complete medical history, genetic screening results, and specific preferences for the surrogate. And the entire process typically takes 3 to 6 months from initial consultation to confirmed pregnancy. I want everything expedited because time is a factor here. Money is no object, so whatever it takes to accelerate the timeline, do it. Understood completely, and I'll convey that to the clinic administrators. There are also some security considerations we should discuss in detail, given your unique situation and the sensitive nature of this arrangement. He means my position in the Bratva, though we never speak of it directly in terms that could be recorded or intercepted. Thomas is one of the few Americans who knows the full scope of my operations, making him invaluable for navigating the legal complexities that arise when criminal enterprises intersect with legitimate business needs. What kind of considerations are you suggesting? We'll need comprehensive background checks on all potential surrogates, including their extended families and social connections. I'm also recommending non-disclosure agreements that extend well beyond the pregnancy itself, possibly in perpetuity, and restrictions on the surrogate's movements and communications during gestation to ensure no security breaches. We want to ensure complete confidentiality throughout the process and afterwards. Draft whatever you think necessary, but make sure there are no vulnerabilities that could be exploited. I want this arrangement airtight from every angle. I'll have revised contracts ready by tomorrow morning at the latest. One more thing we need to discuss. The clinic will want to know if you have preferences regarding the egg donor, as some clients prefer anonymous donation, while others choose a surrogate who also provides the egg. The question gives me pause as I consider the implications of each option. Using the surrogate's egg creates a biological connection that could complicate the clean separation I'm seeking, potentially giving her legal grounds to challenge the arrangement, despite any contracts we sign. Yet, anonymous egg donation adds another unknown variable to the equation. another person whose genetic material contributes to my heir without my direct vetting. I'll consider all options when I see the candidates and make the decision based on the specific individuals involved. For now, keep both possibilities open and make sure the contracts cover either scenario. After ending the call, I stand and move to my private bar, trading vodka for whiskey, as I need something with more weight for this contemplation. The warehouse meeting can wait another few minutes while I think clearly about what I'm setting in motion and all its potential ramifications. A child changes everything in my world, painting a target on an innocent life from the moment of conception until they're old enough to defend themselves. Every rival organization, every ambitious lieutenant, and every enemy I've made over 2 decades will see my heir as either leverage to use against me or a threat to eliminate before they come of age. Yet without an heir, everything I've built dies with me when my enemies finally succeed, or worse, falls to Vanya should he resurface to claim our father's legacy as the surviving twin. The irony doesn't escape me as I swirl the amber liquid in my glass. I'm hiring a woman to bear my child precisely because I can't trust anyone enough to let them that close naturally through traditional relationships. Love is vulnerability in my world, and marriage is mutual assured destruction when both parties know too much about each other's crimes. A clean business arrangement with clear parameters and defined endpoints? That I understand perfectly. My reflection in the window shows a man at 30 who looks older, with stress and violence carved into every line despite my relatively young age. The Armani suit fits perfectly because it's tailored to accommodate the shoulder holster that's as much a part of my daily wear as my watch or cufflinks. Expensive clothes can't hide what I've become through necessity and ambition. I'm a man who trusts no one completely, loves nothing without reservation, and measures every relationship in terms of risk versus reward. I finish the whiskey and collect my keys from the silver tray on my desk. Dmitri will be waiting at the warehouse with our response to the Colombian incursion, and violence is sometimes necessary to maintain order in this ecosystem we've created. After that's handled with appropriate force, I'll return to the surrogacy files and continue planning for a legacy beyond territory and trafficking routes. The private elevator descends 40 floors in smooth silence, its mechanics as precise as everything else in my life. My driver, Nikolai, already has the bulletproof Mercedes idling in the underground garage, exhaust visible in the climate-controlled space. He's been with me 15 years and was one who knew my father and chose to remain loyal after Vanya's succession. And his silence is worth more than his driving skills in this business. The warehouse, I say, as I settle into the leather seats that still smell new despite years of use. As we navigate Miami traffic with the ease of long practice, I pull up the Ever After Surrogacy Clinic website on my phone and study their polished presentation. It's professional and discreet, with just enough luxury to justify their prices, perfect for my needs and expectations. Soon, they'll begin sending profiles of potential surrogates, women who meet my specifications and have passed their screening processes, who understand this as a business transaction rather than an emotional journey into motherhood. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number, the screen lighting up with a message that chills my blood despite the warm evening air. The message is a single word: soon. The style is unmistakably Vanya's, as he always did have a flair for the dramatic gesture over practical communication. I forward the message to Kuzma, my head of security, with instructions to trace the origin, though I know he'll find nothing but dead ends and spoofed numbers. My brother's too clever for simple mistakes that could reveal his location, having learned from the best before he turned those lessons against us. A memory surfaces unbidden as Nikolai navigates through Little Havana toward the industrial district of Vanya and me at 7 years old, before the poison of succession infected our bond and turned brothers into rivals. We'd sneak into father's office while he conducted business elsewhere, playing at being powerful men making important decisions about territory and tribute. My brief smile falls away when I remember the game always ended the same way, with us arguing over who got to sit in the big chair behind the massive desk and who got to be the boss in our childish fantasy. Even then, hierarchy mattered more than brotherhood in the Morozov household. Nikolai pulls up to our destination. The warehouse district at night feels like another world compared to the glittering towers of downtown Miami. Here, legitimate businesses close at sundown and shadows take over, providing cover for the real economy that keeps this city running. The warehouse lights glare against the darkness like eyes in the night, and through the windshield, I see Dmitri waiting with a dozen of our soldiers, arranged in tactical positions. Young men mostly, eager to prove themselves worthy of the Morozov name, and not yet understanding violence is a tool rather than a solution to every problem. Before stepping out, I digitally sign the surrogacy documents on my phone and forward them to Thomas with instructions to proceed immediately. The decision is made and irreversible now. Within a year, the Morozov name will have a new generation to carry it forward into whatever future awaits. Sir, Nikolai swings open my door. Dmitri says the Colombians brought reinforcements from outside the city, possibly from their Atlanta operations. Good. I check my weapons systematically, ensuring each piece sits correctly in its designated place. Let them learn the lesson properly so we don't have to repeat it next month. As I walk toward the warehouse and the necessary violence waiting inside, my mind remains split between two possible futures that seem increasingly intertwined. One future of blood and bullets, maintaining the empire I've built through force and fear, and another of new life growing in pristine medical facilities, creating a child who might inherit everything I've created without the scars I carry from earning it. Inside the warehouse, the Colombians we captured during their raid kneel in the center of the open space, hands zip-tied behind their backs, fear evident despite their attempts at defiance. This is the reality of my world, stripped of pretense, brutal and unforgiving, but necessary for maintaining order. Gentlemen, I address them in accented English, knowing they understand perfectly despite some pretending otherwise. You've made an error in judgment that could have serious consequences. Let's discuss how to correct it before things escalate beyond anyone's control. As I move through the familiar ritual of intimidation and negotiation, part of my mind calculates entirely different variables related to the surrogacy arrangement. I consider security protocols for protecting a pregnant woman who carries my future, medical facilities that can be trusted with such sensitive information, and legal frameworks that ensure absolute control over the child's upbringing and inheritance. I look at one of the young Colombians, who can't be more than 20, trembling despite his attempts at bravado, and he reminds me of Vanya and myself at that age. We were desperate to prove ourselves worthy successors, willing to die for respect we didn't yet understand, and caught in a cycle our father perpetuated through careful manipulation. The pattern continues generation after generation unless someone deliberately breaks it. The knife in my hand catches the light as I make my point to their leader about territorial boundaries and the cost of crossing them. This is power in its rawest form. It's the ability to give life or take it at will, to build dynasties or destroy them with equal ease. Soon, I'll exercise that power in creating rather than destroying, bringing forth a child who will inherit the Morozov name and empire, but perhaps not the Morozov curse of brother against brother. As blood spills in carefully measured amounts and territory lines are redrawn through force and negotiation, I see my reflection in a puddle on the concrete floor. Behind my carefully maintained expression lurks the specter of Vanya, my twin, whose absence haunts every decision like a wound that won't heal. Intelligence reports whisper of his movements in Prague and Warsaw. He's planning something substantial, preparing to challenge my claim to our father's throne when he thinks I'm most vulnerable. A child solidifies my position in ways nothing else can. If Vanya succeeds in eliminating me, a possibility I must consider despite all precautions, my bloodline continues through legitimate heirs. The Morozov legacy would flow through my branch exclusively, not his, ensuring our father's empire remains under my lineage, regardless of my personal fate. This isn't about sentimentality or traditional fatherhood, as others might understand it. This is about power, the only currency that truly matters in our world, and bloodline succession that transcends death and extends influence beyond the grave. The Colombians leave with my message, their leader nursing a carefully placed wound that will scar him but not cripple him. They'll remember tonight before testing our boundaries again, and word will spread through their networks that the Morozov territory remains inviolable. Dmitri and the men begin cleanup procedures as I return to the Mercedes, my suit unmarked, despite the violence just concluded through careful positioning and experience. Home, I say to Nikolai as I settle back into leather seats that feel impossibly soft after the warehouse's harsh reality. As Miami's lights blur past the tinted windows, like stars fall into earth, I think about the woman who will soon carry my heir somewhere in this vast city. She'll be carefully selected from dozens of candidates, thoroughly vetted by medical professionals and security experts, and generously compensated for her service. She'll understand this is business rather than romance, a transaction rather than a relationship, and she'll give me continuation of my bloodline before disappearing according to the contract we'll both sign. The city glitters below my penthouse windows like a kingdom awaiting its prince, and by this time next year, that prince will exist in reality rather than speculation, growing cell by cell in the womb of a stranger who will never know the true weight of what she carries. The next generation of Morozov leadership will develop in safety and secrecy. The dynasty will continue, stronger and more secure than ever, protected by legal documents and medical science rather than just force and fear. It's perhaps the purest transaction possible in a world built on deception and betrayal, money for biological services, with no pretense of deeper meaning.
If you are enjoying this audiobook, please take a moment to subscribe and like the video. This allows us to continue bringing these books to you. Thank you so much.
My studio apartment's door sticks as always, requiring that special combination of shoulder pressure and key jiggling I've perfected over 2 years of living here. The hallway reeks of whatever is frying 3 doors down, mixed with the ever-present mildew that seems to seep from the building's bones. After 10 hours of scrubbing bathrooms, changing sheets, and pretending to be invisible at the Atlantis Grand Hotel, every muscle in my body screams for rest. The 4 flights of the stairs have become my personal Everest after double shifts. Each step a reminder that the elevator's been broken since I moved in, and the landlord considers it a non-essential repair. My knees protest with each landing, and I grip the loose railing that wobbles under my weight, threatening to pull free from the wall entirely. Someone's child has left a toy car on the 3rd floor landing, and I nearly trip over it in the dim light from the single functioning bulb. I drop my purse on the counter that serves as kitchen workspace, dining table, and desk, depending on the hour. The apartment is exactly what $1,000 a month gets you in Miami. 1 room with a kitchenette, a bathroom so small I can touch both walls while sitting on the toilet, and windows that don't quite close all the way. The air conditioning unit wheezes like an asthmatic elderly person, providing more noise than actual cooling, which means the Florida humidity has turned everything slightly damp to the touch. The red light on my ancient laptop blinks, indicating new emails. Probably more bills I can't pay or spam promising miracle weight loss. Sitting down on the chair near it with a relieved sigh, I open the computer and wait for it to wheeze to life. The screen flickers twice before stabilizing. Another sign that this technological dinosaur is on its last legs. But a new laptop isn't even a consideration when I'm choosing between electricity and groceries each month. The first email makes me freeze. Ever After Surrogacy Clinic has responded to my initial inquiry from 3 days ago. My finger hovers over the touchpad as I remember that moment of desperation when I hit send, fueled by overheard conversations about 6-figure payments and women changing their lives through surrogacy. Dear Miss Elliot, the email begins with formal politeness that feels alien after a day of being barked at by hotel guests and my manager. Thank you for your interest in our surrogacy program. We invite you to complete the attached comprehensive questionnaire to begin the screening process. Please note that completing this questionnaire does not guarantee acceptance into our program, but is the first step in our thorough evaluation process. I click on the attachment, and my screen fills with questions, pages and pages of them. The PDF shows 32 pages total, each one densely packed with inquiries that want to probe every corner of my existence. They want to know everything, including medical history, going back 3 generations, educational background, employment history, lifestyle choices, previous pregnancies, none, criminal record, none, drug use, none, and alcohol consumption. Occasional, which might be stretching the truth since I can barely afford groceries, let alone wine. The first section focuses on basic demographics, but even these simple questions carry weight. Age 23. Height 5 feet 6 inches. Weight 118 pounds. Probably less now, since I've been skipping lunches to save money. Eye color brown. Hair color dark brown. Race Caucasian. Nothing complicated here. Just facts that reduce me to statistics on a page. The family history section stings like salt in an open wound. Parents. Both deceased. My mother died of complications from diabetes when I was 19. A disease she couldn't afford to manage properly, and gave up trying after Casey's death the previous year. Dad followed 2 years later from a heart attack at 53, which the doctors said was stress-related. But it was heartbreak. They want details about siblings. And I type carefully and clinically, reducing my sister's vibrant life to dates and medical terms. Sister, Carrie Elliott, deceased at age 18. Cause of death, vehicular accident with traumatic brain injury. The cursor blinks after that sentence, waiting for more. But how do I explain she was the smart one? The one with the scholarship to Duke, who was going to lift our whole family out of poverty? How do I convey her death wasn't just a statistic, but the moment everything fell apart? The section on genetic conditions requires me to dig through my memory for family stories. There's no cancer that I know of, though who knows what might have been lurking undiagnosed in relatives who couldn't afford regular checkups. No mental illness officially documented, though Uncle Ray's moods might have been clinical depression if anyone had bothered to evaluate him. No hereditary diseases unless you count the family tendency towards stubbornness and bad luck. I navigate back to the clinic's website while the questionnaire glares at me from another tab. This time, I find a section I missed before of testimonials from previous surrogates. The page loads slowly, revealing story after story of transformation. The first woman's account stops me cold. I carried twins for a wonderful couple from Germany. The compensation allowed me to pay off $75,000 in student loans and start my own business. I now run a successful online boutique and have financial freedom I never imagined possible. The experience was challenging, but ultimately rewarding, knowing I helped create a family while securing my own future. My student loans are only $32,000, but they might as well be $3 million for all my ability to pay them. The monthly minimums eat up a third of my income, and I'm barely touching the principal. I keep reading, and each testimonial is more compelling than the last. A woman named Sue writes about buying her first house after being a surrogate, describing the moment she got the keys to a 3-bedroom home in the suburbs. I went from a studio apartment with roaches to a place with a garden, she writes. My children have their own bedrooms now, and a yard to play in. The surrogacy journey was difficult, but it changed our lives completely. Another testimonial discusses funding medical treatment. My mother needed experimental cancer therapy, not covered by insurance. Being a surrogate gave me the means to pay for her treatment. She's now in remission, and I'll never regret the choice I made. And then one that makes my chest tighten with recognition. My sister needed a kidney transplant, and my family couldn't afford the medical bills even with insurance. Being a surrogate for a wonderful intended father gave me the means to save her life. She's now healthy and pursuing her dream of becoming a doctor. I close my eyes, remembering Carrie in that hospital bed, machines keeping her alive while I held her hand, and whispered lies about everything being okay. The memories flood back unbidden. The antiseptic smell, the constant beeping of monitors, and the way her hand felt so small and cold in mine. If I'd had money then, could I have saved her? The doctors said the damage was too severe. But what if we could have afforded to transfer her to a better hospital, to fly in specialists, or to try experimental treatments? What if money could have bought miracles? The what-ifs are dangerous territory, but I can't help traveling down that path. Insurance covered the basics, if you can call life support and standard care basic. But there were whispers of new treatments and cutting-edge therapies at facilities we couldn't afford. One doctor mentioned a program in Switzerland. Another suggested a specialist in New York. But these were fantasies for people like us. We were lucky to keep her comfortable in the local hospital, and lucky the insurance didn't cap out before the end. I returned to the questionnaire with renewed certainty. The education section seems straightforward enough. Bachelor's degree in English from State University, graduated with a 3.7 GPA. They want to know about extracurricular activities, honours and academic achievements. I list them dutifully. Dean's List 4 semesters. Editor of the literary magazine and a tutor in the writing centre. All those accomplishments meant so much at the time, but mean nothing now when I'm scrubbing toilets for a living. The employment history section is depressing in its brevity. Current position. Housekeeper at Atlantis Grand Hotel, 6 months. I cross out part of the next field to reflect I worked 2 jobs. Previous second current position. Barista at Coffee Corner, 18 months. A string of minimum wage jobs that barely keep me afloat follows those, with each one a reminder of how far I've fallen from those college dreams of being a writer or editor. They want to know about my living situation, and I describe my apartment honestly but succinctly. I don't mention the roaches, the suspicious stains on the carpet, or the way the pipes groan and leak. They probably don't care about those details. The lifestyle section asks about diet, exercise, and stress management. I almost laugh at the last one. Stress management? My entire life is stress. My diet consists of whatever's cheapest at the grocery store. Exercise happens at work, where I run back and forth behind the barista counter for hours, or walk miles of hotel corridors and climb countless flights of stairs because the service elevator is always occupied. The questionnaire delves into personal habits with clinical precision. Do I smoke? Never. Do I drink? Occasionally, when I can afford it, which isn't often. Have I ever used illegal drugs? No, unless you count the expired pain medication I hoarded after my wisdom teeth removal. Rationing it for the worst menstrual cramps because I can't afford to refill prescriptions. Sexual history comes next, and the questions are invasive but understandable given the context. Number of partners: 3. All were relationships that fizzled out when they realized I had nothing to offer beyond myself. No money for dates, no nice apartment to hang out in, and no prospects for a better future. Current relationship status is single and likely to remain so given my circumstances. The psychological evaluation section is extensive, asking about my mental health history, coping mechanisms, and support systems. Have I ever been diagnosed with depression or anxiety? No, but only because I've never been able to afford therapy. Do I have a support network? I think of my few remaining friends from college, scattered across the country, pursuing careers while I'm stuck in Miami. We exchange occasional texts, but they're living lives I can barely relate to anymore. They want to know about my experience with children. I describe babysitting jobs in high school, my brief stint as a camp counselor one summer during college, and the neighbors' kids I sometimes watch in exchange for a home-cooked meal. It's not extensive experience, but I've always been comfortable around children. Perhaps because they don't judge you for being poor or working menial jobs. The final section asks about my motivations for becoming a surrogate, requiring an essay. I stare at the blank text box for a long moment before typing. My decision to explore surrogacy combines practical necessity with genuine desire to help others. As a 23-year-old woman working multiple minimum wage jobs, I face the harsh reality that traditional paths to financial stability remain out of reach. Despite holding a bachelor's degree, I struggle to meet basic expenses and see no realistic way to improve my situation through conventional means. The compensation from surrogacy would be transformative, allowing me to pay off student loans, establish savings, and potentially return to school for additional training in a more marketable field. However, my motivations extend beyond financial considerations. Having lost my sister 7 years ago, I understand the profound impact of family and the devastating void left by its absence. If I can help someone else complete their family while securing my own future, the arrangement becomes mutually beneficial in the truest sense. I approach this opportunity with clear eyes and realistic expectations. I understand the physical and emotional demands of pregnancy, the legal implications of surrogacy, and the necessity of maintaining appropriate boundaries. My life experiences have taught me resilience and pragmatism, qualities I believe would serve me well throughout this process. Furthermore, I'm drawn to the idea that my current struggles could serve a greater purpose. Rather than simply enduring minimum wage work indefinitely, I could use my healthy body and willing spirit to create a family for someone who desperately wants one. This transformation of my circumstances from mere survival to purposeful action appeals to both my practical nature and my desire to make a positive impact. In conclusion, I view surrogacy as an opportunity for mutual benefit, creating life and fulfilling dreams while establishing the foundation for my own future stability. I'm prepared for the challenges this journey would entail and committed to fulfilling all obligations with professionalism and dedication. I read through my essay once more, adjusting a few words, then submit the entire questionnaire before I lose my nerve. The loading bar seems to move in slow motion, and when the confirmation page finally appears, I finally exhale. 2 days later, I'm walking up Federal Highway toward the address ever after provided, grateful for the rare cloudy day that makes Miami's summer heat almost bearable. The bus ride took 40 minutes with 2 transfers, reminding me why I need this opportunity so desperately. Public transportation in Miami is its own special form of purgatory, especially in August, when the humidity makes breathing feel like drowning. The clinic occupies the entire 3rd floor of a gleaming medical building, all glass and steel that reflects the sky like a mirror. The contrast to my neighborhood is jarring. Here, everything is new, clean, and purposeful. Even the sidewalks lack the cracks and stains I'm accustomed to navigating. The lobby air conditioning hits me like an Arctic blast when I enter. So cold, I actually shiver despite the sweat still drying on my skin. I sign in at the security desk, receive a visitor badge, and take the elevator to the 3rd floor. The doors open onto a reception area that doesn't look like any medical facility I've ever been in. Leather chairs are arranged around glass tables holding fresh orchid arrangements. The orchids are white and purple, and so perfect they almost look fake, but the subtle fragrance tells me they're real. Abstract art in soothing blues and greys decorates the walls, and a water feature in the corner babbles softly, masking any awkward silence with its manufactured serenity. 3 other women sit in the waiting area, each absorbed in their phones or the magazines fanned across the coffee tables. I wonder if they're here for the same reason, and if they're also calculating how many months of rent the surrogacy payment could cover. One looks about my age, dressed in jeans and a nice blouse that suggests office work rather than manual labor. Another appears older, mid-30s maybe, with the tired eyes of someone who's been struggling for too long. The third is hidden behind a copy of Vogue, with only her manicured nails visible. Miss Elliot! A woman in a tailored navy dress appears from a side door. Everything about her screams professional competence, from her subtle makeup to her low heels. Doctor? Petrov is ready for you. I follow her down a hallway that could belong in a high-end hotel, with its soft lighting and plush carpet. The walls display more abstract art and the occasional medical certification, but even these official documents are framed in expensive-looking wood that coordinates with the decor. She opens a door to reveal an office rather than an examination room, though medical diplomas line one wall like trophies. Dr. Petrov rises from behind his desk. He's in his mid-40s, with neatly styled salt and pepper hair and wire-rimmed glasses. He projects the kind of authoritative warmth that must take years to perfect, the kind that makes you trust him instantly, even though you've just met. Miss Elliot, please have a seat. Would you like some water? Tea? We have a lovely green tea that many of our clients enjoy. Water would be great, thanks. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. He pours from a crystal pitcher. Even their water glasses are fancy, heavy things that feel substantial in my hand. Then he settles across from me with a leather portfolio. The chairs are the kind that envelop you, so comfortable I have to resist the urge to sink back and close my eyes. I've reviewed your questionnaire thoroughly. Very comprehensive answers, thank you. Before we proceed with the physical examination and blood work, I'd like to discuss your motivations for considering surrogacy. I've rehearsed this answer, but the words still stick in my throat. The compensation would be life-changing for me. I'm tired of living paycheck to paycheck, of working multiple jobs just to survive. But it's more than that. I take a breath, finding truth in my prepared words. I want to help someone build their family. I know what it's like to lose family, to have that hole in your life. If I can help fill that for someone else while securing my own future, It seems like everyone wins. Dr. Petrov nods, making notes in his portfolio with a fountain pen that glides silently across the paper. That's a mature perspective. Many of our most successful surrogates share similar motivations, altruism combined with practical needs. Now, let's discuss what the process entails in detail. He explains everything with the patience of someone who's given this presentation hundreds of times, but still cares about making it clear. If I choose to use my own eggs, which comes with higher compensation, the process would likely involve ovulation-stimulating medication and timed insemination. I'd take pills or injections to encourage follicle growth, get blood work and ultrasounds to monitor hormone levels, and then undergo intrauterine insemination, where the intended father's sperm would be placed directly into my uterus. It's less invasive than IVF, but still precisely timed down to the hour. If I decide to act as a gestational carrier instead, carrying an embryo created from someone else's egg and sperm, the process would look different. That would involve daily hormone injections to prepare my uterus for implantation, followed by a transfer procedure where they place the embryo into my womb. The preparation would be more intense: estrogen, progesterone, and maybe birth control beforehand to regulate timing, and the schedule will be stricter. Considering there are more steps, I'm almost surprised that option pays less than the direct donor program. But I guess the extra compensation is for walking away from my children. No, not mine. They would be his, the unknown man in the picture, who wants a child. They would be the outcome of my genetic contribution. I have to think of it that way and keep this businesslike. Either way, once pregnant, the expectations are the same. I'll have regular monitoring, dietary requirements, and lifestyle restrictions. Some clients have other restrictions or requirements that come with additional compensation. There will be no alcohol, no smoking, limited caffeine, moderate exercise, and careful nutrition. Basically, my body becomes someone's temporary nursery, and they want to make sure the wallpaper stays pristine. Our clients are carefully screened as well, he continues. We work with individuals and couples who can provide excellent homes for these children. The intended parents undergo psychological evaluation, background checks, and financial verification. We ensure that any child born through our program will be wanted, loved, and well provided for. The medical exam that follows is thorough but respectful. A nurse named Carmen, who chats about the weather while taking my vital signs, makes the process feel less clinical. She's dealt with dozens of potential surrogates, she tells me, and knows how nervous everyone gets during their first visit. My blood pressure is excellent, and my weight is healthy, if a bit on the low side. Dr. Petrov examines me, checking my heart, lungs, lymph nodes, and abdomen, before doing a quick, moderately painful pelvic exam. The blood draw is extensive, 8 vials that will test for everything from genetic markers to infectious diseases. Carmen labels each one carefully while explaining what they're testing for. Complete blood count, hormone levels, genetic screening for various conditions, HIV, hepatitis, STDs, and illicit drug screening. We're very thorough, she says with a reassuring smile. We want to ensure the best possible outcomes for everyone involved. We'll also need a psychological evaluation, Dr. Petrov says, as Carmen bandages the blood draw site. Our staff psychologist will assess your emotional readiness for surrogacy. It's a significant commitment, and we want to ensure you're fully prepared. The psychological evaluation takes place in another beautifully appointed office. This one with softer lighting and a more casual seating arrangement. Dr. Esme Martinez has kind eyes and infinite patience, asking questions that probe deeper than the questionnaire. We discuss my family relationships, my sister's death, losing my parents within 3 years of Carrie's death, and how I've coped with loss and stress. She's particularly interested in my support system, or lack thereof. Surrogacy can be emotionally challenging. The hormones, the physical changes, and the experience of carrying a child you won't raise all require strong coping mechanisms and, ideally, a good support network. I'm honest about my isolation, my few friends scattered geographically, and my tendency to handle things alone. She makes notes, but doesn't seem disapproving, just thorough. We talk about my understanding of boundaries and my ability to separate the physical experience of pregnancy from emotional attachment to the child. Some women find it more difficult than they expected, she says gently. The hormones especially can create unexpected emotional responses. How do you think you'll handle that? I consider the question carefully. I've never been pregnant, so I can't know for certain, but I've handled other difficult situations. My sister's death, my parents' deaths, and continuous financial stress. By focusing on what needs to be done rather than getting lost in emotions. I imagine I'd approach this the same way. It's a job that requires professional boundaries. She asks about my future plans, like what I do with the compensation. I describe my dreams of financial stability, maybe returning to school for a more practical degree, and building a life where I'm not constantly worried about money. These feel like modest dreams compared to some people's ambitions, but they're mine. 3 hours after arriving, I emerge from the clinic with an information packet as thick as a textbook and a head spinning with possibilities. The psychological evaluation had been intense but fair, probing my motivations and emotional preparedness without judgment. The packet includes sample contracts, more detailed medical information, and profiles of previous surrogates who've successfully completed the program. Outside, Miami's heat feels different somehow. Less oppressive and more like a warm embrace of possibility. I take the bus home, reading through success stories of women who've transformed their lives through surrogacy, who've gone from poverty to stability, from surviving to thriving as we crawl through traffic. That night, I lie on my lumpy mattress, staring at water stains on the ceiling while sirens wail in the distance. The sounds of arguing neighbors and barking dogs fade into background noise as I focus on the potential future before me. In my hand, I hold the business card Dr. Petrov gave me. "Call when you've made your decision," he'd said. "If your blood work comes back clean and you pass all our screening, we could have you matched with intended parents within weeks." I think about Carrie, about the dream she had before that drunk driver stole her future. She wanted to be a research scientist and was brilliant. She had so much love to give and so much life to live. Maybe this is my chance to honor her memory by not just surviving, but by helping create life and enabling someone else's dreams of family. My phone vibrates with a text from my manager at the hotel, reminding me I'm scheduled for the early shift tomorrow. 5 a.m., start time, minimum wage, and thankless work. The same routine I've been trapped in for 18 months, since graduating and being unable to find a job with my degree, with no end in sight unless something changes dramatically. I set aside the phone and pick up the clinic's card again. For the first time since Carrie died, I feel something other than exhaustion and grief. It's hope, as fragile as the orchids in that pristine waiting room, but real. Tomorrow, I'll work my shift, smile at guests who don't see me, and clean rooms I'll never afford to stay in. But now, there's a potential escape route and a chance at something better. It's a business transaction, nothing more. But it feels like the beginning of something larger that might finally fill the empty spaces Carrie left behind.
A few weeks after I signed up as a client, the digital files from Ever After Surrogacy Clinic arrive encrypted as I requested, requiring 3 separate passwords to access. I sit in the dimmed sanctuary of my office, the Miami skyline glittering beyond me like a jeweled reminder of everything I've built and everything I stand to lose if my bloodline ends with me. The blue glow from my computer screen casts harsh shadows across my face as I begin the process of reviewing potential surrogates, each profile a possible solution to my succession problem. The first candidate is a tall blonde with Nordic features, her professional headshot polished to perfection. According to her file, she holds a master's degree in social work and volunteers at 3 different charities. Her essay emphasizes her desire to give the gift of life and help create loving families. The words are too empty, too fake, and too deliberate. It feels like an attempt to appeal to wealthy clients. I scroll through her extensive family information. Parents still married, 2 brothers, 1 sister, all living within 50 miles of each other. Too many connections, too many potential complications, and too many people who might develop opinions about the child she'd carry. I move her file to the rejection folder without hesitation. The second profile shows a redhead with striking green eyes and an impressive resume. Harvard undergraduate, Stanford MBA, and currently working as a marketing executive. Her financial records show she's doing well enough that the surrogacy payment, while substantial, wouldn't be life-changing. This concerns me more than her intelligence might. Someone choosing surrogacy without desperate financial need has other motivations, perhaps the experience itself, or perhaps some misguided notion of nobility. Either way, she's more likely to develop emotional attachments and want ongoing connection with the child. Another rejection. I worked through profile after profile, each woman reduced to statistics and assessments: height, weight, education level, family medical history, and psychological evaluation scores. Some are too young, barely out of college, and likely to be overwhelmed by the reality of pregnancy. Others are too old, their biological clocks creating urgency that might cloud judgment. Several have previous children of their own, which could complicate their ability to separate from a carried child or give them a more realistic view of parenthood that makes detachment easier. The petite Asian woman in profile number 7 catches my attention briefly. She's a biochemist with publications in peer-reviewed journals, her IQ testing in the 98th percentile. For a moment, I consider the genetic advantages such intelligence might bring to my heir. But intelligence breeds curiosity, and curiosity leads to questions I don't want asked. Someone this smart might investigate my background beyond the sanitized version my lawyers present. She might uncover connections to the Bratva and might realize the child she carries would inherit more than wealth. Too risky. Profile after profile passes across my screen, each rejection reinforcing my specific requirements. I need someone financially desperate enough to honor the contract absolutely, but stable enough to carry a healthy pregnancy. Someone without extensive family ties who might interfere or ask questions. Someone who views this as a business transaction, nothing more, and who will disappear completely once our contract concludes. 3 hours into my review, my shoulders tight from hunching over the computer, I open file number 14. The name reads simply, Blair E., since most personally identifying information is stripped away. The photograph immediately distinguishes itself from the others. There's no professional lighting, no carefully applied makeup, and no artificial smile. Instead, a young woman stares directly at the camera with an expression that borders on defiance, as if challenging the viewer to judge her choices. I study her features. Dark brown hair pulled back in a simple ponytail reveals a face more striking than conventionally pretty. She has high cheekbones that photograph well, despite the harsh fluorescent lighting and brown eyes that hold a mixture of exhaustion and determination. I recognize from my own mirror during the early days of building my empire. She's thin, perhaps too thin, but in the way of someone who skips meals from poverty rather than vanity. Her basic statistics are unremarkable, making her seem more normal than her picture suggests. The medical history shows no concerning conditions and no genetic red flags that would disqualify her, but it's the family information that truly captures my attention. Both her parents and her only sibling are dead. She lists no other connections and admits to not having much of a support system. Perfect. There's no one to object or interfere. I open her psychological evaluation, reading Dr. Martinez's assessment with growing interest. Subject demonstrates high resilience in face of significant life trauma, practical approach to emotional challenges, strong compartmentalization abilities, highly motivated by financial security, shows clear understanding of contractual obligations and professional boundaries. The evaluation notes her sister's death 7 years ago, followed by both parents within the subsequent 3 years. She's weathered more loss than most people experience in a lifetime, yet continues functioning and working multiple jobs to survive. This speaks to the kind of practical strength I need. She's someone who understands life doesn't stop for grief, and survival requires moving forward regardless of pain. Her financial records paint a stark picture. 2 minimum wage jobs barely cover her basic expenses. She has student loan debt of $32,000. Her credit cards are maxed out, but she's still making minimum payments. Her bank account is perpetually below $100, and she resides in a studio apartment in one of Miami's rougher neighborhoods. She's drowning financially, but still fighting to keep her head above water. The surrogacy payment would represent salvation, not just improvement. I read her essay explaining her interest in surrogacy, finding refreshing honesty in her words. The practicality in her words appeals to me. This is someone who understands transactions, who won't complicate our arrangement with misplaced sentiment. Her isolation also works in my favor. No family to ask questions, no close friends to offer unwanted opinions, and no support network who might interfere with our contract. I return to her photograph, studying it with the same intensity I applied to analyzing business rivals. There's something in her expression that goes beyond mere defiance, a quiet strength that suggests she's already survived more than most people could handle. She's not trying to impress anyone or attempting to present herself as anything other than a woman making an important decision to improve her circumstances. The physical aspects matter too, though I tell myself this is purely practical assessment. Her bone structure is good, suggesting she'll carry pregnancy well, despite her current thinness. Her features are attractive enough that, when combined with my genetics, they should produce aesthetically acceptable offspring. Not that appearances matter significantly. Power and intelligence are more valuable inheritance, but there's no harm in hedging all bets. I cross-reference her application with the others I've reviewed, confirming she meets all requirements and nod, satisfied. My phone buzzes with a text from Dimitri about territory concerns, but I ignore it. This decision takes precedence over all other business. I open a secure line to Thomas Brennan, knowing he'll answer regardless of the late hour. I've made my selection, I say without preamble when he picks up. Blair E. file number 14. Excellent choice, he says, clearly having reviewed the files himself. Shall I arrange the initial meeting? Immediately. I want a full background check beyond what the clinic has already done. I want surveillance on her current locations, both workplaces and residence. Financial verification to confirm her desperation is genuine, not manufactured for the application. Find out her last name and all the other details. I want to know everything before the meeting. Understood. Anything specific you want investigated? I consider for a moment, staring at her photograph. The sister's death. Confirm the details match her story, and verify she has no remaining family connections that might emerge later. I'll have a comprehensive report within 48 hours. Should I proceed with scheduling the meeting, assuming everything checks out? Yes, your office. Make it seem like a legal formality rather than a personal assessment. I want her comfortable enough to be honest, but formal enough to establish proper boundaries. After ending the call, I pour myself a vodka. The decision feels momentous, despite my attempts to frame it as routine business. This exhausted hotel maid with defiant eyes will carry the future of the Morozov line. She has no idea what she's truly agreeing to, and no conception of the child's destiny or the empire he or she will inherit. Standing at the window, I watch Miami pulse with nightlife below. Somewhere in that glittering sprawl, Blair E. is probably working another shift, unaware her life is about to change dramatically. She thinks she's escaping poverty, and she is, but she's also entering a world far more dangerous than anything her working-class existence has prepared her for. The vodka burns down my throat as I consider the irony. I'm trusting my most precious asset to a complete stranger, but perhaps that's precisely why it will work. Strangers maintain distance. Strangers honor contracts. Strangers don't develop the dangerous emotional connections that have destroyed so many in my world. My phone buzzes again. It's Dimitri, persistent as ever. This time I answer, though my mind remains on Blair E.'s profile glowing on my computer screen. The Colombians responded to our message. They're backing off the Southern Territories but want to discuss the port situation. Schedule a meeting for next week. He pauses, knowing better than to question my priorities directly, but I hear the curiosity in his silence. He wants to ask why I'm waiting so long. Personal matter, I add, offering no further explanation. Of course, I'll coordinate with their people. I end the call and return to my desk, closing the other surrogate files permanently. The choice is made. Blair E. will carry my child, fulfill her contract, and disappear with her payment. Clean, simple, and professional. Exactly as planned. Yet, as I study her photograph one final time before closing the file, something nags at me. Perhaps it's the directness of her gaze and the way she seems to look through the camera rather than at it. Or maybe it's the subtle defiance in her expression, suggesting someone who won't be easily controlled despite her desperate circumstances. I shake off the feeling, attributing it to paranoia that serves me well in business but has no place here. This is a transaction and nothing more. She needs money, and I need an heir. Once our business concludes, we'll never interact again. The child will be raised according to my specifications, groomed for leadership from birth, and protected from the emotional weaknesses that plague lesser men. The computer screen goes dark as I close the files, leaving me staring at my own reflection in the black monitor. For a moment, I see my father's face in my own features, remembering his words about legacy and bloodline. He never knew about Vanya's location after our split and died believing one son had simply vanished while the other inherited everything, as was his plan. He never thought two sons could rule his empire. He'd approve of this arrangement, with it being designed to serve the family's interests above all else. I finish my vodka and head to my private elevator. Tomorrow, Thomas will initiate contact with Blair Elliott. Within a week, we'll meet formally to discuss terms. Within a month, if all proceeds smoothly, she'll be carrying my heir. The timeline satisfies me, as does the selection. Everything proceeds according to plan. As the elevator descends, I run through potential complications one final time. What if she investigates my background beyond the sanitized version? Unlikely, given her financial desperation and practical nature. What if she develops emotional attachment to the child? The contract includes provisions for that, including legally enforceable separation. What if Vanya discovers the arrangement? My security protocols should prevent that, though I make a mental note to increase surveillance once the pregnancy is confirmed. By the time I reach the parking garage, I've dismissed all concerns as manageable risks. Blair is the correct choice. She's isolated, desperate, practical, with just enough intelligence to follow medical protocols, but not enough to ask dangerous questions. She'll serve her purpose efficiently and professionally, then exit my life forever. The leather seats of my Mercedes embrace me as I settle in for the drive home. Nikolai navigates through late-night traffic, while I review the decision once more. Everything about Blair Elliott's profile suggests she's exactly what I need, a vessel for my heir, nothing more or less. The photograph might show defiance, but poverty has a way of tempering such spirits. The money I'm offering will secure her complete cooperation, exactly as it should be, exactly as I planned.
The leather chair engulfs me like an expensive trap. Its buttery surface too soft against my polyester dress from the discount store. I try not to fidget, but my hands won't stop smoothing the fabric across my lap, feeling every cheap thread against my fingertips. The law office's reception area makes the Atlantis Grand Hotel look modest. Original oil paintings on the walls, fresh orchids on marble pedestals, the subtle scent of something expensive I can't identify, but no costs more than my rent. My palms are damp against the armrests, leaving marks I hope will evaporate before anyone notices. It's only been 3 weeks since Dr. Petrov called with news of a match. His voice carefully professional as he explained that an intended parent had selected me from all the available profiles. The speed of it all, from initial screening to sitting in this intimidating office, suggests either efficiency or desperation on the client's part. I've constructed and reconstructed his image a dozen times. He must be an older man, probably widowed, maybe unattractive, and definitely running out of time to secure an heir. Someone whose money can't buy him traditional family building options. Miss Elliot? The receptionist appears at my side, her navy sheathed dress and pearl earrings making my outfit look even shabbier by comparison. Can I get you anything while you wait? Water? Coffee? Water would be great, thanks. My voice comes out steadier than expected. She returns with a crystal glass on a silver tray, and I take it carefully, terrified of dropping it on the pristine marble floor. The water tastes expensive somehow, if that's possible. Everything here whispers money in a language I barely speak. The elevator dings softly, and I straighten instinctively. I watch a tall figure emerge through the glass doors, and my carefully constructed image of the intended parent evaporates instantly. The man stepping into the reception area is nothing like what I expected. He's young, early 30s at most, and towers over the receptionist at what must be 6'5". His black hair is precisely styled, and when he turns toward the waiting area, I see features that belong on a movie screen rather than in a lawyer's office. It's his eyes that really catch my attention. They're a shade of blue, so vivid they seem almost artificial against his warm complexion. The atmosphere in the room shifts with his presence, like gravity reorganizing itself around a new center. He moves with confidence, each step slow, with his custom-tailored suit emphasizing broad shoulders and an athletic build. This isn't a desperate, aging man, but someone who clearly has the world at his fingertips. So, why does he need me? Miss Elliot? His voice carries an accent I can't quite place. Eastern European, maybe Russian, turning my name into something foreign and elegant. I'm slightly startled that he knows my last name, but assume the clinic gave it to him after he picked me. He extends his hand, and when I stand to shake it, I have to crane my neck to meet his gaze. His grip engulfs mine completely, firm but restrained, like he's conscious of his strength and deliberately holding back. Mr. I let the question hang, realizing I don't even know his surname. Morozov. Valentin Morozov. He releases my hand, but continues to study me with an intensity that makes my skin prickle. Please come. Thomas is waiting. I follow him through a hallway, lined with law degrees and professional accolades, hyper-aware of my scuffed pumps compared to his shiny black shoes. He doesn't make small talk or try to put me at ease. His silence feels deliberate, like everything else about him. The conference room he leads me to, could host a small wedding. Huge windows frame downtown Miami's skyline, and the polished table reflects the city lights like a dark mirror. An older man rises as we enter, with silver hair, sharp eye, and wearing a bespoke suit. "Miss Elliot, I'm Thomas Brennan. Thank you for coming." His handshake is professionally brief. "Please have a seat. Can I get you anything?" "I'm fine, thank you." I settle into another leather chair, this one at the conference table, while trying not to think about how many zeros might be on the legal bills generated in this room. Valentin takes the seat across from me, his gaze never leaving my face. The scrutiny should feel invasive, but there's something clinical about it, like he's evaluating a business acquisition rather than the woman who might carry his child. "I trust Dr. Petrov explained the basic parameters of our arrangement," says Mr. Brennan, opening a leather portfolio thick with documents. "Mr. Morozov has very specific requirements for this surrogacy, and we want to ensure complete understanding before proceeding." I understand the basics. I carry the baby, he pays me, and we go our separate ways after birth. The blunt summary feels necessary, cutting through whatever elaborate legal dance we're about to perform. Something flickers in Valentin's expression. Approval, maybe. Practical, good. This arrangement requires pragmatism above all else. Mr. Brennan slides a document across the table. The contract is comprehensive, but straightforward. The compensation is $1 million, paid in installments. The first payment is upon confirmed pregnancy, with monthly payments throughout gestation, and a final payment upon successful delivery. $1 million. The number still shocks me, even though I knew the amount from Dr. Petrov's initial discussion. Seeing it in black and white, in legal terms, makes it real in a way conversations couldn't. The payments are structured to ensure compliance with all medical requirements, the lawyer says. You will undertake regular checkups, follow dietary restrictions, and implement lifestyle modifications as deemed necessary by the medical team. What about the method? The question escapes before I can stop it, heat flooding my cheeks. Valentin leans forward slightly. What do you mean? IVF, direct donation, artificial insemination. How would the conception occur? You will be both carrier and the provider of donor eggs, says Valentin, in a way that sounds clinical. I wish to know all details about the woman who will help create my child. I nod, not missing his subtle emphasis on my. I know it's his, and I resist the urge to tell him that. I don't need to come across as trying too hard to convince him I'm not emotionally invested. I assume such with the amount offered, but I want to be clear up front. He nods as Mr. Brennan clears his throat. There are also strict confidentiality clauses. No discussing the arrangement with media, on social media, or with friends or family. Mr. Morozov values his privacy absolutely. I don't have much family left, and I'm not active on social media. Privacy won't be an issue. What about your employment? Asks Valentin. 2 jobs according to your file. They won't question your sudden improved circumstances. I plan to tell them I got a better position elsewhere. People leave minimum wage jobs all the time. He nods, apparently satisfied. You'll need to resign from both positions once pregnancy is confirmed. I won't risk exposure to cleaning chemicals or workplace stress affecting the pregnancy. The casual way he takes control of my life should bother me more than it does. For $1 million, I can handle some micromanagement. The contract also specifies living arrangements during the pregnancy. Mr. Brennan adds, Mr. Morozov may require relocation to a property he owns for security and medical monitoring purposes. Security? The word catches my attention. I'm a prominent businessman, Valentin says smoothly. Certain precautions are standard. Something in his tone suggests there's more to it, but I don't press. Rich people have different problems than worrying about making rent. Complete relinquishment of parental rights upon birth, the lawyer continues. No contact with the child afterward, and no attempts to establish relationship or communication. The legal separation is absolute and permanent. I understand, and I do. This is business, not family building. I'm providing a service, not becoming a mother. You're very calm about this, Valentin says. Do you have more questions? I've had time to think it through. I know what I'm agreeing to. And you're comfortable with the arrangement. Carrying a child you'll never see again. The directness of his question surprises me. Are you trying to talk me out of it? No, I'm ensuring you understand the reality. Once you sign, there's no changing your mind. I speak confidently, ignoring a tiny twinge of doubt. I won't change my mind. I need this money, and you need a baby. It's a fair exchange. Something shifts in his expression, too quickly to read. Life is rarely that simple, Miss Elliot. It is when you're broke. Money simplifies a lot of things. Mr. Brennan looks between us, clearly surprised by the frank exchange. Perhaps we should review the medical requirements. The next hour passes in detailed discussion of procedures, timelines, and health monitoring. Valentin asks surprisingly personal questions about my diet, exercise habits, stress levels, and medical history beyond what the clinic already collected. His interest seems purely practical, focused on optimizing the pregnancy outcome. But the intensity of his attention makes me hyper-aware of his presence across the table. You've never been pregnant before, he states, rather than asks. No. But you're confident you can carry to term? Your family history shows no complications? My mother had 2 healthy pregnancies. No complications and easy deliveries. Natural births? The personal nature of these questions should feel invasive, but his clinical tone makes them somehow acceptable. Yes. Good. I prefer to avoid unnecessary medical intervention. Mr. Morozov has arranged for care at a private facility, the lawyer interjects. Not the standard clinic, but a more exclusive setting with enhanced privacy protocols. Where? That will be determined based on the pregnancy's progression, Valentin says. Miami initially, but potentially relocated if circumstances require. The vagueness bothers me, but I suppose rich people's paranoia comes with the territory. Fine. Any other questions? Asks Mr. Brennan, pushing the contract towards me. I flip through pages of dense legal text, catching key phrases, compensation schedule, medical requirements, confidentiality clauses, and relinquishment of rights. It's all there in black and white, reducing the creation of human life to subclauses and addendums. What about you? I look directly at Valentin. Don't you have questions for me? He regards me steadily. What would you like me to ask? I don't know. Something personal. I'm going to carry your child. Doesn't that warrant some curiosity about who I am beyond my medical stats? Does it? He leans back in his chair. This is a business arrangement, Miss Elliot. Your personality, your dreams, your favorite color, none of that affects your ability to carry a healthy pregnancy. The coldness should offend me, but it's actually reassuring. Clean boundaries and clear expectations. No messy emotions to complicate things. You're right. Business it is. I pick up the pen. My signature looks shaky on the first page, but grows steadier as I initial each section and sign each addendum. With every stroke of the pen, I'm writing myself closer to freedom. Valentin watches intently as I complete the paperwork, tracking every movement. When I finish, sliding the contract back across the table, he stands abruptly. Excellent. Thomas will provide you with the medical facility information. Your first appointment is tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tomorrow? The speed surprises me. I don't believe in wasting time. The car will pick you up at 8:30. He extends his hand again, and this handshake feels different, like sealing a deal rather than making an introduction. His grip is firm, warm, and lasts a beat longer than necessary. One more thing, he says, not releasing my hand immediately. This arrangement succeeds on mutual discretion and professional boundaries. I trust we understand each other. Perfectly. He holds my gaze another moment, then releases my hand and strides from the room without another word. The office feels larger and colder without his presence. Mr. Brennan smiles apologetically. He can be intense, but he's a man of his word. Follow the contract terms and you'll be very well compensated. What's his story? Young, rich, and handsome. So why does he need a surrogate? The lawyer's expression shudders. Mr. Morozov values his privacy. I'm not at liberty to discuss personal details. Of course not. Rich people's secrets stay secret. Fair enough. He hands me a card. My direct line. If you have any questions or concerns, call immediately. The car will arrive at 8:30 sharp tomorrow. The driver will have the clinic address. I leave the office in a daze. Contract copy clutched in my hands like a winning lottery ticket. The bus ride home passes in a blur of mental calculations. First payment upon pregnancy confirmation. Probably 111,000 if divided evenly. Enough to catch up on bills, pay off credit cards and my student loan, and even start a savings account. The monthly payments throughout pregnancy would cover living expenses without touching the principal. By the time I give birth, I'll have financial security for the first time in my adult life. My phone vibrates with a text from an unknown number. This is Valentin Morozov. Confirm receipt of this message. I type back, confirmed. Eat a light breakfast tomorrow. No caffeine. Wear comfortable clothing. I arch a brow but type back, understood. Another message arrives a minute later. Get adequate rest. Tomorrow begins our professional relationship. Professional relationship? The phrase sits oddly, given what we're undertaking. But I suppose that's the point. We're keeping boundaries clear and emotions in check. I'm an incubator, not a partner. A service provider, not family. Another text follows. Do you have questions? I stare at the screen, wondering what he expects. Questions about the medical procedures, the contract, or something else entirely. No questions. I'll be ready at 8:30. Good. That single word feels like dismissal and approval combined. I save his number under VM and try not to analyze why I'm having a hard time not thinking about how blue his eyes are. Back in my apartment, I strip off the uncomfortable dress and collapse on my bed. In 9 months or sooner, I'll have enough money to leave this place forever. I can find a real apartment with windows that close and plumbing that works. Maybe even go back to school to get a practical degree that actually leads to employment. My phone buzzes again. One question. Valentine's text reads, "Why did you really agree to this?" The question surprises me with its apparent genuine curiosity. I consider lying or giving him something noble about wanting to help create families. But something about Valentin Morozov suggests he'd see through pretense immediately. Freedom, I type back. This money means freedom from poverty, dead-end jobs, and constant financial stress. What about you? Why surrogacy instead of traditional family? The pause stretches so long I wonder if I've overstepped. Then, control. Surrogacy provides control without complications. Good night, Miss Elliot. Control without complications. I suppose that's what we're both seeking, in our own ways. He controls the process without emotional entanglement. I gain control over my future without traditional paths to success. I set my alarm for 7 a.m., allowing extra time to prepare. Tomorrow starts the most unconventional chapter of my life, carrying a stranger's baby for $1 million. When I put it that way, it sounds insane, but in the best possible way. As I drift towards sleep, I picture Valentin Morozov's face, those impossible blue eyes, that frightfully immense power, the way he fills a room just by entering it. I'm going to carry this man's child, create his heir, give him the future he's paying so handsomely for. The thought should feel clinical and transactional. So why do I fall asleep replaying the feeling of his hand engulfing mine? And the way his accent turned my name into something beautiful and strange?
The next scene contains content that is too spicy to include in this version on YouTube. To listen to the full version, please visit novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description.
The phlebotomist's needle slides out of my arm, leaving behind a small cotton ball she gently tapes into place. All done, she says with a warm smile that crinkles the corners of her eyes. The lab will have results within the hour. I nod, pressing my finger against the cotton to ensure the bleeding has stopped. It's been exactly 2 weeks since I lay on the examination table while Dr. Petrov performed the insemination procedure. 2 weeks of waiting and wondering if Valentin Morozov's genetic material has successfully merged with one of my eggs. The waiting room feels different today. It's less intimidating and more familiar. Other women sit nearby, some obviously pregnant, with others perhaps in my position of hopeful uncertainty. We don't speak to each other, bound by an unspoken agreement to maintain privacy in this place where money and biology intersect. My stomach churns with morning nausea that started 3 days ago, though I've tried not to read too much into it. The tender breasts could be premenstrual symptoms. The bone-deep exhaustion might simply be stress from anticipating results, along with continued long hours at my jobs, since I can't afford to quit either one until a pregnancy is confirmed. Despite that, beneath the logical explanations, my body already knows the truth. Miss Elliot? A nurse I haven't seen before appears in the doorway. She's younger than the others, with cheerful energy that seems almost too bright for the clinical setting. "Come back, please." The walk to his office feels longer than usual. My legs unsteady as I follow her through familiar hallways. "I'm Paige," she says over her shoulder. She opens the door to the same consultation room where I first met the doctor, the one with comfortable chairs and soothing artwork designed to put patients at ease. "Results are in," she says with a smile that tells me everything before she even hands me the paper. "Congratulations! Your HCG levels are excellent. It's a little higher even than we'd expect for this stage, but here's a degree of variance. It's more important that the levels double every 2 days, actually." I stare at the printed lab report, the numbers swimming before my eyes. HCG, 427 milliliters per international unit per milliliter. Beside it, in clear medical terminology, positive for pregnancy. "This is actually happening?" My voice sounds distant, like it belongs to someone else. "It certainly is. You're pregnant. Based on these levels, everything looks perfectly healthy. We'll want to repeat the test in 2 days to confirm the numbers are doubling appropriately. But this is very promising." Pregnant. The word echoes in the suddenly airless room. I grip the paper harder, afraid it might disappear if I don't hold on tightly enough. "Do you have any questions? I know it can be overwhelming, especially with surrogacy arrangements." Paige's voice maintains that professional cheer, but there's genuine kindness beneath it. No. I mean, yes. What happens now?" "First, we'll schedule that follow-up blood draw. Then, at 6 weeks, we'll do an ultrasound to see how many embryos developed and check heartbeats. For now, continue the progesterone supplements, doctor." Petrov prescribed, maintain a healthy diet, and avoid alcohol and heavy lifting. Standard early pregnancy protocols. How many embryos? Right. The fertility drugs stimulated 2 eggs. There could be twins growing inside me right now. The thought makes the room spin slightly. "Are you feeling all right? You look a bit pale." "Just processing. This is what I signed up for, I know, but..." Paige nods, flashing a kindly smile. But knowing it intellectually and experiencing it physically are very different things. Take your time. "Would you like some water?" I shake my head. What I want is to be alone, to sit with this monumental shift in my reality without professional eyes watching my reaction. "I'll have reception schedule your next appointment. Congratulations again. Your intended parent will be very pleased." I know immediately, thinking of Valentin. He'll know within hours, probably minutes. The clinic will inform him immediately, since that's part of our agreement. Somewhere across Miami, he'll receive confirmation that his heir has begun growing inside me. The nurse leaves and I remain in the chair, staring at the test results. Positive for pregnancy. 3 words that change everything. I touch my stomach through my shirt, trying to feel different, trying to sense the microscopic life taking root in my womb. There's nothing, of course. No flutter of movement and no mystical maternal connection. Just the knowledge that I'm no longer alone in my body. The next few minutes pass in an administrative blur of scheduling the follow-up appointment, receiving printed instructions for early pregnancy care, nodding at reminders about prenatal vitamins, and getting an appointment for an ultrasound 4 weeks from now. Then I'm outside in the Miami afternoon, blinking in the bright sun like a newborn myself. The bus ride home stretches interminably. I clutch my purse containing the test results, half afraid someone will guess my secret just by looking at me. But the other passengers remain absorbed in their phones or newspapers, unaware that the tired-looking woman in seat 12D has just become a billionaire's incubator. My apartment door sticks as usual, requiring the familiar shoulder shove to open. Everything looks the same as before, but I'm different. Fundamentally, irrevocably different. I sink onto my second-hand couch, pull out my phone, and notice I have a notification from my bank. I click on the notification and it opens the banking app. My fingers shake as I cover the camera to verify my thumbprint, and the screen loads slowly. Suddenly, then there it is. My checking account balance shows 6 figures instead of the usual 2 or 3. $111,234.56. The first installment has posted already in payment for successfully conceiving. The numbers look impossible, like a computer error or a cruel joke. I refresh the screen twice, certain it will correct itself, but the balance remains stubbornly real. $111,000. The tears come suddenly, violently, as 7 years of suppressed grief, fear, and exhaustion pour out in great shaking sobs. I press my face into a throw pillow to muffle the sound, not wanting my neighbors to hear this breakdown, this release, this rebirth. These aren't tears of sadness. They're tears of relief so profound, it feels like drowning in reverse. The crushing weight I've carried since Carrie's death and my parents lifts away like fog burning off in sunlight. When the storm passes, I lie on the couch feeling emptied and clean. My phone lights up with a text from VM. Clinic informed me of positive result. First payment has been transferred as agreed. Take care of yourself. It's brief, professional, and exactly what our contract requires. He shows no enthusiasm about his impending fatherhood and asks no questions about how I'm feeling. It's just business correspondence between client and service provider. I type back, payment received. Thank you. Will follow all medical protocols. 3 dots appear, suggesting he's typing a response. They disappear, reappear, and disappear again. Finally, good. That's it. One word to mark the beginning of our strange journey together. I wonder if he's celebrating somewhere, toasting his successful air-making, or if this is just another item checked off his daily agenda. I giggle with a faint edge as I mentally imagine his calendar for the day. Make territory deal. Acquire new property. Impregnate surrogate. Order dinner. The thought should bother me more than it does. But I didn't sign up for emotional connection or heartfelt moments. I signed up for financial freedom, and that's exactly what's flowing into my bank account. I spend the evening on my laptop, marveling at the balance while paying off credit cards that have haunted me for years. The student loan website nearly crashes when I try to pay the entire balance at once. $32,000 gone with a single click. The credit card debts disappear just as easily. Within an hour, I've erased years of financial burden. My bank account is a little under $50,000 now. The remaining money, still an impossible amount, sits in my account like potential energy. I could quit both jobs immediately, find a better apartment, and buy a reliable car. Or I could be sensible, save most of it, and live modestly while the pregnancy progresses. A hybrid option wins. I'll stay in this shithole apartment for now, and I'll continue living modestly, but tomorrow I'm quitting both jobs and screw giving notice. That night, I draft resignation letters on my laptop. For the hotel. Please accept this as my immediate notice. I've accepted a position elsewhere that better aligns with my long-term goals. The corporate speak makes me laugh, since my long-term goal is currently to grow a baby for a Russian real estate developer. But they don't need those details. For the coffee shop, I'm slightly more honest. I've come into some family money and need to focus on personal matters, so I'm giving my 2-week notice. Thank you for the opportunity to work here. Family money. In a twisted way, it's true. I'm creating Valentin's family while he funds my future. I wake the next morning with purpose I haven't felt in years. The nausea hits as soon as I sit up. Confirmation that yesterday's test wasn't a dream. I make it to the bathroom just in time, then brush my teeth and stare at my reflection. I still look tired, but I don't look as fatigued. I feel like I've lost 100 pounds of the worry overnight. I finish dressing and head out, skipping breakfast while waiting for my stomach to settle. I take the subway to the hotel, deciding to quit there first because I hate it the most. The hotel manager's office smells like burnt coffee and patchouli when I enter, making my nausea surge. Mrs. Hendricks sits behind her desk, pecking at her keyboard with 2-finger typing that would be comical if she weren't so perpetually unpleasant. What is it, Elliot? I'm busy. I hand her the letter, watching her face as she reads. Her expression doesn't change. No surprise, no disappointment. And certainly no concern about losing a reliable employee. No notice. Can't say I'm surprised. Your generation never gives sufficient notice. Fine. Turn in your uniforms to laundry. You'll get your final check in the mail or direct deposit. However you normally receive it. At the usual time. That's all. Almost 7 months of perfect attendance. Countless extra shifts covered. And I merit less attention than a scheduling conflict. Instead of resentment, I focus on feeling relief. I have my uniforms with me, so I drop them by laundry and walk out of the hotel feeling positively giddy, aside from some low-grade nausea. It's 6 blocks to the coffee shop, so I walk. I could splurge on a taxi, but the exercise will be good for me and the bean. The nickname strikes me as funny, making me smile. But I decide to go with it. I have to call the baby something, right? If there's 2, I'll figure out a second nickname. But I don't focus on that right now. The coffee shop manager, Janet, shows slightly more human reaction. Family money, huh? Good for you. I wish I had rich relatives. If only she knew the truth. That my rich relative is actually a 6'5" Russian who paid me to carry his offspring. I'll work out the full 2 weeks, I say, since she's been a good person. And the job isn't that awful. She shakes her head. Actually, if you want to make today your last day, that's fine. We're overstaffed anyway. I'll still give you a good reference if you ever need it. Even better. I hand over my apron, collect my final tips, and walk out into the Miami morning feeling lighter with each step. The next few hours pass in a strange haze of freedom. I take the bus home, but for the first time, I don't resent the slow route or broken air conditioning. Soon, I can afford Uber rides. Hell, I can afford a car if I want one. Back in my apartment, I make a cup of tea and sit by the window, watching the neighborhood kids play in the street. My hand drifts to my stomach, still flat, and still giving no sign of the life developing inside. According to the pregnancy app I downloaded, the embryo is the size of a poppy seed right now. Tiny, but already changing everything. My phone rings from Dr. Petrov's office, confirming my appointment tomorrow. After I hang up, I notice another text from Valentin. Have you resigned from your jobs? How does he know? Then I remember the contract specifies I should avoid workplace chemicals and stress once pregnancy is confirmed. He hasn't read my mind. He's just following up to make sure I'm complying with the contract. I did today. Good. You must stop immediately. No notice. I'll have legal handle it. Before I can respond, he sends another message. Chemical exposure in cleaning products poses risk. You're done there. I roll my eyes but type back. I didn't offer 2 weeks. I'm not working either job now. Good. That means no more arguments. The high-handed tone irritates me, and I type back, I don't recall arguing. You just made assumptions. His reply is delayed, but comes through finally. You're right. I apologize. I could keep on it, but I let it go. Thank you. Rest. Eat well. Follow medical protocols. I type back, adding a period for emphasis. I know my job. See that you do. You're carrying precious cargo now. Precious cargo. Not my child or our baby. Cargo. I suppose that's fitting. I'm a vessel, transporting goods from point A to point B. The fact that the goods happen to be human life doesn't change the fundamental transaction. But as I sit in my shabby apartment, newly unemployed but financially secure for the first time in my adult life, I can't help touching my stomach again. Somewhere in there, cells are dividing and forming the beginning of a person who will never know me, never call me mother, and might never understand the strange circumstances of their creation. The thought saddens me slightly, but I force myself to focus on the upside. This tiny life is already changing mine in ways I never imagined. In 9 months, I'll hand over a baby and complete my contract. With the freedom that transaction provides, the education I can pursue, the life I can build, and the security I've never known will last forever. Thank you, Bean, I whisper to the tiny future person inside me. Thank you for giving me a chance at something better. The afternoon stretches ahead, empty of shifts to work or tables to clean. For the first time in years, I have nowhere to be and nothing to do but rest and grow a baby. It's the strangest job I've ever had, but already the most rewarding. I make another cup of tea, prop up my feet, and open my laptop to research apartments in better neighborhoods. Not yet. I'll wait until the pregnancy is farther along. But soon, I'll leave this water-stained ceiling and broken elevator behind. Soon, I'll sleep in a real bedroom instead of a studio. And I'll shop for groceries without calculating every penny. I'll buy fresh fruit and vegetables and have steak once a week, at least while pregnant. All because Valentin Morozov needed an heir and I needed a miracle. The miracle is the size of a poppy seed, swimming in my womb and changing everything with its tiny existence. Today, I'm just a woman with a positive pregnancy test and a bank account full of impossible numbers, sitting in a shaft of sunlight and feeling hope for the first time in 7 years. It's enough. It's everything. My phone buzzes one more time, a calendar reminder for my vitamin schedule. I smile, getting up to take the pills that will help nourish Valentin's heir. Already, my life revolves around this pregnancy, this contract, and this strange arrangement that's given me back my future. It's only 9 months. I can do anything for 9 months, even carry a stranger's baby and pretend not to care when I hand it over and never look back. At least, that's what I keep telling myself as I swallow the prenatal vitamins and feel the first real stirrings of what might be maternal instinct. Just business, I remind myself. Nothing more. But my hand stays on my stomach long after I've taken the pills, and I can't quite convince myself that's all it is.
The encrypted email arrives at 7:43 a.m., bearing Ever After Clinic's secure digital signature that my security team verifies before I even open the message. The morning light streams through my office windows as I settle into my leather chair and watch the decryption software transform scrambled code into readable text. The process takes 17 seconds, though the wait feels longer when the subject line reads Elliot B. Second HCG results. The message begins with Dr. Petrov's characteristic formality. Mr. Morozov, I am pleased to confirm that Ms. Elliott's second blood test shows excellent progression. Initial HCG, 427 milliliters per international unit per milliliter. Current HCG, 1,274 milliliters per international unit per milliliter. This represents optimal doubling time and indicates a healthy, viable pregnancy. We have scheduled an ultrasound confirmation at 6 weeks to determine the number of embryos and verify cardiac activity. Please contact our office with any questions. The numbers stare back at me from the screen, clean and clinical in their precision. 427 to 1,274 in 48 hours, which is 4 times greater than necessary to indicate healthy cellular division and proper hormone production. The data should satisfy me the way quarterly profit reports do when they exceed projections. Yet something shifts beneath my ribs as I process the implications. My thoughts jump to twins. I close the laptop and rise from my desk, drawn to the windows overlooking Biscayne Bay. Entirely by design, I'm going to be a father. The word feels foreign even in the privacy of my thoughts. Father. The title carries weight I haven't fully considered despite months of planning this arrangement. My own father wielded the role like a weapon, teaching through cruelty and favoritism, molding his sons into rivals rather than allies. The men I observe in public spaces seem to embody something entirely different, displaying easy affection with their children that remains as alien to me as speaking Mandarin. Yet biology cares nothing for my emotional limitations or learned dysfunctions. I return to Mai and contemplate sending another message to Blair after I managed to offend her 2 nights ago, after we found out about the pregnancy. Protocol suggests a brief acknowledgement would be appropriate, and perhaps a reminder to continue following medical guidelines. My fingers hover over the phone keyboard as I draft and delete several versions before settling on something suitably professional. Clinic confirmed positive progression. Continue following all protocols. Her response arrives within minutes, faster than I expected given the early hour. Understood, feeling fine, some morning sickness, but manageable. The words are spare and impersonal, exactly what our contract stipulates for communication between us. No unnecessary elaboration or emotional overflow, just factual updates relevant to the pregnancy's progress. Yet I find myself studying the message for hidden meanings, parsing feeling fine for gradations of truth. Does she minimize discomfort out of stoicism or genuine lack of symptoms? The word manageable could encompass anything from mild nausea to debilitating illness, depending on her personal threshold for suffering. I type another response before catching myself. What exactly am I seeking? Details about her morning routine? Reassurance that she's eating properly? These concerns relate directly to protecting my investment and nothing more. A sick surrogate could compromise the pregnancy, while a stressed carrier might miscarry. My interest stems from practical considerations, not personal investment in her well-being, beyond its impact on the child she carries. I'm not trying to be her friend. Let me know if you require anything, I finally reply in the message window, keeping the offer appropriately vague. Will do, thank you. The exchange ends there, though I leave the conversation open on my screen longer than necessary. This compulsion to maintain connection, however tenuous, represents a security concern I should address. The more points of contact between us, the more opportunities for information leaks or emotional complications. Yet I save the messages anyway, adding them to an encrypted file I've been building to document the pregnancy's progression. I tell myself it's something the baby might want to see when it's older, shying away from how dishonest that feels when I say it in my head. The morning continues with its usual rhythm of territory reports and operational updates. My Miami operations run smoothly, despite recent pressure from Colombian competitors, while our Eastern European contacts confirm next month's shipment remains on schedule. Between reviewing manifests and approving personnel changes, my thoughts keep returning to those HCG numbers. 1,274. By tomorrow, probably over 3,000. By next week, 10,000 or more. Each doubling represents successful cellular division, the blueprint of my genetics combining with hers to create something entirely new. Reduced to clinical terms should take any of the pleasure out of it, but I still feel a jolt of what I'd tentatively labeled joy each time I think about it. It's unsettling to feel such unprecedented emotions. A knock interrupts my calculations. Come in. Victor enters with the particular expression that signals urgent news rather than routine updates. My head of security never wastes time with pleasantries when threats require attention. Sir, we've had another Vanya sighting. The name sharpens my focus instantly. Where? At a bodega in Little Havana about 3 hours ago. Surveillance picked up a figure matching Vanya's build, loitering near the alley behind it. It's a known hangout for the De Los Santos crew. We've had no major incidents with them in over a year, but the timing's suspicious. He hands me the tablet. Grainy footage loads, displaying a side view of the narrow street behind the bodega. A hooded figure stands in partial shadow, body angled just enough to obscure any clean facial recognition. Body metrics suggest 70% probability of positive ID, he adds. Same height, weight, and gait. I study the footage frame by frame. Even after 13 years, I recognize my twin's gait and the way he favors his left side when walking. A habit formed after I broke his ribs during one of our teenage brawls, and our father refused to let him see the doctor because he'd been weak and lost. The video quality prevents facial confirmation, but every instinct screams that Vanya has definitely surfaced in Miami. That's the 4th sighting this month, says Victor. The other 3 sightings were near our holdings, which suggests systematic surveillance of your operations. He's mapping our facilities, learning our routines, and maybe recruiting local muscle to supplement his Euro trash comrades. He clears his throat. That bodega is only blocks from one of our major hubs. I nod. The warehouse in question handles overflow inventory for several legitimate businesses, but also processes sensitive shipments, requiring discretion. More importantly, all medical supplies for the Ever After clinic route through that facility, including specialized equipment for my private arrangement. If Vanya has been watching long enough, he could piece together the connection. Double security immediately, I order, while continuing to analyze the footage. I want overlapping coverage on all access points with no blind spots. Run background checks on any new hires from the past year. Someone leaked information about the surrogacy arrangement, and I want to know how Vanya learned about it. I've already started that, boss. I've also increased protective protocols for Ms. Elliott. Status on her security? 2-man teams maintaining discreet surveillance as previously ordered, rotating out every 8 hours instead of 12 now, just to keep them fresh. Since leaving employment 2 days ago, she's been sticking close to her apartment. She's gone grocery shopping every day and has a fondness for fresh fruit. She also likes to take long neighborhood walks, and she visited a bookstore yesterday, purchasing a few books on pregnancy and some romance novels. There's no indication she's aware of our presence or any potential threats. The report should reassure me, yet the image of Blair moving through her slowly emerging new routine while Vanya circles like a shark makes my shoulders stiff with tension. Her apartment building represents a security nightmare with its broken locks, minimal lighting, and multiple access points. I had planned to leave her there until later in the pregnancy, maintaining normality while the situation developed. But with Vanya's escalating surveillance, that timeline requires immediate revision. I need vulnerability assessments for her residence, analyze every entrance, every sightline, and every potential breach point. Cross-reference any vehicles or individuals appearing near both her location and our facilities. If Vanya's tracking her, I want to know about it before he acts. I'll have preliminary reports within the hour. After Victor leaves, I pace the length of my office while considering options. The contract allows me to relocate Blair for medical reasons, a clause I included specifically for situations like this. She'll resist the sudden upheaval and possibly rage against restricted movement and loss of autonomy. Her independent streak made her an ideal surrogate, but now complicates necessary security measures. Still, her preferences matter less than her safety, and by extension, the safety of my heir. I draft a message to Thomas Brennan, my lawyer, to inform him I'm moving her. I've already selected an apartment in a building I own, in a much nicer neighborhood. I'll tell her myself, I add to the email. His response arrives promptly. Understood. Call me if you need legal reinforcement to remind her she agreed to this. The decision feels both premature and overdue. Part of me recognizes that moving her now reveals the depth of threat I perceive, and is an acknowledgement that Vanya poses real danger rather than mere inconvenience. Yet waiting longer risks catastrophe if my brother escalates from surveillance to action. The clinical nature of our arrangement should make this choice simple. Just another operational decision protecting valuable assets. But the protective impulse driving my actions feels disturbingly personal. I pour another vodka while contemplating the conversation that will follow relocation. Blair will demand explanations I can't fully provide without revealing the criminal underpinnings of my wealth. She'll view the move as imprisonment rather than protection, and interpret my concern as control rather than care. Yet every alternative leaves her exposed to dangers she can't anticipate or defend against.
The knock comes at exactly 11 a.m. 3 sharp raps that break the peaceful morning quiet of my apartment. I'm still in my pajamas, hair wrapped in a towel after my shower, when I peer through the peephole to see the last person I expect. Valentin Morozov stands in my hallway like he owns it, which, given his wealth, he probably could. His height makes him stoop slightly to stay in the peephole's view, and his tailored navy suit looks absurdly expensive against the dingy hallway paint that's peeling in several spots. The contrast between his polished appearance and my building's decay creates such cognitive dissonance that I almost convince myself I'm hallucinating from morning sickness. I open the door partially, keeping the chain on. Is something wrong? Is there a problem with the pregnancy? He looks down at the chain with something that might be amusement on someone whose expressions were easier to read. No problem. Open the door, Miss Elliot. The commanding tone reminds me that while I might carry his child, our relationship remains fundamentally transactional. I unhook the chain and step back, acutely aware of my faded college t-shirt and plaid pajama pants. You could have called first. I did, 3 times. He steps inside without waiting for an invitation, his presence immediately shrinking my already small studio apartment. He scans the space, narrowing his eyes at the water stains on the ceiling and the sagging second-hand daybed Charles couch. His eyes flicker over the kitchen counter cluttered with pregnancy books and prenatal vitamins. I glance at my phone on the counter and see the missed calls. The ringer must have been off while I showered. Sorry, It doesn't matter. He turns to face me, and I notice dark circles under his eyes that his otherwise immaculate appearance can't quite hide. You're moving today. Excuse me. I've secured a better apartment in a safer neighborhood with improved air quality and proximity to medical facilities. He pulls out his phone, scrolling through what looks like photos. The building is very secure. I stare at him, trying to process this sudden upheaval. The contract says I can maintain my current residence unless there are medical complications requiring. Section 7.3 allows relocation for any health-related concerns, including environmental factors that could impact the pregnancy. He recites the clause from memory, his accent making the legal terminology sound almost musical. Your building has documented mold issues. The neighborhood crime rate is unacceptable, and the nearest hospital is 17 minutes away in optimal traffic. Before I can form a coherent response, more knocking echoes through the apartment. Valentin opens the door to reveal a team of professional movers in matching uniforms, dollies, and boxes at the ready. You can't just. I start. But he's already directing the movers with rapid-fire instructions in a mixture of English and Russian. A second man enters behind the movers, shorter and stockier than Valentin, but carrying himself with the same air of power. His posture screams military from the straight spine to the way his gaze continuously scans for threats. "This is Anton," says Valentin without looking at me. "Your personal security." My what? Bodyguard. He finally turns his attention back to me. "He'll accompany you whenever you leave your new apartment." The morning sickness I've been managing fairly well suddenly surges with a vengeance. Whether from stress or the overwhelming turn of events, I barely make it to the bathroom before my breakfast makes a reappearance. I hear Valentin's voice through the door, speaking in low Russian to someone, probably Anton. When I emerge several minutes later, face washed and mouth rinsed, the movers have already started packing my few possessions. They work so quickly that I'm certain they've done this 1,000 times. "Stop," I tell them, my voice shakier than I'd like. "Most of this stays. The apartment came furnished." They look to Valentin for confirmation, which irritates me more than it should. This is my life they're dismantling, yet they defer to him automatically. "Leave the furniture," he confirms. "Just personal items." I watch helplessly as they strip my bedroom of clothes and books, clear the bathroom of toiletries and medications, and box up the few personal treasures I've accumulated. They handle my things with professional detachment, wrapping Carrie's framed photo in bubble wrap before sliding my pregnancy and meager collection of romance books into a box marked "Fragile Books" in neat handwriting. My life fits into depressingly few boxes. "Wait," I call out, as one mover reaches for my sister's jewelry box on the dresser. "I'll pack that myself." The mover steps back without question, turning to other items. I cradle the small wooden box, running my fingers over the brass corners Carrie polished religiously. Inside are her few pieces of costume jewelry, with nothing valuable except in memory. Without opening it, I know there's a pair of earrings she wore to prom. The necklace our mother gave her for her 16th birthday, and the charm bracelet I added to each Christmas until she died. These trinkets are all I have left of her. "Miss Elliot," Anton speaks for the first time, his voice carrying a slight accent I can't place. "We need to meet the leasing agent at the new building. I'll drive you." "I can take the bus." "No." Valentin's tone brooks no argument. "Anton drives you everywhere now." This is ridiculous. I don't need a bodyguard. I'm not some celebrity or politician's wife. You're carrying my heir. The simple makes further argument feel pointless. Your safety is non-negotiable. I want to argue more, to rage against this sudden loss of autonomy, but exhaustion and nausea win. The first trimester fatigue that pregnancy websites warned about has hit hard the past few days, making confrontation feel impossibly draining. Anton leads me to a black SUV with tinted windows parked outside. The leather interior smells new, and the engine idles with a deep rumble. I try making conversation as he navigates Miami traffic. So, how long have you worked for Mr. Morozov? 6 years. His gaze never leave the road. And before that? Military. Russian? Israeli. He takes a smooth right turn. Special forces. The revelation should probably disturb me more than it does. Instead, I find myself wondering what kind of businessman needs former special forces as bodyguards. The mounting evidence of Valentin's potentially criminal connections grows harder to ignore. 6 years. I murmur more to myself than to Anton. That's a long time to work security. Mr. Morozov values loyalty. He smoothly changes lanes. He takes care of those who prove themselves. There's something in the way he says it. Not quite warmth, but definitely respect. Whatever else Valentin might be, he clearly inspires devotion in his employees. The busy Miami streets blur past the tinted windows as we leave my familiar neighborhood behind. I watch the gradual transformation from working-class apartments to tree-lined streets, where even the air indeed seems cleaner. We pass boutique shops I could never afford to enter before, and restaurants where a single meal costs more than my weekly grocery budget used to be. This is the Miami tourists see, the one that exists in real estate brochures and lifestyle magazines. Does he have a lot of enemies? The question escapes before I can stop it. Anton's gaze meets mine briefly in the rearview mirror. Every successful man has rivals. Mr. Morozov has been successful longer than most. It's not really an answer, but the careful phrasing tells me enough. You don't need former special forces to protect against business competitors upset about real estate deals. We pull up to a modern building in Coral Gables that looks like it materialized from an architectural magazine. Glass and steel rise 20 stories, with manicured landscaping and a porte cochere where a uniformed doorman already stands waiting. 3rd floor, says Anton, handing me a keycard. The penthouse was available, but Mr. Morozov thought you'd prefer something less ostentatious. Less ostentatious. Right. Because a luxury apartment in Coral Gables is practically slumming it. The lobby hits me with Arctic air conditioning and the scent of fresh flowers arranged in a crystal vase larger than my entire kitchen in the old place. Abstract art decorates the walls, and the concierge desk looks like it belongs in a 5-star hotel. The elevator rises silently, opening onto a hallway with plush carpeting that muffles our footsteps. Anton unlocks the door to Unit 3F and gestures for me to enter first. Only then do I realize I'm still wearing my old t-shirt and pajama pants. I groan aloud. I step into what can only be described as a dream apartment. It's still technically a studio, but easily 3 times the size of my old place. Huge windows offer views of the Coral Gables waterway, and the kitchen features appliances I've only seen in cooking shows. The furniture looks like it costs more than I made in a year at both jobs combined, with a cream-coloured sectional sofa, a dining table for 6, and through an archway, a bed that could sleep a small family. This is too much, I whisper, overwhelmed by the luxury. The building has excellent security, he says, missing the point entirely. Controlled access, surveillance systems, and the doorman is former Miami PD. He shows me the security features. There's a video intercom system, heavy locks, and even a panic button discreetly placed near the bed. The bathroom makes me gasp audibly, with its soaking tub, separate glass shower, and marble countertops. "I'll be in the hallway if you need anything," he says, already taking up his post. Alone finally, I explore the apartment more thoroughly. Every detail screams expensive. The refrigerator is already stocked with fresh produce, organic prenatal-friendly foods, and bottles of the specific brand of prenatal vitamins Dr. Petrov recommended. The thoughtfulness of it should touch me. Instead, it feels like another form of control, like Valentin anticipating and managing my needs before I can voice them. I'm a package to be maintained, and a vessel to be optimized for the precious cargo I carry. The fact that I signed up to be just that doesn't make it sting any less. The movers arrive with my things, which look pathetically out of place in this pristine environment. My worn paperbacks clash with the built-in bookcases, and my thrift store clothes disappear into a walk-in closet larger than my previous bathroom. As afternoon fades to evening, I sit on the obscenely comfortable sofa with my ancient laptop, determined to learn more about the man who's just upended my life. I start with basic searches: Valentin Morozov Miami, Morozov Real Estate, and Valentin Morozov Biography. The results remain frustratingly sparse, yielding a few society page photos from charity events that always show him alone or with business associates. I study each image carefully, noting how he positions himself in group photos, slightly apart, rarely smiling, and always aware of the camera. Even in these supposedly candid society moments, he maintains control over his image. One photo from a hospital fundraiser 3 years ago catches my attention. Valentin stands with the mayor and several other suited men, but while they smile broadly for the cameras, his expression remains neutral, almost cold. The caption identifies him only as prominent real estate developer Valentin Morozov, but something about the way that other men defer to him in their body language suggests he's more than just another property investor. I dig deeper, trying variations of his name while searching for any Morozov family connections in Miami. I find an obituary from 13 years ago for Dmitry Morozov, described vaguely as a prominent businessman, survived by twin sons. No cause of death listed, and no details about the family business. Twin sons. If this Dmitry was his father, Valentin has a brother, yet I found no mention of him anywhere else. The deeper I search, the more suspicious the absence of information becomes. Legitimate billionaires court publicity, building personal brands alongside their business empires. They give interviews, maintain social media presence, and carefully craft public personas. Valentin's digital invisibility feels deliberate, like someone actively scrubbing traces of his existence from the internet. I switch tactics, searching for Miami Russian community, Russian business Miami, and finally, hesitantly, Russian Mafia Miami. The results chill me, immediately providing articles about federal investigations into money laundering, weapons trafficking, and protection rackets. Is this why Valentin needs former special forces as bodyguards? Why he can orchestrate sudden relocations with military precision? Why he guards his privacy so carefully? I think about earlier, how the movers deferred to him instantly, how Anton spoke of him with the careful respect reserved for dangerous men. The security measures that seemed excessive for a businessman make perfect sense for a crime boss. The way Valentin commanded the room, how he issued orders with absolute certainty they'd be followed. These aren't the traits of someone who simply buys and sells property. My hand moves unconsciously to my stomach, still flat, but hosting life that connects me irreversibly to this man. What have I gotten myself into? The contract seems so straightforward. Carry a baby, collect money, and move on with life. But nothing about this feels simple anymore. I've tied myself to someone who might be a criminal, agreed to bear his child, and taken his money. The financial freedom I celebrated feels like a trap closing around me. My phone buzzes. It's a text from my only remaining college friend, Elodie. Haven't heard from you in weeks. Want to grab coffee this weekend? I stare at the message, unsure how to respond. How do I explain that I can't meet for coffee without a bodyguard? That I've moved to a luxury apartment I didn't choose? That I'm pregnant with a possible mobster's baby? The normal life I used to have feels like a foreign country I can no longer visit. Sorry, been sick. Rain check? I finally type back, hating the lie, but seeing no alternative. A knock interrupts my spiraling thoughts. I check the peephole to find Anton holding takeout bags. Mr. Morozov ordered dinner, he says when I open the door. Mediterranean, healthy for pregnancy. I accept the bags, noting they're from an expensive restaurant I could never afford. Anton, I say before he can retreat to his hallway post. Tell me about Mr. Morozov. His expression doesn't change. What would you like to know? Is he really in real estate? Among other things? What other things? Anton studies me with dark eyes that have probably seen more violence than I can imagine. Mr. Morozov is a businessman with diverse interests. He takes care of those under his protection. The carefully worded response tells me everything and nothing. Am I under his protection? You carry his child. That makes you the most protected person in Miami. He retreats to the hallway before I can ask what I need protection from, but I think I already know. If Valentin is what I suspect, his enemies become my enemies by default. The child growing inside me isn't just an heir to legitimate fortune, but the next generation of a criminal dynasty. I unpack the dinner of grilled fish, quinoa salad, roasted vegetables, and sparkling water with lemon. Every item was chosen to be as healthy as possible for the baby. I chafe at the control even as I appreciate him thinking about the baby. I want him to be a good father. As good as some Bratva guy can be anyway. The food is excellent, though. The fish is perfectly seasoned, and the vegetables crisp and fresh. But each bite tastes like giving in. I used to dream about eating at restaurants this fancy. Now, I realize that even luxury loses its appeal when it comes with tight chains. As I eat alone in my luxurious new prison, I wonder if this is my life for the next 8 months. Guarded, monitored, or relocated at whim, with every aspect managed by a man who might just be the worst kind of monster. I'm too far in already. Later, I try the bed. It has a king-size mattress that feels like sleeping on a cloud. The sheets must have an insane thread count that make the ones at the hotel seem like polyester, and they are as soft as silk against my skin. I should be grateful for the upgrade, for the security, and for the careful attention to my comfort. Instead, I lie awake, staring at yet another ceiling, this one without water stains but somehow more oppressive. Through the window, Coral Gables glows with respectable wealth, a far cry from my working-class neighborhood. But respectability can hide sins just as easily as poverty. I get a text from VM. Is the apartment satisfactory? I consider ignoring it, but his earlier comment about unanswered calls suggests that's not wise. It's beautiful. Thank you. Anton will remain outside tonight. Additional security patrols the building. Is that necessary? I type, then delete. Instead, okay. Sleep well. Follow the dietary guidelines in the kitchen folder. Of course there's a folder. Of course, every aspect is planned and documented. I wonder if there's a spreadsheet somewhere tracking my nutritional intake, sleep patterns, and mood fluctuations. Through gritted teeth, I type, will do. Good night. I set aside the phone and close my eyes, trying to quiet my racing thoughts. I sink into the cloud-like mattress, resting one hand protectively over my abdomen. Whatever Valentin Morozov is, businessman or criminal, protector or controller, I'm carrying his child. That die is cast, with the signed contract to prove it. Now, I just have to survive the consequences.
The surveillance monitors bathe my private study in blue light as I pour vodka into a crystal tumbler. Ice cubes crack as they meet the alcohol, the sound sharp in the pre-dawn silence. It's 2 a.m., and I've been sitting here for 3 hours, watching Blair Elliott sleep in her new apartment through high-definition cameras she doesn't know exist. 6 screens arc across my custom desk, each displaying different feeds from the Coral Gables building. The main monitor shows her bedroom, where she lies curled on her side, one hand resting on her abdomen. She's developed this protective gesture over the past few days of my observation, since she moved into the apartment. Every night she unconsciously cradles the life growing inside her, even while sleeping. Kuzma's voice crackles through my earpiece. Perimeter check is complete. All's quiet on the north and east sectors. I tap the communication button. What about the south? Stand by. He pauses. We've got a vehicle. Dark sedan, moving slowly past the main entrance. I tap the keyboard, switching the leftmost monitor to the building's exterior cameras. The sedan crawls along the street, its occupants hidden behind tinted windows. License plate analysis takes 2 seconds to reveal it's a rental, paid in cash, registered to a name that doesn't exist in any legitimate database. That's the second pass tonight, Kuzma says. Track them. I want to know if they circle back. On the bedroom monitor, Blair stirs. The movement is small, just a shift of her legs beneath the covers. But I've learned to read her sleep patterns over these few days of observation. She'll wake soon for her first bathroom trip of the night, with pregnancy hormones affecting her bladder already. The refrigerator camera activates as expected when she pads into the kitchen 15 minutes later. She wears an oversized t-shirt that falls to mid-thigh, and her hair is messy from sleep. The night vision clearly shows her path to the cabinet where she keeps saltines to combat morning sickness that has started hitting her at all hours. I unmute the kitchen audio feed to hear her soft murmur, "Okay, Bean, let's try to keep these down tonight." The endearment stops me cold. She's talking to the embryo, or embryos, as if they can hear her. This emotional attachment wasn't part of our arrangement. I selected her specifically for her pragmatic approach and her ability to view this as a business transaction. Yet here she stands in her kitchen at 2:17 a.m., whispering to a cluster of cells no bigger than a grain of rice. The vehicle is approaching again, Kuzma interrupts. This is the third pass, and they're photographing the building. I switch cameras to get a better angle and spot the telephoto lens protruding from the passenger window. They're documenting guard positions, measuring response times, and cataloging security weaknesses. The methodical approach screams professional reconnaissance. Intercept them on the next pass, quietly. I want them for questioning. Copy that. Teams moving into position. Blair has returned to her bedroom, settling back into bed with extra pillows propped behind her. She's started sleeping partially upright, perhaps in a position that helps with the nausea. I've watched her experiment with different arrangements over the past nights, trying to find comfort as her body adjusts to its new state. The pregnancy book on her nightstand catches my attention. She's bookmarked multiple pages, with colored tabs protruding from the edges. Through the high-resolution camera, I can read the spine. Your guide to a healthy, holistic pregnancy. It's such a touch of mundanity in a situation that's anything but normal. On the exterior monitor, my security team takes position. Two men emerge from shadows as the sedan begins its fourth approach. They move with military precision, one stepping into the street to block the vehicle while the other approaches the driver's door. The extraction happens in seconds. Both occupants are pulled out and zip-tied before they can react. Targets acquired, Kuzma says, en route to Warehouse 7. I want preliminary intel within an hour. I watch my men load the captives into a van and disappear into the night. The abandoned sedan will be towed within minutes and erased as if it never existed. Just another set of Vanya's pawns removed from the board. If they give no actionable intel, they'll die slowly. If they do, they'll die more quickly. Returning my attention to Blair, I notice she's not sleeping. She lies still with closed eyes, but her breathing is too shallow for true rest. One hand rests on her stomach while the other clutches the sheet. Is she in pain? Nauseated again? Or simply unable to sleep in the unfamiliar surroundings? The urge to text her, to ask if she needs anything, pulls at me with surprising strength. That would reveal my surveillance and shatter whatever illusion of privacy she maintains. Instead, I watch her fight for sleep and curse my own impotence. My secure phone vibrates with updates from the warehouse interrogation. The captured men carry identification linking them to known Vanya associates, which is confirmation that my brother is actively gathering intelligence on my operations. The pregnancy has accelerated his timeline, pushing him from cautious observation to aggressive reconnaissance. A soft sound from the speakers draws my attention back to Blair. She's given up on sleep and moved to the living room. The lamp beside the sofa clicks on. She curls up with her pregnancy journal, a leather-bound book she purchased 2 days ago. The camera angle prevents me from reading her entries, but I watch her write with focused concentration. Her pen moves across the page in steady strokes, occasionally pausing as she considers her words. What thoughts fill those pages? Medical observations? Emotional processing? Letters to a child she'll have to surrender. It's touching and somewhat disconcerting to imagine she's creating a record for my child, so they'll know something of her existence. Sir, we have actionable intelligence. Dimitri's voice cuts through my earpiece. The men were scouting for a larger operation. Timeline unknown, but they mentioned the medical district specifically. The medical district, where Dr. Petrov's clinic operates, and where Blair will have her appointments. That's where she'll be most vulnerable. Double security and increased surveillance on the clinic. Already in motion? Do you want to alter Ms. Elliott's movement patterns? I consider this while watching her write. Changing her routines would raise questions and possibly alarm her. So far, she's been content to explore close to the new apartment. And Anton is a visible presence while others watch her from a distance. It's better to increase invisible protection than disrupt her fragile sense of routine and risk stressing her or the baby. No changes to her schedule. Just ensure the coverage is seamless. Blair closes her journal and stands, stretching with feline grace. The movement lifts her shirt, revealing a strip of pale skin that inexplicably holds my attention. She's lost weight despite the pregnancy, with stress and morning sickness taking their toll. I make a mental note to have the apartment's food delivery adjusted to include more appealing options. She heads to the kitchen again, this time brewing herbal tea. While waiting for the water to boil, she stands at the window, gazing out at the Coral Gables streets below. What does she see out there? A beautiful neighborhood that represents her upgraded circumstances? Or a golden cage that's replaced her previous cramped apartment? Her expression remains unreadable, even through my high-definition cameras. The kettle clicks off. She pours hot water over a tea bag. Ginger, from what I can see on the package. Good for nausea. Has she researched this herself? Or did the building's concierge stock these options? I should know these details. Warehouse team has extracted additional intel, Kuzma says. Vanya's people have been photographing multiple properties over the past week. They're mapping your entire network. Expected, I say, though the confirmation of my brother's systematic approach concerns me. He was always patient. Want to accelerate countermeasures? Not yet. Let him think we haven't noticed. Sometimes the best trap is an open door. On screen, Blair has returned to the sofa with her tea. She opens a different book now, a novel rather than the pregnancy guide or journal. The simplicity of the scene strikes me. She's a woman reading in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, and finding comfort in fiction. If not for my cameras and the security reports flooding my phone, this could be any ordinary moment. But nothing about this is ordinary. She carries my air while my estranged brother plots from the shadows. She lives under constant surveillance while believing herself free. She develops emotional connections to a child she's contractually obligated to surrender, while I watch through electronic eyes, telling myself this obsession stems from security concerns alone. I pour another vodka. The alcohol doesn't blur the sharp edges of this situation. If anything, it clarifies them. I'm compromised. Not by external threats or Vanya's machinations, but by my own growing fascination with the woman on my screens. Sir, Victor's voice interrupts. The south perimeter is clear. No additional vehicles detected. Maintain vigilance. They'll probe other access points. Copy that. Blair has dozed off on the sofa, books sliding from her fingers. I watch it fall, pages fluttering before landing spine up on the floor. She doesn't wake, exhaustion finally claiming her. The tea cools on the side table, forgotten. I should shut down the monitors and get some sleep myself. Tomorrow, today, technically, brings the usual empire management, but my gaze remains fixed on her sleeping form, noting how the lamplight catches auburn hints in her dark hair. 3 days of self-imposed distance have accomplished nothing. If anything, the separation has intensified this preoccupation. Watching her through cameras feels simultaneously too intimate and not intimate enough. I know her sleep patterns, her morning routines, and her unconscious gestures, yet I haven't heard her voice in person since the relocation. The secure phone lights up again with financial reports from my Singapore operations. I force myself to review them, to engage with the normal business of running a criminal empire. But concentration proves impossible, with Blair sleeping peacefully on the monitor beside the spreadsheets. The Singapore numbers blur together, so I close the financial files and pull up our security protocols instead. If Vanya is mapping my operations, I need to understand which properties are most vulnerable. The clinic tops the list, too public with too many access points and too difficult to control completely. Our warehouses rank second, especially those handling sensitive inventory. But it's the Coral Gables residential building that concern me most. Blair's apartment, despite our security upgrades, remains exposed. Victor, I key the communicator. Run infiltration scenarios on the Coral Gables building. I want to know every possible breach point. Running diagnostics now. There's a pause. Initial assessment shows vulnerability through the parking garage ventilation system and the adjacent building's roof access. Of course, the features that make it a luxury residence, underground parking, and proximity to other high-rises also create security nightmares. I make notes for additional countermeasures, including motion sensors in the vents, a team stationed on the neighboring roof, and infrared cameras covering blind spots. On screen, Blair shifts in her sleep, rolling onto her back. The movement is restless, suggesting discomfort rather than peaceful dreams. Does the pregnancy affect her sleep already? The medical reports indicate hormone fluctuations can cause insomnia, vivid dreams, and general restlessness, even in early stages. I switch cameras to review the past 24 hours, fast-forwarding through her day in compressed time. Morning routine, shower, dress, and a breakfast of toast she barely touches. Midday, reading on the sofa, a walk through the building's garden with Anton trailing discreetly, and a reasonably hearty lunch of salmon salad. Evening, attempting dinner, managing only soup before nausea strikes. The pattern reveals declining appetite and increasing fatigue, and indicates midday is her least nauseated time. Blair has settled again, finding temporary comfort curled on her left side. The pregnancy book beside her bed remains bookmarked at chapter 6, indicating the development of an embryo at 4 weeks. She's undertaking such precise tracking of a development that will end with legal separation. Does she realize the contradiction? My phone displays a reminder for tomorrow's territorial meeting with the Colombians. It's another negotiation in our endless dance of violence and mutual profit, one that I would usually enjoy to some extent. This time, however, it feels tedious compared to watching Blair breathe. When did I become this man? When did an empire built on fear and strategic violence become secondary to monitoring a pregnant woman's sleep patterns? The answer surfaces unwillingly. The moment she signed our contract, something fundamental shifted. What began as a business arrangement has evolved into what? Obsession? Protection? Something more precarious that I refuse to name? Sir, Dawn Patrol is checking in. Kuzma's voice brings temporary reprieve from introspection. All sectors remain secure. No further unusual activity. Good. Maintain standard protocols until the morning shift change. Copy that. You should get some sleep, sir. You've been monitoring all night. If he finds it odd that I spend hours watching surveillance feeds personally, he's too professional to comment. In our world, eccentricities are tolerated as long as they don't compromise operations. However, this is more than eccentricity. This is vulnerability manifesting as hypervigilance and attachment disguised as security concern. I'm too tired to pretend it's anything else at the moment. On screen, Blair stirs again. It's 5:17 a.m., according to the timestamp. She'll wake soon for her morning routine, beginning another day under constant surveillance she doesn't suspect. Part of me wants to shut down the monitors before she rises, to grant her the privacy of morning rituals, but I remain fixed in place, unable to look away. The bathroom light flicks on at 5:23. Through the doorway camera, I see her splash water on her face, studying her reflection with the critical assessment women reserve for mirrors. Does she see changes yet? The slight pallor from morning sickness? The exhaustion from interrupted sleep? Or does she search for signs of the life growing within? Some visible proof of the transformation happening at cellular level. She brushes her teeth slowly, the simple act somehow fascinating when observed through hidden cameras. Every movement is cataloged in my memory. The way she tucks hair behind her ear, the careful rinse and spit, and the moment of nausea that makes her grip the sink edge until it passes. Perimeter alert, Victor interrupts. Delivery truck is approaching the building, not on our scheduled list. I switch to exterior cameras, zooming on the vehicle. Standard commercial markings, but the timing is suspicious. Regular deliveries don't arrive before 6 a.m. Intercept and inspect, I order. Full vehicle search. My security team swarms the truck before it reaches the building entrance. The driver looks genuinely confused as they check his manifest, inspect the cargo, and run his identification. After 10 minutes, they wave him through. It's a legitimate delivery, but the wrong address. Paranoia makes me see threats and shadows. But in my world, paranoia keeps you alive. Blair has moved to the kitchen, starting her morning routine, unaware of the security drama outside. She opens the refrigerator, surveying options with the careful consideration of someone battling nausea. Crackers win, followed by ginger tea, the same combination she's chosen 4 mornings running now. I watch her eat slowly, each bite a negotiation with her rebellious stomach. The morning sickness seems worse today, her face paling as she fights to keep down the crackers. Should I arrange for anti-nausea medication? The urge to intervene, to fix her discomfort, pulls at me with surprising strength. Sir, it's Kuzma again. The Colombian delegation has confirmed for 2 p.m. The conference room prepared per your specifications. Good. Have Dr. Petrov call Ms. Elliott today. Routine check-in, nothing alarming, but I want his assessment of her condition. I'll arrange it immediately. The sun rises over Miami as I finally close the surveillance feeds. I've spent 6 hours watching her sleep, eat, and navigate morning sickness that I should have spent planning strategic responses to Vanya's probes or even sleeping. Instead, I've memorized the way she sleeps, the pattern of her breathing, and the unconscious gestures that reveal more than words ever could. I stand, stretching muscles cramped from hours in the chair. My reflection in the window shows a man running on vodka and obsession, far from the composed crime lord my reputation suggests. When did control become illusion? When did watching her become more important than running an empire? The answers terrify me more than Vanya's threats or Colombian negotiations, because acknowledging this shift means admitting vulnerability I can't afford. In my world, caring is weakness, and weakness is death. Yet, as I finally power down the monitors and head to my bedroom, one truth remains inescapable. Boundaries haven't just crumbled, they've been obliterated. What remains is something raw and possessive that defies the careful logic I've used to build my empire. 4 days of observational distance have proven what I suspected but refused to admit. Blair Elliott is no longer just a surrogate carrying my air. She's become something far more dangerous, a fixation I can't get away from, a vulnerability I can't eliminate, and a complication that threatens everything I've built.
The sharp knock at my door interrupts my afternoon reading session. I freeze while holding the pregnancy book I've been studying. This knock doesn't follow Anton's pattern of 2 soft taps, pause, and then a third. This one is forceful, demanding, and entirely unexpected. I set aside the book and approach the door cautiously. Through the peephole, my breath catches. Valentin Morozov stands in my hallway, his broad shoulders filling the frame. Despite the Miami afternoon heat, he looks perfectly composed in his charcoal suit, though something in his expression suggests this isn't a routine visit. When I open the door, questions spill out immediately. Where's Anton? Is everything all right? Did something happen? Valentin steps inside without waiting for an invitation, his presence immediately transforming my space. The apartment that felt luxuriously large this morning now seems to shrink around him. He brings that distinctive scent with him. Expensive cologne mixed with something uniquely his. Power, maybe, or danger. I gave him an hour's break. His voice carries an edge I can't quite identify. He deserved it after his diligence. The explanation feels incomplete, crafted to avoid the real reason for his visit. Something in his intense stare suggests this has nothing to do with Anton's work schedule. He moves into my living room as if he belongs here, as if the apartment isn't just leased by him, but is his domain. Would you like something to drink? The offer emerges from years of growing up with my mum and service industry training. Hospitality should always be offered, even when my mind races with unanswered questions. Tea? Water? I have some lemonade in the fridge. He accepts with a slight nod, following me into the kitchen. Tea would be good. The space that felt so grand compared to my old studio now seems impossibly small with him in it. I'm hyper-aware of his presence as I fill the kettle. I can't stop stealing discreet glances at the way he leans against the counter, how his gaze tracks my movements, and the subtle tension radiating from his seemingly relaxed posture. My hands shake slightly as I retrieve mugs from the cabinet. I select green tea for myself, caffeine-free as the pregnancy books recommend, and reach for the black tea I'd bought on instinct, though I have no idea if he even drinks it. The apartment suits you, he says, watching me navigate what's essentially his kitchen. It's beautiful, more than I ever imagined I'd live in. I focus on the familiar ritual of tea preparation, needing the routine to steady my nerves. Though I have to admit, it feels a bit restrictive. He supplies the word with a knowing look. I was going to say excessive, but yes, restrictive works too. I meet his gaze directly, finding courage in honesty. The surveillance, the constant guard, and the structured schedule is a lot. I understand you're concerned about safety, but sometimes I feel more like a prisoner than a tenant. I'm sorry you feel that way. His interruption is soft but firm, carrying the weight of someone unused to apologizing. Your safety comes first. I know. The baby needs to be safe. You and the baby. The emphasis on you reveals more than he probably intended. For a moment, his mask slips, showing something raw underneath. The kettle's whistle saves us both from exploring that revelation. I pour hot water over the tea bags, watching the color bloom and spread through the clear water. It reminds me who I am. Blair Elliott, former hotel maid, current surrogate, and temporary resident in a world I'm still learning to navigate. How are you feeling? His question shifts us to safer territory. Dr. Petrov mentioned you've been experiencing morning sickness. It's manageable. Ginger tea helps. And these. I gesture to the box of saltines I keep on the counter. Whoever named it morning sickness clearly never experienced it. Mine hits at all hours. I hand him his mug, our fingers brushing in the exchange. The brief contact sends unexpected warmth through me. The fatigue is worse than the nausea, honestly. I've never been so tired in my life, and I've worked double shifts since I was 17. We moved to the living room, settling on opposite ends of the cream-colored sofa. In the afternoon light, he looks younger, less like a dangerous man who potentially rules Miami's underworld, and more like someone who might have chosen a different life if circumstances allowed. Have you been following the nutrition plan? He cradles the mug between his large hands, watching me over the rim. Religiously, every supplement and every meal requirement. I curl my legs under me, getting comfortable. Some of those supplements make me more nauseated than the pregnancy itself. The iron, especially. Doctor, Petrov can adjust them if needed. Your comfort matters. The genuine concern in his voice catches me unprepared. This isn't the cold, business-like tone from our contract signing. Something has shifted between us since then. But I'm mystified as to what, even though I feel it too. His attention drifts to my bookshelf, focusing on the silver frame photo prominently displayed. Your sister? The question surprises me. How did you know? You have similar features. The eyes especially. He sets down his mug on the coffee table, leaning forward with interest. You mentioned in your questionnaire that her medical bills were part of your financial situation. I nod. Not directly, exactly. My parents bore the brunt, but they were already struggling. And the bills cost everything they had. They both died deeply in debt, which, thankfully, didn't pass to me. It did set me up to start struggling from the moment I was completely on my own. Though, with a sigh, I stand and retrieve the photo, running my thumb over the glass. Her name was Carrie, and this was taken about a year before her accident. She was 18 and had just graduated high school. She had a full scholarship to Duke for biochemistry. She wanted to be a researcher after volunteering one summer in a pediatric cancer ward. I blink back tears. She was smart enough to cure cancer if she'd had the chance. I hand him the frame and settle beside him, closer than before. He studies the image with unexpected intensity. She was beautiful, he says simply. You look alike, but there's something different in her expression. Carrie was the dreamer, always believing things would work out, always seeing the best in people and convinced she could help everyone. I smile at the memory. I was the practical one, which is a good thing, since I was alone after she and our parents died. How old were you when that happened? 16. It was a car accident. A drunk driver hit Carrie and her friends coming home from a pre-graduation party one of her friends hosted. They were all killed. It just took Carrie's body a little longer to realize her brain was dead. The familiar ache settles in my chest. Mum passed the next year from DKA, thus diabetic ketoacidosis, because she couldn't afford to properly manage her illness, and I think she just stopped caring after Carrie's death. Then your father 2 years later. He states it as fact. I nod. Myocardial infarction, but it was really a broken heart, I think, combined with stress from being weighed down by all the bills. I tried to help, but he was stubborn. I smile as I blink back tears, remembering the loud, boisterous man my father was before Carrie's accident. He was almost a shadow of himself by the end. I'm sorry. The simple words carry genuine empathy. Losing family is never easy. Something in his tone speaks of personal experience. I think of the twin sons mentioned in Dimitri's obituary. Before I can think better of it, I say, "Tell me about your brother." He glares for a moment. "How do you know about him?" I could lie, but why bother? I searched you on the internet and saw an obit for a man who was probably your father. He looked a lot like you, but older, and the write-up mentioned twin sons. Shrugging, I add, I took a guess. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly. For a moment, I think he won't answer, but then he speaks. We were close once, as twins often are. We did everything together as children: school, sports, and getting into trouble. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. We were inseparable until our father decided to groom me for leadership. Because you were older. By 8 minutes. The smile turns bitter. 8 minutes that determined our entire futures. In our world, succession follows strict rules. The eldest inherits, the younger supports. My father made it clear he was the lesser son, and Vanya never accepted that. Not that I blamed him. I wait, letting him share at his own pace the way he did for me. Competition turned to resentment, and resentment to hatred. Our father encouraged it, saying rivalry would make us both stronger. He picks up his mug again, though I doubt the tea is still warm. Then Vanya met Katya. I sip my tea, which is lukewarm, not pushing him. She was everything our world wasn't. Innocent, kind, and unconnected to the business. Vanya loved her desperately. Our father saw her as a distraction, a weakness. His knuckles whiten around the mug. He ordered her death. He said it was necessary to keep Vanya focused. Oh God! The words escape before I can stop them. Your father killed your brother's girlfriend? Had her killed. In our world, there's little difference. His voice is flat now, emotionless. Vanya found out I knew about the order and didn't warn him. He never forgave me for that. 3 days later, our father was dead, and Vanya disappeared the night of his funeral. After, he trails off and touches his shoulder for a second but doesn't elaborate. That confession settles between us. I think of Kerry, how her death shaped my choices, and can't imagine adding betrayal to that grief. Do you regret it? Not warning him? He's quiet for so long I think he's ignoring me. But he finally says, every day. But I was young, trained to obey, and convinced my father knew best. By the time I understood the cost of that loyalty, it was too late. Is that why the security? I gesture vaguely at the apartment, the invisible surveillance, and the constant protection. You think he might come after you? I know he will. It's not a matter of if, but when. He sets down the mug and turns to face me more fully. That's why the precautions aren't excessive, Blair. They're necessary. The use of my name, soft and serious, sends a flutter through my stomach that has nothing to do with morning sickness. We're sitting closer now, our knees touching. The space between us charged with something I don't want to name. Will you be coming to the ultrasound appointment? I ask, needing to break the intensity building between us. It's in 2 weeks. Dr. Petrov says we might be able to hear the heartbeat. I wouldn't miss it. The immediate response surprises us both. He clears his throat, adding more formally, it's important to monitor the pregnancy's progression. Of course, for monitoring purposes. I can't keep the teasing note from my voice, trying to lighten the heavy emotional atmosphere. His lips quirk in what might be a smile. Then his expression shifts, becoming intent in a way that makes my pulse quicken. He reaches toward my face, and I forget how to breathe as his fingertips brush my cheek, tucking a stray strand of hair behind my ear. Blair. The way he says my name, low and rough, makes me tremble with longing. He cups my cheek properly now, thumb tracing my cheekbone with surprising gentleness. The calloused pad of his thumb speaks of violence, yet his touch is impossibly soft. I should pull away, since this crosses every professional boundary our contract established. He's my employer, the father of the child I'm carrying, but will have to surrender. Getting emotionally involved will only complicate an already complex situation. Despite all that, I can't move. I'm frozen by the intensity in his gaze and the unexpected tenderness from a man I suspect has killed with these same hands. He hasn't admitted everything to me, but he said enough for me to tentatively confirm my hypothesis that he's a Bratva boss. Emotion overwhelms intellect as I get lost in his eyes that are so blue this close, with flecks of darker color near the pupils I'd never noticed before. He leans closer, his breath warm against my lips. His other hand comes up to frame my face, holding me like something precious. My eyelids flutter closed as he closes the distance between us. Then he jerks back suddenly, releasing me as if burned. Cool air rushes between us where warmth had been. His expression shutters closed, vulnerability replaced by his usual iron mask. I shouldn't have come. He stands abruptly, running both hands through his hair in a gesture that speaks of frustration. This was a mistake. Valentin, wait. But he's already striding toward the door, gathering his composure with visible effort. He pauses at the threshold, one hand on the doorknob, his back to me. The security isn't just for the baby, he says quietly. It's for you. It's always been for you. Then he's gone, the door closing firmly behind him. The apartment feels cavernous without his presence, as if he took all the energy with him. I sit frozen on the sofa, fingers pressed to my cheek, where his touch still burns. The tea sits cold and forgotten on the coffee table, abandoned like the legal boundaries that were supposed to keep us safely apart. My heart pounds erratically, but I can't blame pregnancy hormones this time. Something fundamental shifted in those few moments that can't be undone. I pick up my pregnancy book, trying to return to clinical facts about fetal development, but the words blur together meaninglessly. All I can think about is the way he said my name, the gentleness in his touch, and the barely leashed desire in his eyes before he pulled away. Whatever is happening between us, it's moving beyond the safe confines of our contract. The rational part of my mind knows this is dangerous, emotionally, practically, and physically given his world. But another part, growing stronger with each interaction, doesn't care about the risks. I stand and walk to the window, looking out at the Miami afternoon. Somewhere out there, Valentin is probably berating himself for this visit, for the almost kiss, and for letting down his guard. I wonder if he's thinking about our conversation, the parallels between our losses, and the way grief shaped us both into who we are now. My hand drifts to my still flat abdomen. What have we gotten ourselves into, Bean? I whisper to the life growing inside me, or lives, since there were two viable eggs. The baby, of course, doesn't answer, but I can't shake the feeling that everything is about to change. The boundaries we've maintained, the careful distance, and the professional arrangement is all crumbling. Despite the danger, despite the complications, and despite every rational argument against it, I hope it continues to fall apart. Because in those few moments on the sofa, with his hands cupping my face and his eyes full of something I didn't expect to see, I felt more alive than I have in years. Not just existing, not just surviving, but truly living. The question isn't if our boundaries will fall completely, but when, and what will be left standing in their wake. It's a terrible idea, but I want to find out.
If you are enjoying this audiobook, please take a moment to subscribe and like the video. This allows us to continue bringing these books to you. Thank you so much.
The leather seat burns against my back as I sit rigidly in the SUV, jaw clenched so tightly my teeth ache. Nikolai navigates the Miami traffic with his usual precision, but I barely register the familiar streets sliding past the tinted windows. All I can think about is that moment in Blair's apartment a little while ago when her wide brown eyes fluttered closed as I leaned in, the softness of her skin beneath my palm, and the way she trembled when I said my name. I'm losing control. Accepting that is harder than any problem I've faced in territorial disputes or power struggles. I don't lose control. Not in negotiations that determine the fate of millions in contraband, not in confrontations where blood spatters marble floors, and certainly not with the woman hired to carry my heir. Sir? Nikolai's voice cuts through my self-recrimination. Should I take you to the estate or the downtown office? Estate. The word comes out harshly, but I don't apologize. I need distance from the Coral Gables apartment building and the lingering scent of green tea and herbal shampoo that seems to have followed me into the car. Through the rearview mirror, I catch Nikolai's carefully neutral expression. 13 years in my service has taught him when to remain silent, when to offer counsel, and when to simply drive. This is clearly a silent moment, though I can see the questions in his eyes. Why did I dismiss Anton for an hour? Why did I visit the surrogate alone? Why do I look like I've barely escaped enemy territory rather than a simple social call? The answers terrify me, more than any threat Vanya could pose, because the truth is, I went there without any legitimate business reason. I went because watching her through screens had become torture rather than security monitoring, and I needed to hear her voice while seeing her reactions without the barrier of technology between us. And I almost kissed her. The memory of her lips, slightly parted in waiting, along with the feel of her skin, the way she unconsciously leaned into my touch, and the moment her eyelids closed in anticipation is going to haunt me. I clench my fists in my lap, trying to physically dispel the images. Rough afternoon, Nikolai ventures carefully as we turn onto the private road leading to my estate. Nothing I can't handle? I don't sound at all convincing, even to myself. He nods, accepting the deflection. The Colombian meeting has been confirmed for tomorrow at 3. All security protocols are in place. Right. The Colombians. Territorial negotiations over the port access that affects our entire eastern seaboard operations. I should be preparing for that, reviewing their latest proposal, and planning counter-strategies. Instead, I'm obsessing over a woman who was supposed to be nothing more than a biological necessity. The estate gates open smoothly as we approach. The familiar sight of my fortress-like home usually brings a sense of security and control. Today, it feels more like a prison of my own making, because even here, surrounded by walls and weapons and men who would die at my command, I can't escape the truth. I'm compromised. As soon as I enter my study, I pour some vodka and down it in one burning swallow. The alcohol does nothing to blur the edges of this disaster. If anything, it sharpens them, because now I have to acknowledge what I've been desperately avoiding since I first saw Blair Elliott's photograph in the surrogate files. She affects me, not just as the carrier of my heir, not just as an unexpected complication in my carefully ordered world. She affects me as a woman. The way she challenged me about the security measures, the pain in her voice when she talked about Carrie, the understanding in her eyes when I confessed my failings with Vanya. Today's interaction only makes me want her more. I've shared more with her in today's conversation than I have with anyone outside my most trusted circle, and that's precisely the problem. The secure phone buzzes with updates from the warehouse district. One of our legitimate shipments has been delayed at customs. It's a minor irritation that usually wouldn't register against larger concerns, but right now, I seize on it like a drowning man grasping for driftwood. Anything to distract from the chaos in my head. 20 minutes of barked orders and strategic adjustments later, the crisis is resolved. But the moment I set down the phone, Blair's face floods back into my consciousness. I immediately recall the way she tucked her legs under her on the sofa, getting comfortable in my presence, and the teasing note in her voice when she mentioned the ultrasound appointment 2 weeks from now. In 2 weeks, I'll sit beside her in Dr. Petrov's office and listen to our child's heartbeat. The thought causes an unexpected constriction in my chest, immediately followed by cold dread, because I know myself well enough to recognize the danger. Each interaction draws me deeper into something I can't afford. In my world, caring is weakness, and weakness gets you killed. Yet here I am, replaying every moment of our conversation like a lovesick fool. She knows what I am, or at least suspects strongly enough to research my family. And instead of fear, she showed what? Acceptance? Understanding? Something softer that I don't want to name? I moved to the window overlooking the grounds. 3 security teams patrol the perimeter in overlapping patterns. It's a defensive strategy I implemented years ago when Vanya first disappeared. All this protection, all this careful planning, and I nearly undid it all with one moment of weakness in a Coral Gables apartment. Because that's what it was. Weakness. The urge to touch her, to taste her, and to claim her as more than just a surrogate goes against everything I've built my life around. Control, distance, strategic thinking unclouded by emotion. The encrypted phone rings again. This time it's Boris, my Chicago lieutenant, with a situation requiring immediate attention. I force myself to focus on the details. This is what I'm good at and what I understand. Yet even as I issue orders and make strategic decisions, part of my mind remains in that sun-drenched living room with Blair. The way Christ, I'm becoming everything I despise, distracted, emotional, and vulnerable, and would stamp out those under my command. By the time I end the call with Boris, the sun has set. I've spent hours handling various crises, reviewing security reports and preparing for tomorrow's Colombian meeting, all the while fighting the urge to pull up the surveillance footage from Blair's apartment, to watch her evening routine, and to torture myself with what I can see but can't touch. Instead, I make a decision that feels like strategy, but might just be sophisticated self-destruction. I call for my personal assistant. Marina, I say when she enters the room, I need an invitation prepared on the heavy cream cardstock reserved for formal communications. She has her tablet in hand, efficient as always. Of course, sir. For whom? Ms. Elliot, a formal dinner here at the estate to discuss the progression of our arrangement. I don't specify what arrangement, and she's discreet enough not to ask. If she finds anything unusual about this request, her expression doesn't show it. When would you like this scheduled? Thursday evening, 7 o'clock. I pause, working through the details. I want full formal service in the main dining room. Have Chef Novacek prepare his 7-course tasting menu. Include wine pairings, but also selection of non-alcoholic options appropriate for her con. Someone who doesn't drink. Should I coordinate with Mrs. Cruel on the household preparations? Yes. Tell her I want everything perfect. Fresh flowers throughout the public areas, the baccarat crystal for table service, and the Christofle silver. This needs to be, I search for the right word, impressive. Marina makes notes rapidly. Anything else, sir? I consider the setup carefully. The main dining room has a massive table that seats 20. We'll sit across from each other instead of at opposite ends, close enough to converse but far enough apart to maintain appropriate distance. The formal service will enforce proper boundaries. This will be a business dinner and nothing more. Only a handful of my inner circle know anything about the surrogate arrangement, and I don't intend to reveal the reason for this meeting to them before I must. I trust them, mostly. But trust is something I never completely give except to those who have proven themselves over and over, like Kuzma, Nikolai, and Victor. Ensure the household staff understands this is a professional meeting. I want everything handled with appropriate formality. Of course, sir. I'll have the invitation ready for your signature within the hour. After Marina leaves, I pour another vodka, but don't drink it immediately. Instead, I stare at the clear liquid, seeing Blair's face reflected in its surface. This dinner invitation is damage control, I tell myself. A necessary recalibration after today's lapse in judgment. It will restore formality between us and remind her I'm in control by summoning her to my territory. Marta Cruel arrives in my study 15 minutes later, her silver hair pulled back in its usual severe bun, her black dress as crisp as always, despite the late hour. She's been with me for 13 years and was hired immediately after Vanya murdered our father, when I couldn't trust any of the existing household staff, unsure if they were loyal to me or Vanya. Marina mentioned a formal dinner for Thursday, she says without preamble. Marta never wastes time on pleasantries, which is one of the reasons I value her service. Ms. Elliot, yes, I keep my tone neutral. A business dinner to discuss an arrangement with someone? Marta's sharp gray eyes study me with the forthright gaze she's never bothered to soften despite my position. A 7-course formal dinner in the main dining room for a business discussion? Is there a problem with my instructions? Not at all. She clasps her hands in front of her, a gesture I've learned signals impending honesty I probably don't want to hear, though it seems rather elaborate for a simple meeting. The breakfast room would be more intimate. I don't want intimate, I want formal. The sound manages to convey volumes of skepticism. And which bedroom should I prepare for Ms. Elliot? She won't be staying overnight. Of course not. Her tone is perfectly neutral, which somehow makes it worse. Will you be wanting the montrachet with the fish course? She won't be drinking alcohol. Ensure there's an alternative selection for her. She looks deeply curious for a moment, but just nods. For the dessert course, Chef Novacek's chocolate souffle, or perhaps something lighter. Whether she realizes it, Marta is methodically pointing out every way this dinner could become more personal than professional. Whatever Chef Novacek considers appropriate. Very well. She turns to leave, then pauses at the door. 13 years I've been organizing your household, Mr. Morozov. I've prepared for heads of state, rival organizations, and enough intimidating figures to fill a cemetery. This is the first time you've asked for the Baccarat crystal for a business meeting. Before I can respond, she's gone, leaving me alone with the uncomfortable truth of her observation. I down the vodka in one swallow and pour another. This time I sip it slowly, planning every detail of Thursday's dinner with the same precision I apply to territorial acquisitions. My phone buzzes with security updates, but I ignore them. Instead, I find myself obsessing over flower arrangements. Roses are too romantic, and orchids too exotic. Perhaps white lilies, which are elegant but neutral. Or maybe no flowers at all. But then Marta will definitely comment on the break from protocol. The invitation arrives as promised. Marina's perfect calligraphy spelling out the formal request in language that belongs to another century. As I sign my name with a gold fountain pen worth more than most people's cars. My hand trembles slightly. Pathetic. I've signed death warrants with steadier hands. The next hour passes in a flurry of preparations. I review the menu with Chef Novacek via secure video call, approving each course with the attention usually reserved for multi-million-dollar deals. The amuse-bouche needs to be light enough for someone experiencing morning sickness. The fish course can't have any strong aromas that might trigger nausea. Every detail becomes crucial when I'm trying to pretend this is merely business. I reluctantly take him into my confidence about Blair's condition based on necessity and his past actions of keeping secrets well. Marina returns an hour later with a tablet full of household preparations. I've consulted with Marta, who will arrange for the silver to be polished tomorrow. The baccarat will be hand-washed Wednesday evening. Fresh flowers will arrive Thursday morning. White lilies and eucalyptus in the main arrangements, as you prefer for formal occasions. Good. I scan through her notes, finding nothing to criticize despite my mood, and wondering why I spent so long agonizing over the flowers when we already have guidelines in place for various events. The dining room temperature will be set to 68 degrees. Marta suggested and will arrange for the fireplace to be lit an hour before dinner to take the chill off and add ambience without making the room too warm. She scrolls through more items. I took the liberty of personally stocking the powder room with organic products, in case Ms. Elliot needs to freshen up. When I was she trails off and clears her throat, obviously embarrassed to reveal she's guessed Blair's state. I'm not really shocked, since she's the one who makes my appointments with Ever After, among other things. I nod slowly. I appreciate your close attention to the matter, Marina, and your foresight. That level of consideration hadn't occurred to me. Thank you. She squares her shoulders, obviously deciding there's no point in tiptoeing around now. I've also taken the liberty of having the car service prepared with motion sickness bags, ginger ale, and crackers, in case she experiences nausea during transport. Sometimes Marina's skill borders on divination. Anything else? Just one question. She looks at me directly. Which dress code should be indicated on the invitation? Formal evening wear might be challenging for someone in her condition and financial situation. I hadn't considered that either. Asking Blair to appear in formal attire when she might not own appropriate clothing would be cruel. But indicating casual dress undermines the professional distance I'm trying to establish. Business elegant, comfortable but polished. I'll make sure to include that on the final invitation. She makes a note, then adds, I've arranged for the terrace doors to be opened 15 minutes before her arrival to air out any lingering cooking odors that might affect someone with pregnancy-related sensitivities. You've thought of everything. It's what you pay me for. She tucks the tablet under her arm. I must say, in 13 years of service, I've never seen you take such particular care with a business dinner. The circumstances are unique. Indeed. She smiles briefly before her efficient veneer returns. Will there be anything else, sir? No, thank you, Marina. She nods and heads for the door, then turns back. Mr. Morozov, may I speak freely? I arch a brow. That's not like Marina, but intrigued, I nod. You may. She inhales and exhales before speaking. In my experience, when a man puts this much effort into maintaining distance from a woman, it's usually because he's already far too close. Before I can formulate a response, she's gone, leaving me alone with that uncomfortable observation. The rest of the evening passes in preparation and self-delusion. I review security protocols for Thursday, ensuring Blair's safety from the moment she leaves her apartment until she returns. I coordinate with Nikolai about the Colombian meeting, forcing myself to focus on territorial negotiations, when my mind keeps drifting to brown eyes and almost kisses. By midnight, everything is arranged. The invitation sits on my desk, sealed and ready for morning delivery. The dinner is planned to the last detail, being formal enough to enforce distance, careful enough to accommodate her condition, elaborate enough to, what? Impress her? Show her a glimpse of my world? Torture myself with her presence while pretending it's just business? All of the above, probably. I finally retreat to my bedroom, but sleep remains elusive. The master suite feels emptier tonight. The California king bed stretches like an ocean of expensive linens, mocking my solitude. I've never minded sleeping alone before, since it's safer, simpler, and aligned with the isolation my position demands. However, I can't stop imagining how different it would be with another heartbeat beside mine. How the subtle scent of herbal shampoo might linger on my pillows. How the bed might feel less like a luxury and more like a haven if shared with someone who looks at me without fear or calculation. Dangerous thoughts, potentially fatal ones in my world. I check the security monitors from my bedside tablet, a nightly ritual that usually brings comfort through control. The grounds are secure, patrols are running on schedule, and all access points are monitored, as expected. When I switch to the feeds from the Coral Gables building, I force myself to close the app before navigating to her apartment cameras. That way lies madness, or at least more madness than I'm already experiencing. Thursday can't come soon enough, and that terrifies me, because this elaborate dinner, with all its formal trappings and careful distances, is just another step towards something I can't name and can't seem to stop. Every interaction pulls me deeper into dangerous territory: emotional investment, personal attachment, and the kind of vulnerability that gets men like me killed. As I finally drift towards sleep, one thought keeps circling back in my mind. It might already be too late. The boundaries I'm desperately trying to rebuild were probably doomed from the moment I saw her photograph, or maybe from that first meeting in the lawyer's office. When she looked at me with those direct brown eyes, unflinching and unafraid, or maybe even from the moment I decided I needed an heir and set this whole impossible situation in motion.
The gates of Valentine's estate loom before me like something from a fairy tale. Or a nightmare, depending on perspective. Anton sits beside me in the back of a sleek black car. The driver introduced himself as Kuzma. When he picked me up, his scarred face and economical movements suggesting a past that involves more than chauffeuring. "First time at the estate?" asks Anton, breaking the silence that stretched since we left Coral Gables. "Yes." I smooth my navy dress again, a nervous habit I've developed in the past 20 minutes. The dress is the most expensive piece of clothing I've ever owned, purchased yesterday during a blessed few hours when morning sickness decided to take a break. The saleswoman at Nordstrom had assured me it was perfect for an elegant dinner, being sophisticated but not overly formal. Now, seeing the sprawling Mediterranean mansion rising before us, I wonder if I should have splurged on something more expensive. The white facade gleams in the setting sun, all clean lines and old-world elegance. Palm trees line the circular driveway like soldiers at attention, their fronds swaying in the warm breeze. The whole scene looks like something from a magazine spread about how the ultra-wealthy live. Kuzma stops the car at the main entrance, where a woman waits on the steps. She's somewhere in her 60s, with silver hair pulled back in a severe bun and a black dress that screams efficiency rather than servitude. As Anton helps me from the car, she descends with measured steps. "Miss Elliot, I'm Marta Cruel, Mr. Morozov's housekeeper. Her handshake is firm and her grey gaze is assessing. Welcome to the estate. Thank you. I feel suddenly underdressed despite my shopping splurge. Everything here operates on a different scale, and even the staff radiate an aura of expensive competence. If you'll follow me, Mr. Morozov is waiting in the dining room. The foyer is stunning, with marble floors polished to mirror brightness. A chandelier that probably weighs more than I do, and artwork that definitely belongs in museums rather than private homes. I recognize a small Monet near the staircase, or at least I assume it's real. In this setting, reproductions would be insulting. Marta leads me through hallways that seem to go on forever. Each room we pass more opulent than the last. Persian rugs muffle our footsteps. Fresh flowers, white lilies and eucalyptus, fill crystal vases on antique tables. The air smells faintly of lemon polish under the floral notes. The dining room, Miss Elliot. She gestures me through massive double doors, and I step into a space that makes my chest tighten with remembered humiliation. The room is enormous, dominated by a table that could easily seat 20. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over place settings that involve more silverware than I have used in my entire life. The formality of it all, the precise arrangement of glasses, the elaborate centerpiece, and the careful staging reminds me viscerally of my years cleaning similar rooms. Miss Elliot. Valentin's voice draws my attention to where he stands near the fireplace. He looks devastating in a charcoal suit that emphasizes his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Thank you for having me. I move into the room, hyper-aware of the distance between us, both physical and metaphorical. I have to say this is quite elaborate for a business discussion. His lips quirk slightly. I believe in doing things properly. Marta has disappeared with the efficiency of well-trained staff, leaving us alone in this cavernous space. Valentin gestures to the table, where two places are set across from each other. Close enough to converse, but far enough to maintain professional distance. Shall we? He pulls out my chair and I catch a hint of his cologne. I settle into the chair, trying not to think about how this formal setting contrasts with the intimacy of our last meeting. The first course arrives in minutes. It's some sort of amuse-bouche that involves caviar and delicate pastry. I take small bites, unsure of the proper etiquette for eating it, and unsure if it will worsen my low-key, constant nausea. How are you feeling? He asks, his tone carefully neutral. Any morning sickness? It's manageable. The ginger tea helps. And I've discovered that eating small meals throughout the day keeps the worst at bay. I take a sip of the sparkling water that appeared beside my plate without my asking. Morning sickness is a misnomer. Mine strikes at random times. Dr. Petrov mentioned that's common in early pregnancy. The conversation continues in this stilted vein through the second course, some sort of soup I can't identify but tastes divine. We discuss the weather, unseasonably warm even for Miami, the food, each dish a masterpiece of culinary art, and other safe topics that dance around the electric tension between us. By the third course, a fish that melts on my tongue, the formality begins to feel suffocating. This isn't us. This isn't the man who sat in my kitchen and shared his pain about Vanya. This isn't the connection we've been building, despite all logic suggesting we shouldn't. This room reminds me of a ballroom at the last hotel where I worked, I say, breaking the stilted script we seem to be following. The Atlantis Grand, where I heard about the surrogacy opportunity. Valentin sets down his fork, giving me his full attention. Some nights, I'd stand at the hotel windows or on the balconies of the expensive suites while cleaning the rooms. The memory surfaces with surprising clarity. I'd look down at the traffic below, wondering if anyone would notice if I just disappeared, if I just stepped off. The words hang between us, raw and honest. I don't know why I'm sharing this, except that the formal distance between us feels wrong after what we've already shared. I wasn't actively suicidal, I clarify quickly. Just tired. Bone-deep exhausted from working 2 jobs and still falling behind. Watching wealthy guests spend more on one meal than I made in a month. Feeling invisible, except when someone needed their toilet scrubbed or their sheets changed. Valentin has gone completely still. I understand that feeling of being trapped in a life you never chose. Something in his tone makes me lean forward slightly. Were you ever trapped? A ghost of a smile crosses his features. In different ways? My cage had golden bars, but it was still a cage. He takes a sip of his wine, something red and undoubtedly expensive, and his expression shifts to something distant, almost nostalgic. Vanya and I weren't always enemies, he says unexpectedly. When we were 6, before our father decided we needed separate tutors and training regimens, we were inseparable. I stay quiet, afraid to break whatever spell has prompted this revelation. We had this nanny, Mrs. Petrakova, who was very stern and proper. She wore these thick glasses that made her eyes look enormous. His smile becomes more genuine. Vanya and I decided she needed to lighten up. What did you do? We found a family of garden snakes in the greenhouse. Harmless creatures, but Mrs. Petrakova had a phobia we'd discovered by accident. He chuckles softly. We collected 6 of them in a shoebox and placed it on her desk with a note that said, "From your secret admirer." Oh no! I can't help but laugh at the image. What happened? She opened the box during our morning lessons. The snakes immediately tried to escape, slithering across her desk and onto the floor. Mrs. Petrakova screamed so loudly that security burst in with weapons drawn, thinking we were under attack. His expression warms with the memory. She climbed onto her chair, still screaming, while Vanya and I tried to catch the snakes. We were laughing so hard we could barely breathe. Even the security team started laughing once they realized what happened. Did you get in trouble? Severely. Father was furious. Not about the prank itself, but because we'd acted together. He said it showed we were conspiring rather than competing. The warmth fades from his voice. That's when he decided we needed separate everything. Different tutors, different training schedules, and different expectations. Because of snakes? Because of unity. In his mind, twins should be rivals, not allies. Cooperation was weakness. He meets my gaze again. Sometimes I wonder if things would have been different if we'd been allowed to stay close. If the bond between us had been stronger than his manipulation. I hesitate, tracing the rim of my water glass with one finger, before asking the question that's been slowly forming ever since the embryo transfer. What if I'm carrying twins? His brows lift slightly, and I can see the shift in him to thoughtful, alert, and serious. I know we won't know until the ultrasound, But I've just been wondering with the hormone levels and how I've been feeling. There were 2 embryos. I exhaled, trying to keep my voice level. I know they aren't mine, in any legal sense, and I'm not supposed to feel anything. But lately, I do. Like I'm already trying to shield them from everything, even you. His expression softens, the corners of his mouth drawing in as if he's absorbing what I'm saying. You're not wrong to feel that, he says quietly. And if it's twins, he leans forward more. I'll raise them differently than I was raised. Whether it's 1 child or 2, they'll never be turned against each other. They'll be safe and loved, and they'll know the difference between power and cruelty. Relief blooms so fast I can barely contain it. I look away before it shows too much, blinking hard at the firelight. Okay, I whisper. Good. I won't get to keep them, and I'll have to let them go when this is over. So I needed to hear that. I needed to know he'll try to be the kind of father the child or children deserves. He watches me quietly, like he knows exactly what I'm thinking, and chooses not to say it aloud. Then he refills my teacup with a care that feels more intimate than anything he's said. As the silence stretches, the 4th course arrives. It's some sort of meat in a reduction sauce, but neither of us pays much attention to it. The formal distance has crumbled, replaced by the genuine connection I felt building between us. Feeling bold since he answered my last question, I square my shoulders. Do you regret it? Not just the situation with Katya, but all of it. Every day, I can see tension in his jaw. But it doesn't change the past. And Vanya has gone too far in his vendetta to ever be open to reconciliation, I'm sure. Regret only poisons the present. We continue talking through the remaining courses, the conversation flowing more naturally now. I tell him about my childhood before Carrie's accident, when my parents would take us on weekend trips to the beach or other low-cost vacations, like car rides, to have picnics in a state park. He shares more memories of early childhood with Vanya before his father paid much mind to either of them, and their nanny had no orders to keep them separated or competing against each other. He reminisces about building forts in the garden, learning to swim in the estate's pool, and the way they could communicate without words like twins often can. There's melancholy in his eyes, but he smiles as he talks, suggesting the memories are bittersweet. By the time dessert arrives, a chocolate creation that's more art than food, we're both leaning forward, the careful distance between us all but forgotten, as he tells me about a remote estate he's bought and is almost finished having restored. I eat a few bites before its richness starts to make my stomach churn. With a long sigh, I set down the spoon. Your child appears to dislike chocolate. I pat my stomach as I say that, trying to hide a wince of dismay at calling Bean his child. But it's the truth. I know what I signed up for, and I can't take it back. I couldn't even if he weren't some Russian criminal and was just a real estate developer. So I have to resign myself to that. If he notices any hesitation or sadness in my words, he ignores it. That's a shame. This is Chef Novacek's secret weapon. He finishes his last bite. It's been known to soften even the most reluctant adversary. I laugh, trying to push away any negative feelings and just enjoy this moment. I can see why. Coffee? Tea? He asks, as staff clear the final plates. Or perhaps we could move somewhere more comfortable? More comfortable sounds good. I'm eager to escape the formality of the dining room, despite its grandeur. He leads me to a smaller room down the hall, to a lounge that manages to be both elegant and inviting. The furniture here is still expensive, but it's arranged for comfort rather than show. A fire crackles in the fireplace, casting dancing shadows across leather-bound books and personal photographs I'm too far away to examine closely. "Tea?" he asks, again, moving to a sidebar where a silver service waits. "Please, something herbal if you have it." "Of course." He pours hot water over what smells like chamomile, then fixes himself something clear from a crystal decanter. When he hands me the teacup, our fingers brush. Neither of us pulls away immediately. "Thank you," I manage, my voice slightly breathless. We settle on the sofa, not at opposite ends, like we might have earlier, but with only a respectable distance between us. I tuck my legs under me, getting comfortable, and notice how his gaze tracks the movement. "This is more like it," I say, gesturing to the intimate space. The dining room was beautiful, but intimidating, overwhelming, like being on stage. I take a sip of tea, gathering courage. "Is that why you chose it? To maintain distance?" He's quiet for a moment, studying the clear liquid in his glass. "Yes," he admits finally. "After the other day, I thought formality might be safer." "Safer from what?" He looks at me then, and the intensity in his gaze makes my breath catch. "From this," he says quietly. "From wanting things I shouldn't want." The air between us charges with electricity. I set down my teacup, afraid my trembling hands might spill it. "Maybe we're both terrible at playing it safe," I whisper. He sets down his glass and turns toward me more fully. The firelight plays across his features, softening the sharp angles to make him look younger and more vulnerable. Blair. The way he says my name, half curse and half prayer, makes heat pool in my stomach. This is complicated enough already. I know. I shift closer, drawn by something stronger than logic. Complicated doesn't mean wrong. His cups my cheek and traces my cheekbone with that surprising gentleness I remember from 3 days ago. "You don't understand the danger. My world, what I am." "I understand enough." I lean into his touch. "I know you're not just a real estate developer. I know there's violence in your world, and your brother wants you dead. Yet I'm here anyway. You should be terrified." "Maybe, but I'm not." I place my hand over his, keeping it against my cheek. "I'm tired of being afraid, Valentin. Afraid of poverty, afraid of being alone, and afraid of wanting more than I'm allowed to have." He leans closer, his forehead nearly touching mine. "You have no idea what you do to me," he murmurs. "How you've already changed everything." "Then show me." This time, when he leans in, he doesn't pull back. His lips meet mine with a hunger that speaks of 3 days of regret, of formal dinners that couldn't maintain professional distance, and of boundaries that were doomed from the start. The kiss starts gentle, but quickly deepens. He slides a hand into my hair, while his other arm pulls me closer. I melt into him, fisting my hands in his shirt as heat races through my veins. He tastes like expensive vodka, danger and safety wrapped in contradiction. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. I stay close, unwilling to let reality intrude just yet. "This changes everything," he says against my lips. "I know." It's dangerous for both of us. I know. He pulls back enough to look into my eyes. You should leave. Now, while we can still pretend this didn't happen. I meet his gaze steadily. Is that what you want? For me to leave? His hands tighten on me, betraying his words. No, he says roughly. God help me. No. Then I'm staying. He kisses me again, deeper this time, and I lose myself in the sensation. The careful control he maintains like armor has cracked, revealing the passionate man beneath. His hands roam my back, pulling me against him until I'm practically in his lap. When his lips trail to my neck, I gasp at the sensation. Everything feels heightened. Maybe from pregnancy hormones, maybe from 3 days of anticipation, maybe from the sheer intensity of his desire. Valentine, I breathe, and he groans against my skin. Say my name again. Valentine. He captures my lips once more, and I forget about complicated situations and dangerous worlds. Right now, there's only this. The heat between us. The rightness of being in his arms despite every logical reason we shouldn't be. The fire crackles in the fireplace, casting dancing shadows across the room. Outside, the Miami night presses against the windows. But in here, we've created our own world where a Bratva boss and a former hotel maid can find something neither expected. When we finally surface for air, he keeps me close, his hands gentle on my back. Stay tonight, he says quietly. I'll have a room prepared. I shake my head. If I stay, I won't want a separate room. His eyes darken at the implication. Blair, I know what I'm saying. I touch his face, tracing the sharp line of his jaw. I know this complicates everything. I know we're both probably making a mistake, but I'm tired of being careful, of playing it safe, of doing what's expected. He catches my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. You have no idea how much I want you to stay. How much I want... He trails off, unable or unwilling to voice the depth of his desire. Then don't send me away. We stare at each other, balanced on the edge of something momentous. The formal dinner that was supposed to re-establish boundaries has instead demolished them entirely. What's left is raw want, and the growing certainty that whatever we're becoming to each other, there's no going back. The promise of what lies ahead is complicated and dangerous, and absolutely worth the risk.
The next scene contains content that is too spicy to include in this version on YouTube. To listen to the full version, please visit novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description.
Morning light filters through windows and into my eyes, stirring my consciousness in Valentine's bed. The sheets feel impossibly soft against my bare skin, and they carry his distinctive cologne mixed with the musk of last night's passion. For a moment, disorientation claims me, because this palatial bedroom, with its minimalist luxury, is worlds away from my cramped studio apartment. Or even the new temporary apartment in Coral Gables. Then memories flood back in vivid detail of Valentine's mouth on mine at the base of the staircase. The desperate journey to his office, where papers scattered beneath my back on his desk, and the surprising tenderness with which he carried me to this room afterward. I sit up slowly, muscles protesting in the most delicious way, and notice a note on the nightstand written in bold masculine handwriting. Blair, I had an early meeting I couldn't postpone. Please take your time. Anton will drive you home whenever you're ready. There's fresh clothing in the closet if you'd like, and Marta can prepare breakfast. V. I trace my fingers over his initials, then catch myself. This is exactly what I can't do, lying around mooning about him. It's a terrible idea, just like last night in the harsh light of day. I dress quickly in the adjoining bathroom and make my way downstairs. Anton waits in the foyer, and his normally stoic expression shows a hint of surprise. "Miss Elliot, I trust you slept well?" The knowing look in his eyes makes me stiffen. "The car, please, Anton. I need to get home." During the drive, my phone buzzes with a text from Valentin. "I hope you're well this morning. Would you like to have dinner this week?" I stare at the screen, my thumb hovering over the keyboard before typing my response. Last night was a mistake. We need to maintain boundaries for this arrangement to work. I think it's best if we only see each other at medical appointments. The 3 dots appear and disappear. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, his reply comes through. "If that's what you prefer, I'll respect your wishes." The formal tone stings more than it should. I pocket my phone and stare out the window for the rest of the drive, blinking back tears I have no right to cry. I'm the one who insisted on separation, so why am I hurt that he didn't push me to reconsider? 2 weeks pass. Every morning Anton arrives for the security check, but something has changed. The man who usually communicates in grunts and nods suddenly becomes almost conversational. "Good morning, Miss Elliot." He stands in my doorway, a few days after my night with Anton, a clipboard in hand. "How are you feeling today?" "Fine, thank you." He makes a note. "Any morning sickness?" I'm almost amused, clearly seeing through this. He's become Valentin's messenger and is surely passing along everything I say. It's manageable. "What are you using for it? Ginger? Crackers?" Another note. I blink at the barrage of questions. "Ginger tea, mostly." I doubt Valentin told him to note my responses so blatantly. There's something endearing about his close attention to detail, and Valentin's not so subtle attempts to get information about me. Good, good. Eating well? Getting enough rest? His pen scratches across the paper. Yes to both. This is more words than Anton has spoken to me in 6 months. Any unusual symptoms? Fatigue? Headaches? Dizziness? Just the normal pregnancy fatigue. And your appetite? Any cravings? Aversions? I narrow my eyes, pushing back gently. "Anton, since when do you care about my cravings?" He has the grace to look slightly embarrassed. "Mr. Morozov wants to ensure you're properly cared for." "Right." I cross my arms. "And these daily interrogations have nothing to do with you pumping me for information to pass along." "I'm simply doing my job, Miss Elliot." The tips of his ears turn red. The next morning, it's worse. "Sleep well?" Anton barely waits for me to open the door. "Yes." "How many hours?" "Any insomnia? Strange dreams?" "8 hours, no, and none of your business." I roll my eyes. "Stress levels? Any anxiety about the pregnancy?" "Anton, are you taking your prenatal vitamins? Drinking enough water?" I let out an exasperated huff. "Of course, Any concerns you'd like me to relay to Mr. Me?" I snort, tempted for a moment to tell him to tell Valentin to just ask how I am, before remembering I requested Valentin not reach out. "Nothing right now, see you tomorrow." I close the door in his face. I'll probably see him later today, but it's my way of letting him know that I know. The next several days follow the same pattern. Anton transforms from silent bodyguard to chatty mother hen, asking about everything from my bathroom habits to my emotional state. By day 10, I'm ready to scream. Mood today? He doesn't even pretend to be subtle anymore. Irritated. 'Cause my bodyguard has become a walking pregnancy questionnaire. He actually cracks a smile. Just following orders. Whose orders? You know whose. I sigh. He's that worried. Anton searches for words. Unusual for him. He's concerned. The distance is difficult. He agreed to it. Agreeing and liking are different things. He makes another note. Any message for him? I bite my lip, then shake my head. Just that I'm fine. But I'm not fine. I'm confused, conflicted, and missing him more than I care to admit. Every night, I lie awake remembering his hands on my body, and the way he looked at me like I was everything. Every morning, I tell myself boundaries are necessary. By the time the ultrasound appointment arrives, I'm a bundle of nerves held together by sheer stubbornness and too much ginger tea. Getting ready, my stomach churns with more than morning sickness. I choose a simple sundress, a minimal makeup, trying for professional, but not trying too hard. I need to see him again without falling apart. I need to prove to myself that I can do this, because the longer we're apart, the less clear it is why I'm pushing him away. I miss him more, not less, than I did 2 weeks ago. I arrive at Ever After Surrogacy Clinic deliberately right on time, hoping to avoid any awkward waiting room encounters. I'm surprised and a little hurt that Valentin hasn't arrived. Did he forget? Is he maintaining the distance I requested? Or is he punishing me for asking for it? A million thoughts race through my mind as the receptionist greets me warmly before a nurse shows me straight to an exam room where Dr. Petrov waits. Miss Elliot, how are you feeling? He gestures for me to take a seat on the examination table. Good. Exhausted. But I think that's normal. I settle onto the paper-covered surface, trying to calm my nerves. Quite normal. He conducts a physical exam first, palpating my belly. Is that bad? He blinks. No, you're just feeling a little more swollen than I'd expect. You aren't showing yet, he hastens to add. Just swollen. I have been drinking a lot of water. He gives me a distracted smile. Excellent. After a few more minutes of physical probing, he strips off his gloves for a fresh pair as his nurse wheels over the ultrasound machine. Let's take a look at how baby is developing, shall we? He prepares the ultrasound equipment while I lift my dress even higher, tucking it over my swollen boobs to expose my still flat abdomen. The cold gel makes me shiver as he spreads it across my skin. This might be a bit uncomfortable. If we can't get a good enough visual, we'll have to use the transvaginal wand. But let's try this first, he says with a comforting smile. I nod, focusing on the ceiling tiles as he begins the examination. The room fills with the whooshing sound of the ultrasound machine, and I wait for the magical moment when I'll hear the heartbeat. Dr. Petrov's brow furrows as he adjusts the wand angle. Silence stretches. The machine hums. He leans closer to the screen. Is everything okay? Anxiety spikes through me. Just one moment. He increases the magnification, his frown deepening. The probe glides over my abdomen again, and he makes a small sound in his throat. I need to switch to the TV wand. I grimace, but since my panties are already off, it's not that much more inconvenient. He lubes the wand, and it goes in a moment later. I shift, uncomfortable with the machinery inside me, but he needs the best angle. The wand twists and flexes for a few minutes, and he types notes, all while frowning. It starts as nerve-wracking, but becomes terrifying when he utters 3 unwanted words. This is unexpected. I prop myself up on my elbows. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, Miss Elliot. It's just... He trails off, manipulating the controls with increasing intensity while tilting the wand a different way. I need to verify what I'm seeing. Please, stay very still. My heart pounds as I watch him work. The silence is deafening except for the machine's steady hum. He measures something on the screen, adjusts, measures again. His eyes widen with each pass. Miss Elliot, ... He hesitates, tapping a control again. The screen flickers as the probe moves inside me once again. I need you to stay very still. I hold my breath, but let it out in a long whoosh. Several seconds later, when the machine continues beeping softly. Seconds stretch like hours. Dr. Petrov, please. You're scaring me. He withdraws the wand slowly and turns to face me fully. His expression is unlike anything I've seen, somewhere between awe and disbelief. Miss Elliot, I need to ask, did you follow all the pre-procedure protocols exactly as prescribed? Yes, of course. Why? Of course you did. It's not like you could have influenced this or made it happen. There were only 2. I know for a fact. He trails off, looking back at the screen before glancing at me again. What I'm seeing is, well, it's extraordinary. He turns the monitor toward me. Can you see these flickering points? I squint at the screen, trying to make sense of the grainy image. At first, I see nothing but shadows and light. Then, movement, rhythmic pulsing. Those dark spots? Those are heartbeats. He pauses, drawing in a deep breath. 8 of them. The words stun me like being doused with ice water. My fingers go numb, losing their grip on the exam table's edge. 8 what? 8 heartbeats. You're carrying octuplets. The room tilts sideways. A ringing fills my ears, drowning out everything except those impossible words. My chest tightens, and my breaths come short and shallow. 8. 8. The number repeats in my mind like a broken record. He consults his phone for a moment before looking up at me again. According to Google, the odds are approximately 1 in 20.7 million for naturally conceived octuplets. With IUI, it's even rarer because we can control how many eggs are fertilized. In your case, it appears both eggs were successfully fertilized, and then each embryo split into identical quadruplets. I stare at the screen transfixed. The monitor pulses. Not once, not twice, but again and again and again, like a chorus of tiny drums echoing through a canyon. 8 flickering lights, each one anchoring me deeper in a life I never imagined. The chances of both eggs splitting into identical quads. Dr. Petrov shakes his head in amazement, continuing his Google foo while still talking. I've been practicing reproductive medicine for 25 years, and I've never seen anything like this. How is this possible? My voice sounds distant, like it's coming from someone else. Hot tears threaten, but won't fall. Spontaneous embryo splitting happens in roughly 3 to 4 per 1,000 births for identical twins. For quadruplets, it's closer to 1 in 15 million. For both embryos to split identically. He pulls up a calculator on his phone, apparently giving up on Google to have the answer, and punches in numbers with trembling fingers. The odds are approximately 1 in 225 trillion. The door opens and Valentin strides in, his usual composed demeanor intact, until he sees our faces. What's wrong? Dr. Petrov turns the monitor toward him. Mr. Morozov, perhaps you should sit down. I prefer to stand. His jaw tightens. What's the issue? There's no issue per se. Just an extraordinary development. He points to the screen. Your surrogate is carrying octuplets. Valentin's face drains of all color. His knees buckle slightly, and he sits heavily in the chair he'd just refused. Bože moj, he whispers in what I assume is a Russian curse. Octuplets. 2 sets of identical quadruplets, to be precise. Both fertilized eggs, split spontaneously. Valentin's hand shakes as he runs it through his hair. For a moment, he looks lost, his usual control completely shattered. He starts to speak, stops, then tries again. The risks, the logistics. How do we... Significant. Dr. Petrov's excitement dims as he shifts to medical realities. Multiple births of this magnitude require specialized care. Bed rest by the 2nd trimester, possibly hospitalization, definite cesarean delivery, and almost certainly a premature birth. The strain on Miss Elliot's body will be considerable. And the babies? Valentin's voice is hoarse. With proper medical care and monitoring, the outlook can be positive. But I won't lie. This is a high-risk pregnancy. We'll need to monitor Miss Elliot very closely. I lie there, gel still cold on my belly, as they discuss my body like I'm not in the room, but I can't focus on their words. All I can see are those 8 pulsing lights on the screen that have just rewritten my entire future. Blair? Valentin's voice breaks through my shock. He's moved closer, his hand hovering near mine, but not quite touching. Are you all right? I meet his gaze for the first time in 2 weeks, and the concern there nearly undoes me. I don't know. 8 babies? How is that even possible? We'll figure this out. He looks at Dr. Petrov. What are the options? Selective reduction is one possibility. The doctor's voice is carefully neutral. Reducing the number of fetuses to improve the chances for the remaining ones. No! The word escapes before I fully think it through. I mean, I need time to process this. I suddenly recall a contract clause that takes that choice from my hands. In the case of multiple conceptions, the parent, not the surrogate, makes that decision. What will Valentin choose? Of course. Dr. Petrov begins cleaning the gel from my stomach. This is a lot to take in. I suggest we schedule a follow-up appointment in a few days to give you both time to consider the implications. Valentin nods, but his gaze never leaves my face. Whatever you need. I sit up slowly, pulling down my dress. Everything feels surreal, like I'm moving through a dream. 8 babies. The number keeps circling in my mind. I've printed out information about higher-order multiple pregnancies. Dr. Petrov hands us each a thick packet. Read through it, and we'll discuss your options at the next appointment. I take the papers with numb fingers. Options. Like choosing paint colors or dinner entrees, not deciding the fate of 8 potential lives, and the decision isn't even mine. I'll schedule you for Thursday. He makes notes in my chart. In the meantime, Miss Elliot, you need to take it easy. No stress and no strenuous activity. Your body is about to undergo extraordinary changes. I nod mechanically, gathering my purse. I need to get out of here to find some space to think. I'll drive you home. Valentin's voice is soft but firm. Anton can... Please, we need to talk about this. I look at him then. The composed Bratva boss is gone, replaced by a man who looks as shell-shocked as I feel. 8 babies have shattered his control as thoroughly as our night together shattered our boundaries. Okay? The word is barely a breath, but he seems to hear. We leave the clinic in silence, the Miami sun beating down mercilessly. Valentin's car smells like leather, and his cologne, triggering memories I've tried to suppress. He drives carefully, both hands on the wheel, knuckles still white with tension. 8. He finally speaks as we hit traffic. I was prepared for 1, or possibly 2, but 8? I know. I stare at the information packet in my lap. The odds were astronomical. Everything about you defies odds. There's something in his voice, a warmth that makes my chest tight. This changes everything. I don't just mean the pregnancy. Yes. He glances at me briefly. We can't maintain distance anymore, Blair. Not with 8 babies. This is complicated. Beyond complicated. He signals and changes lanes. You'll need constant care, medical monitoring, support. The apartment won't be sufficient once you're on bed rest. I know what he's not saying. I'll need to move into his estate and be under his constant protection and care. The boundaries I've tried so hard to maintain are crumbling in the face of this impossible reality. We don't have to decide everything today. His voice gentles. We just need to work together now. For them. Then you aren't wanting to reduce? He frowns fiercely. That's not my place to decide. I manage a shaky smile. Our contract and the money you've paid me says differently. One of the clauses stipulates you get to decide these things. His frown doesn't lighten. It's your body under such tremendous strain. I want to keep all of them, but I won't make that choice for you regardless of what the contract states. I let out a ragged exhalation. Thank you for that. Selective reduction feels wrong, but... I touch my still flat stomach, trying to imagine how it will look stretched with 8 babies. I just need time to process. Take all the time you need. He pulls into my building's parking garage. Just remember, you're not alone in this. Whatever you decide, whatever we need to do, I'm here. The words hang between us, loaded with meaning beyond the pregnancy. I want to tell him about the sleepless nights, and the way I've missed him despite pushing him away. But now isn't the time. Our earth-shattering news demands focus on practicalities, not feelings. Thank you. I reach for the door handle, then pause. Valentin? This doesn't change what I said before, about us needing boundaries. Something flashes in his eyes, but he nods. Understood. But those boundaries might need to be flexible given the circumstances. 8 babies. The ultimate complication in an already complex situation. As I ride the elevator to my apartment with Anton at my side, blessedly silent, I wonder if any boundaries can survive this news. My hand rests on my stomach, and I try to wrap my mind around the impossibility of it all. How can I be pregnant with 8 babies that will bind me to Valentin in ways our contract never anticipated? That's 8 reasons why walking away after birth just became infinitely more complicated and have shattered my carefully constructed plans as thoroughly as that night in his office shattered my defenses. I enter my apartment and sink onto the couch, staring at the ultrasound images Dr. Petrov printed. I rest my hand on my stomach as I study those grainy printouts. 8 heartbeats and 8 futures, relying on me to survive. Suddenly, I can't remember who I was before they existed.
The ultrasound images lay scattered across my desk like evidence at a crime scene, showing 8 lives that transform everything I thought I knew about control and planning. I reach for the vodka bottle, my third pour since returning from the clinic, and the crystal tumbler slips from my fingers, shattering on the marble floor. Pleiad! The curse echoes in the empty study as I stare at the glittering shards. Sharp edges catching the light, each fragment reflecting a different angle of my failure to maintain composure. 8 children. Not one heir to secure the Morozov legacy, but 8 souls who will need protection in a world where my enemies would use them as weapons against me. 8 targets for Vanya's revenge. 8 reasons why every decision I make from this moment forward carries exponentially more importance. I grab the bottle directly, taking a long pull that burns down my throat. The vodka tastes like defeat mixed with terror. How did I miscalculate so badly? 2 embryos were supposed to result in 1 pregnancy, maybe twins at most. The odds of both eggs splitting into identical quadruplets are so astronomical that Dr. Petrov himself called it miraculous. Miraculous. As if divine intervention would touch someone like me. My secure phone buzzes against the desk, and Kuzma's name flashes on the encrypted screen. What? My voice comes out rough. We have a situation. Static crackles through the line. Can you talk? I'm alone. Good, we need... His voice cuts out, replaced by electronic squealing. Kuzma? Still there? Fucking scrambler's acting up. More static, then his voice clears. Vanya knows about the surrogate. I freeze with the bottle halfway to my lips. The vodka suddenly tastes like ash. Say that again. Your brother knows about the woman, about the pregnancy, everything. How? The word comes out as barely more than a growl. Kuzma doesn't waste time. We found the leak. It's Matvey Sidorov, a maintenance technician at the clinic. We've had a loose profile on him for a while. He only flagged our system because of his gambling debts and minor drug activity. But he didn't seem too likely to be the leak, since he didn't have access to the files and records. Except tonight, we picked him up an hour ago after intercepting an outgoing message from a burner device. He's in custody now. I straighten. He was trying to send something out? Kuzma sounds regretful. He already sent it, boss. We intercepted the tail end and traced it back. He gave Vanya everything. Blair's full name, her updated address, details on her clinic visits, and the number of embryos confirmed at the last appointment. My hand closes into a fist. How the fuck did he get all of that? Kuzma's voice doesn't change, but I hear the underlying tension. Matvey confessed during preliminary interrogation in the SUV. Vanya reached out directly, offered him a payoff, and gave specific instructions. Matvey agreed without hesitation. He planted 2 recording devices in Petrov's exam room by embedding them in the ceiling vents. They're battery-operated and have to be manually downloaded when full. One of the guys more tech-smart than me figures they record about 3 days at a time. He'd turn them on before Blair's appointments and then collect the data after. Jesus Christ. I shake my head. How did he pull that off? How did Petrov just let him stroll in like that? He retrieved the audio under the guise of equipment checks. Then, he transferred the files off-site and wiped the physical record. We're still working him for the full transfer history. But what he's admitted so far was enough for me to pause the session and call you directly. Spasibo. The word comes automatically since my mind is thrust into turmoil. To Vanya, this isn't about money or territory. It's about legacy. and the continuation of the Morozov line that he believes should end with me so his branch can take over. He's calling it the ultimate insult, Kuzma continues. 8 children when he has none. 8 futures when he lost everything with Katya. Fuck, what's our security status on Ms. Elliot? Anton has 2 shadows now. We've added cameras, motion sensors, and infrared on the roof, but the apartment has too many vulnerabilities. It's not enough. No, it's not. You know what needs to happen. I take another drink, longer this time. The vodka isn't helping, but it's a small comfort in the midst of crisis. Prepare the East Wing. Install a medical suite, bulletproof glass, the works. Already started. Valentine, there's something else. What now? The pregnancy itself. He clears his throat. 8 babies is unprecedented. The medical community will notice, and media might pick it up. That kind of attention makes her an even bigger target. I finish the thought, my stomach turning to ice. How long before it goes public? Dr. Petrov can maintain confidentiality for now. But once she starts showing significantly, once she needs specialized care, I hear him typing, probably running calculations. 6 weeks on the outside, maybe 4. Christ. Valentine, you need to tell her all of it. She can't protect herself from threats she doesn't understand. I know. Do you? Because every day you wait. I said I know. The words come out sharper than intended. He goes quiet. We've worked together long enough for him to know when to push and when to retreat. I'll explain everything tomorrow. When that scumbag spills everything, he disappears. Understood? Kuzma, not prone to squeamishness, doesn't hesitate. Sure, boss. Keep me informed if he reveals anything else, and tell me when it's done. Always. He pauses. Valentin? Congratulations. 8 children. Your parents would have been proud. The connection ends before I can respond. Proud. Would they? My mother, maybe. Though she died when I was too young to have clear memories of her. So I can't say for sure. I know my father wouldn't be proud. He'd tell me to ruthlessly reduce them to 1 or 2, but Dmitri only saw children as tools for power consolidation. 8 tools, 8 weapons, 8 vulnerabilities. He'd never have entertained the thought. He would have probably aborted them all and started over with a new surrogate, considering the first one cursed. I'm not like him. I tell myself that firmly as I continue drinking, but I already know it's true. I'm not a father yet, but I already value these 8 children as my heirs, not extensions of the bloodline or a curse. I drain another swallow directly from the bottle. The study tilts slightly. Am I drunk already? The ultrasound images blur on the desk. Mr. Morozov? I turn too quickly, nearly losing my balance. Marta stands in the doorway, taking in the scene, including the broken glass, empty bottle. How did that happen? And scattered papers. She's wearing her usual black dress even at this late hour, as if she never truly goes off duty. You need something. The words slur slightly. She moves into the room with her usual briskness, though I catch concern creasing her features. You've been in here for a while. I thought I should check, considering you came home upset. Am fine. Of course you are. She produces a wastebasket from somewhere and kneels, gathering the larger shards into it. Drinking alone in the dark is perfectly normal behavior. Not dark. I gesture vaguely at the city lights beyond the windows. No electric lights on counts as dark in my book. She flips the switch, making me squint against the sudden brightness. What's the occasion? Octuplets. The word feels strange on my tongue, foreign and impossible. Marta pauses mid-reach for a glass shard. I'm sorry. 8 babies. She's carrying 8 babies. I laugh, but it sounds hollow. 2 eggs, both split into identical quads. The odds are, I try to remember Petrov's calculation. Astronomical. She abandons the glass cleanup and studies me directly. The surrogate? Blair. Her name is Blair. I see. The girl from 2 weeks ago. She moves to the sideboard, returning with a fresh glass and water pitcher. And this is reason for drinking yourself stupid because Vanya knows? The admission spills from me in a blur. Because 8 babies make her the ultimate target. Because I I stop, unable to voice the rest. Because you care for her, Marta finishes quietly. I accept the water she pours, drinking deeply. That obvious? Only to someone who's watched you for 13 years. She settles into the chair across from my desk, an unprecedented breach of protocol. I've never seen you like this over a woman. She's not just any woman, she's carrying 8 babies, yes, but that's not why you're destroying your liver. She folds her hands in her lap. You love her. Love? The word tastes foreign. I've known her for 2 months. I knew my husband for 2 weeks before marrying. I blink. She was a widow when I hired her, so I never met Mr. Cruel. Huh? We met at Oktoberfest in Berlin, and I knew within days. Hans was too stupid to realize it for months, but I knew almost right away. Really? I don't know how to respond. Yes, and I had to remind him of that more than once, usually after he'd done something particularly dense. She stands, retrieving the broom from a closet I didn't know existed, much like you're doing now. What's that supposed to mean? It means you're sitting here drowning in vodka instead of protecting what matters. She sweeps the remaining glass with sharp, efficient strokes. You think this helps her? Helps those babies? I don't know how to tell her. The admission escapes before I can stop it. About what I am, what I've done. With words, usually strung together in sentences. Her tone stays matter-of-fact, but I hear the underlying sympathy. She'll run. Maybe, maybe not. Marta empties the dustpan into the wastebasket. Women are smart, so she probably already knows something, and we're stronger than you think. Especially mothers. She's not their mother. Not legally. The contract. Contract? She actually snorts. You think contracts matter when a woman carries life inside her? You think she sees those 8 heartbeats and thinks about legal documents? I remember Blair's face during the ultrasound, the way her hand moved protectively to her abdomen. No. Then stop thinking like a lawyer and start thinking like a father. She returns the broom to its closet. Those babies need protection. She needs honesty. You need to stop wallowing and start acting. It's not that simple, isn't it? She faces me directly. You love her. She's in danger. Your brother wants her dead. It all seems fairly straightforward to me. If I tell her everything, she'll have the information she needs to make informed decisions. Right now, she's flying blind while you sit here feeling sorry for yourself. The truth of it stings worse than the vodka. When did you become so wise? Always have been. You just rarely listen. She approaches the desk, gathering the ultrasound images with surprising gentleness. May I? I nod, watching her study the pictures. 8 heartbeats. Her voice softens. My grandmother had 7 children, you know. All survived to adulthood despite Hitler and despite the war. This is different. Is it? Danger is danger. Love is love. She hands back the images after gently wiping away the vodka I spilled on them earlier. The only difference is you have advantages my family didn't. You have money, power, and resources, so use them. Vanya is one man. You command hundreds. She straightens, resuming her usual brisk demeanor. Stop drinking, take a shower, and get some sleep. Tomorrow you tell her the truth. All of it? Every last detail. She deserves that much. She pauses at the door. She's stronger than you think. I've seen how she looks at you when she thinks no one's watching. How's that? Like a woman who only needs a nudge to choose you? She leaves before I can ask what she means. I stare at the empty doorway, processing Marta's words. The vodka fog starts clearing, replaced by something sharper. Purpose, maybe, or just the bone-deep certainty that tomorrow changes everything. I gather the ultrasound images, tracing my finger over those 8 reasons to stop wallowing in self-pity. Tomorrow I'll fill in any blanks she hasn't already guessed. She might run, but Marta's right that she deserves the choice. I stand, steadier now despite the alcohol. The shower calls, then bed, then morning, and the conversation that will determine everything. My future hinges on 8 babies and 1 woman who might somehow find grace to accept the monster who fathered them. This part is out of my control, which I hate, but I have to accept it.
The doorbell rings at exactly 10 in the morning, and my hand freezes halfway to my tea mug as the sound cuts through my apartment's quiet. Valentin's terse text late last night that I didn't see until I woke at 5:30 a.m. to pee promised he'd stop by this morning. But something about the formal announcement of his arrival through the doorbell feels wrong. I abandon my lukewarm tea on the kitchen counter and walk to the door, checking through the peephole out of habit, even though Anton would never let anyone dangerous reach my threshold. Valentin stands in the hallway, looking worse than I've ever seen him. His usually immaculate appearance shows signs of a sleepless night. His tie hangs crookedly around his neck. His suit jacket sits slightly off-center on his broad shoulders, and dark stubble shadows his jaw where he's clearly skipped his morning shave. The man who always projects strength and authority looks like someone wrestling with decisions that have kept him awake since yesterday's ultrasound appointment. I can relate. I unlock the door and step aside to let him enter. "You look terrible." "Thank you for that assessment." His accent thickens around the edges of his words as he walks past me into the living room. And his usual confident stride has given way to something more hesitant and uncertain. I close the door and follow him, watching as he settles onto my couch with none of his typical commanding presence. The morning after discovering I'm carrying octuplets, I expected discussions about medical care and financial arrangements. But the tension radiating from him suggests something far more serious weighs on his mind. "Can I get you anything? Coffee? Water?" I offer from the doorway, unsure whether to sit beside him or maintain distance. "No." He runs his fingers through his black hair, disrupting its usually perfect arrangement even further. "We need to discuss what happened yesterday. And I don't mean just the pregnancy results." I move to the armchair across from him, tucking my legs beneath me while my hand instinctively finds my still flat abdomen, where 8 impossible lives continue their development. The octuplets are enough of a shock without additional complications, but something tells me that's exactly what you're about to share. You always see too much. The ghost of a smile crosses his features before disappearing again. "Yesterday, change everything, Blair. But not just because of the number of babies. There are aspects of my life, dangerous aspects that I've kept from you, and that ends now." My stomach churns with a combination of morning sickness and growing dread. "You're being deliberately vague, which means whatever you're about to tell me is worse than I am imagining." "Probably." He leans forward, elbows on his knees, and meets my gaze directly for the first time since entering. "You know I'm not just a real estate developer. I suspected as much when you assigned me a bodyguard and moved me to a fortress disguised as an apartment." I gesture around the space with its reinforced windows and state-of-the-art security system. "Normal businessmen don't live like this." "No, they don't." He takes a deep breath, and I watch his chest rise and fall as he prepares for whatever confession is coming. "I'm Bratva, Blair. I run the Morozov family operations in Miami, which means I control territories, oversee arms trafficking, and manage protection services through methods that would horrify most people." The confirmation of my suspicion lands with less impact than he probably expects. I'd already figured out the Russian Mafia connection. Valentin. Well, strongly guessed. The way your men move with military precision, the deference they show you, and the violence that sometimes surfaces in your eyes, all pointed to something more than legitimate business. "You knew?" Surprise colors his voice. I suspected. There's a difference. I leaned back in my chair, studying his face as shadows of relief and concern wore across his features. But you didn't come here just to confirm what I'd already guessed. No. The word emerges heavy with dread. This is about Vanya. The mention of his estranged twin brother chills me because every previous reference has been accompanied by pain, so profound that even this man couldn't fully hide it. Even his happy memories with his brother are tainted by his father's actions. You told me about Katya before? About how your father ordered her death when Vanya got too attached. I didn't tell you everything. His voice drops to barely above a whisper, and his shoulders hunch forward as if bearing physical weight. Katya wasn't just Vanya's girlfriend. She was pregnant with his child when father had her killed. The revelation makes me flinch, and I unconsciously cradle my own belly. She was carrying his baby? 3 months along, they were planning to run away together, to escape the life father had planned for Vanya. His hands clench into fists on his knees as he continues. Somehow, father discovered their plans. He saw it as the ultimate betrayal. His spare son choosing love over loyalty and creating a bloodline outside his control with the daughter of one of the whores who worked in one of father's clubs. He wouldn't have cared if Katya became a whore too and stayed in her place. But he refused to allow her to taint our bloodline or lure away his second favorite son. He adds the last part with bitter sadness and no trace of satisfaction at being favored. So he had her killed. I can hardly bring myself to say them, let alone imagine someone doing such a thing to a pregnant girl, only 17 like Vanya. He ordered the hit himself and told his men to make sure Vanya knew he'd done it. Valentine's jaw tightens with each word. I found out about the pregnancy only after she was dead, when Vanya confronted me at father's funeral. Our father was killed days after Katya's death. I sense where he's leading, but I'm still focused on Katya and her pregnancy. You didn't know about the baby? I swear to you I didn't. If I had known. He trails off, seemingly lost in possibilities that died 13 years ago. Vanya told me everything while we sat vigil with father's body. He had already killed our father in retaliation the week before, making it look like the Colombians were responsible, but he wanted me to know the truth, and told me everything that night. I struggled to process this cascade of revelations while my morning sickness intensifies with stress. He blamed you for not stopping it. You said that before. He nods. He had every right to blame me. I knew about the assassination order and stayed silent because I was young and stupid and desperate for father's approval. His voice turns harsh with self-recrimination. I chose family loyalty over my brother's happiness, and it cost him everything. He lost the woman he loved and the child they created together. My brother feels deeply. He loves for life, and he hates for life. The parallel to our situation strikes me with sickening clarity. And now I'm carrying 8 of your children while he has none. Now, you understand. He rises from the couch and begins pacing my living room like a caged predator. To Vanya, this isn't just about succession or territory. You represent everything he lost multiplied by 8. But how does he even know about the pregnancy? My voice rises with growing alarm. There was a leak at the clinic. He stops pacing to face me directly. Last night, Kuzma found the source. A maintenance worker named Matvey Sidorov planted recording devices in Dr. Petrov's examination room at Vanya's behest. Recording devices? The violation of privacy makes my skin crawl. He heard everything? The heartbeats? The discussion about multiples? The implantation even? I grimace in disgust. Everything. Valentin's expression darkens further. Your full name? This address? Your appointment schedule? And the confirmation of 8 embryos. Vanya knows it all. I stand abruptly, needing movement to process the danger closing in around us. So, your vengeful brother, who murdered your father and blames you for his girlfriend's death, knows I'm carrying 8 of your heirs and he has my address. Which is why you can't stay here another night. He crosses to me in 3 quick strides, taking my hands in his larger ones. My estate has absolute security. You'll be safe there. What happened to Matvey? I ask, though his expression tells me I might not want the answer. He's no longer a concern. The flat finality in his tone confirms what I suspected. By now, my men have dealt with him permanently. And Dr. Petrov is under investigation if he knew about the breach and didn't report it. He doesn't finish the threat, but I understand the implication clearly enough. So far, he seems clean, so we'll cautiously continue your care with him to minimize media attention and maintain discretion. My men have already been to his clinic and swept everything. They found only the mics in the ceiling vents, as expected. I pull my hands free and walk to the window, staring out at the Miami morning, while trying to process how completely my life has transformed. 3 months ago, my biggest worry was making rent on my previous apartment. And now I'm carrying Octuplets for a Bratva boss whose twin brother wants me dead as proxy revenge for a 13-year-old tragedy. The logical response would be to run, to pack my things and disappear into witness protection, or simply vanish into another state, or even another country, where the Morozov name carries no weight. The smart choice would be to terminate the pregnancy while it's still early enough, and to sever all ties to this world of violence and vendetta that I never asked to join, and never mind the contract that forbids me to do that. But as my hands move protectively to my still flat abdomen, I remember those 8 heartbeats on the ultrasound screen. Each one a tiny life depending on my choices. The maternal instinct that's been growing stronger with each passing week surges through me now, fierce and undeniable. These babies didn't ask to be conceived into this chaos, but they're here now, and they need protection. I turn back to face Valentin, finding him watching me with an expression of fear that he's trying to hide behind his usual facade of having it all figured out. He expects me to run. He's braced for rejection, for abandonment, and for the logical choice that any sane woman would make. The realization that Vanya will come after me to hurt Valentin should send me fleeing, even if Valentin's dark profession doesn't. But as I look at this dangerous man who somehow worked his way past my defenses, I make a decision that surprises even myself. Tell me what we need to do, I say finally, my voice emerging steadier than I feel, to keep them safe. All 8 of them. The relief that floods his expression is so profound, it nearly brings tears to my eyes. His whole body seems to sag with it, as if he's been holding his breath since walking through my door. You're not leaving. Where would I go? I'm carrying 8 targets for a man who's nursed his hatred for 13 years. At least with you, we have resources and protection. Blair. He starts toward me, but I hold up a hand to stop him. I'm not saying this isn't terrifying, it is. But those heartbeats we saw yesterday belong to our children, and I won't abandon them just because their family history is complicated. Complicated. He laughs, but it's not bitter. It's underscored with a trace of awe. That's one way to describe it. We'll need to discuss everything: security protocols, medical care, and what this means long term. But right now, I need to know the immediate plan. He nods, visibly pulling himself back into the role of strategic planner. You'll move to my estate today. I've already instructed my staff to prepare the East Wing for you, with a full medical suite and reinforced security throughout. Wait, today? I interrupt. You want me to pack up my entire life and move in with you today? Every hour you spend here increases the risk. Vanya knows this address. And while Anton provides good security, it's not enough anymore. I study his face, seeing the genuine fear behind his eyes, but also testing something important. I understand the urgency, but I need time to process this and pack properly. I'll be ready tomorrow afternoon. His jaw tightens, and I see him fighting the urge to insist on immediate relocation. Blair, the danger will be the same tomorrow as today. I'm not being stubborn for the sake of it, Valentin. I need one more night to wrap my head around everything you've told me and to pack thoughtfully, instead of throwing things in a bag while panicking. I don't want strangers packing my things again. I cross my arms, standing firm. Can you give me that? The internal struggle plays out across his features. The Bratva boss, who issues orders and expects immediate compliance, warring with the man who's learning to respect my autonomy. Finally, his shoulders relax slightly. Tomorrow afternoon, he says, though each word seems to cost him. But I'm increasing security here immediately. 2 more men besides Anton, and someone will be watching the building's perimeter at all times. The fact that he's yielding to my timeline, even when every instinct must be screaming at him to bundle me into his SUV right now, tells me more about his feelings than any declaration could. Thank you. You're taking this remarkably well, he says, moving closer but not quite touching me. Inside, I'm screaming, I admit with a shaky laugh. But panic won't help anyone, least of all these 8. I place my hand on my stomach again. They need parents who can work together, who can communicate and compromise. Parents! The word seems to catch him off guard. Is that what we are now? What else would you call it? You're their father. I'm their mother. And apparently, we're going to raise them together while dodging your brother's murder attempts. I don't know where that legally puts us with the contract, but he does touch me then, his hand covering mine where it rests on my abdomen. I never imagined this, any of it. The octuplets, or the death threats. You, he says simply. Staying. Choosing us, despite everything I've just told you. Maybe I'm crazy, I murmur, leaning into his warmth despite myself. Or maybe I recognize something in you worth fighting for. All 10 of us, he says. All 10 of us, I repeat. And somehow the impossible number feels less like a burden and more like a battle cry. He kisses my forehead gently before stepping back. I'll have Anton coordinate with the additional security. Pack whatever you want to bring. We can always retrieve more later or simply replace things. Valentin? I call, as he heads for the door. No more secrets after this. If we're doing this together, I need complete honesty. No more secrets, he promises solemnly. You know everything now. After he leaves, I sink onto my couch and let the full weight of the morning's revelations wash over me. In the span of an hour, I've confirmed the father of my 8 unborn children is a Russian crime boss, learned his twin brother wants me dead as revenge for losing his pregnant girlfriend 13 years ago, and I'm about to move into a fortified estate that will become both sanctuary and prison. My hands shake as I reach for my phone to check my bank balance, confirming the second payment has posted. The money from the surrogacy arrangement that once seemed like salvation now feels almost quaint compared to the resources I'll need to protect 8 children in this dangerous new world. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll leave this apartment and the illusion of normal life behind. I've made the only choice possible. These 8 lives deserve their chance, even if that chance comes wrapped in bodyguards and bulletproof glass. And their father, for all his dangerous edges, has shown me glimpses of the man beneath the Bratva boss, someone capable of love, remorse, and sacrifice. He needs love like no one else I've ever met. But I'm not going in blind. I might never change who he is, but I can reach the man buried underneath it all. I'm convinced of that after our time together. Tomorrow, everything changes. But tonight, I'll pack carefully and say goodbye to the simple life I once knew, preparing to become someone I never imagined. The partner of Valentin Morozov and the mother of 8 miracles, who will grow up in a world where love and danger intertwine like DNA strands in a double helix. The test of his willingness to respect my timeline, small as it may seem against the backdrop of death threats and Mafia politics, gives me hope. If he can yield on this, perhaps we can build something together that transcends the violence surrounding us. Perhaps these 8 hearts beating inside me will have more than just protection. Maybe they'll have parents who choose each other, again and again, against all odds.
The morning after confessing everything to Blair, I sit at my desk, pretending to review security protocols, while actually counting down the hours until Anton brings her to the estate this afternoon. I drum my fingers against the mahogany surface as I check my phone for the 10th time in as many minutes, confirming Anton's last update that Blair is safe in her apartment, packing as promised. The memory of her standing firm yesterday, demanding time to process my revelations, fills me with equal parts admiration and anxiety. Every instinct screams to override her request and bring her here immediately. But the trust building between us is too fragile to shatter with heavy-handed commands. My concentration breaks completely when Kuzma enters without knocking. A breach of protocol that immediately puts every nerve on edge. In 13 years of service, he's never entered my private office without permission unless facing dire emergency. Without speaking, he crosses the room with purposeful strides and places a small package on the polished mahogany between us. The brown paper wrapping looks innocuous, except for one crucial detail that makes my stomach clench with dread. There's no postage, delivery markings, or other indication of how it arrived in the heart of my most secure space. This was in your private office when I arrived this morning, Kuzma says, his voice tight with implications neither of us wants to voice. The overnight team swears no one entered. Security footage shows nothing, no gaps, no distortions, and no evidence of tampering. My blood chills as I recognize what this means. Someone bypassed every layer of security to place this package in my inner sanctum, the one room that should be absolutely impenetrable. Multiple redundant systems protect this space, including biometric locks, pressure sensors, infrared cameras, and armed guards, who would die before allowing unauthorized access. Only someone with intimate knowledge of my operations and extraordinary skill could accomplish such a feat, or someone wearing my face, pretending to be me. The thought is chilling, but it wouldn't be the first time Vanya impersonated me over the years. I pull on latex gloves from my desk drawer before touching the package. Though we both know if someone wanted me dead, this would already be over. The brown paper tears easily under my fingers, revealing a small rosewood box that makes me still for a second. Even before opening it, I know what's inside. The box itself tells me. It's the same one our father used to store his most precious possessions, the one that sat on his desk the night he died. The antique pocket watch lies nestled in aged velvet, its gold case dented and tarnished with age, its crystals spider-webbed with cracks in a pattern I remember too well. The hands remain frozen at 8 minutes past 11. Not random damage, or even when he killed father, but deliberate symbolism that hits me like a physical blow. 8 minutes. The time difference between Vanya's birth and mine, and the arbitrary span that determined which twin would inherit everything while the other got nothing. Bože moj, Kuzma whispers, recognizing the watch immediately from the painted portrait hanging in the hall, since he never met my father in person. It's prominently displayed on a fob in the portrait, since it was a prized possession, passed down through 4 generations. Your father's. Da. I lift the timepiece with careful fingers, feeling the weight of 13 years in my palm. It disappeared the night of his death, and we'd initially assumed the Colombian assassins took it as a trophy. I know now this watch was pressed against our father's chest when Vanya drove in the knife with the cartel's crest etched into the wooden handle, cracking the crystal in the struggle. He must have taken it as a twisted trophy even then. The blood has long since dried to rust-brown stains in the intricate engravings. He kept it but never tried to clean it. He preserved it like a holy relic and waited 13 years to send it back as a message that requires no translation. You'll end up like father. You've finally given me an opening to destroy everything you're building. I turn over the watch, revealing the Morozov family crest engraved on the back, a double-headed eagle clutching crossed swords in its talons. Our great-grandfather commissioned this piece, carrying it through his rise from Moscow street thug to Bratva royalty. Once this symbol represented unity and strength, the two-headed eagle showing how the family could look both forward and backward to protect against all threats. Now, it mocks me with its imagery of duality, of 2 heads sharing one body, destined to tear each other apart. Sweep everything, I order, my voice emerging with deadly calm that belies the fury building in my chest. Every vehicle, every room, and every piece of technology in this compound. I want to know how this got here, but I suspect he pretended to be me. Check the walls for new listening devices, the computers for malware, and the vehicles for tracking devices or explosives. Already started, Kuzma confirms. I've got teams going through the security footage frame by frame, checking for any anomalies we might have missed. The cyber unit is analyzing our digital infrastructure for breaches, but he trails off because we both know the truth. If Vanya could place this here undetected, he could have planted anything: bombs, listening devices, or biological weapons. The sanctity of my stronghold has been shattered as surely as this watch crystal. How do I protect it from a man who looks enough like me to fool my men and my security measures? What about Blair's apartment? The thought sends terror through me. If he can breach our security here, Anton reports no incidents. I've already dispatched 2 additional men as backup until she arrives this afternoon. They're in position now, one on the roof across the street, one in an unmarked van at the building's rear exit. I set the watch on my desk, its broken face catching the morning light and throwing fractured rainbows across the polished wood. He wants me to know he's close. He wants me afraid, uncertain, and looking over my shoulder at every shadow. Is it working? The question would earn anyone else a bullet, but Kuzma has served me too long and too well for such reactions. He's seen me at my worst, helped bury bodies and build empires, and stood at my side through territorial wars and assassination attempts. He's earned the right to honesty. Fear is just another weapon to be handled, I say, though the words taste like lies. The truth is that I am afraid, not for myself, but for Blair and the babies she carries. For the first time in my adult life, I have something to lose that matters more than power or territory. The realization is both liberating and terrifying. Double the security on Blair immediately. I want eyes on her every second until she's behind our walls. That might spook her. You said she asked for time. I don't care if it spooks her. The words come out harsher than intended, but I don't soften them. Vanya knows where she lives and knows she's vulnerable. This, I gesture at the watch, is him announcing the hunt has begun. He's done hiding in shadows. This is a declaration of war. He nods and pulls out his secure phone to issue orders. While he coordinates increased surveillance, speaking in rapid Russian to team leaders across the city, I study the watch more carefully. The damage tells a story written in metal and blood, but there's something else that makes my pulse accelerate. Wedged beneath the crystal face, I see a thin strip of paper protruding. I use precision tweezers from my desk drawer to extract it, and the paper is so thin it's almost translucent. My hands remain steady, despite the rage building in my chest, as I unfold the message with growing dread. Written in Vanya's distinctive handwriting, the same careful Cyrillic script our nanny taught us, are words that turn my blood to ice. 9 hearts for 2. Your children for mine, your woman for Katya. Blood demands blood, and the debt has come due. The words blur as rage floods my system, red creeping in at the edges of my vision. Vanya isn't just threatening Blair, he's declaring war on my unborn children, holding all of them responsible for Katya and the baby who died with her. The parallel sickens me. 9 lives to pay for 2. My family destroyed to balance his loss. It's the arithmetic of revenge, as frigid and emotionless as any business transaction. Sir, Kuzma has finished his calls and watches me with concern, likely recognizing the signs of my simmering fury. I hand him the note without speaking. His face hardens as he reads, understanding immediately what this means. This isn't a territorial dispute or succession challenge anymore. This is extinction, one bloodline meant to end so another can claim supremacy. It's the kind of total war our ancestors would have understood, ensuring the complete annihilation of an enemy's line. The lines blur when we share the same heritage, but he's not thinking about this logically. How could he be? We need to move Blair now, he says. Today, this morning. I can have a full tactical team at her apartment in 20 minutes. She asked for time until this afternoon. The words are hard to utter but necessary, with each one a compromise I can barely afford. With respect, sir, her timeline no longer matters. If Vanya could get this close to you in your own office. I know. I slam my palm on the desk, making the watch jump and skitter across the surface. I can't, though. She's finally trusting me and choosing to stay despite everything. If I override her request now, drag her here against her wishes like some medieval warlord claiming his prize, better angry than dead. The brutal logic stops me cold. He's right, of course. Blair's autonomy means nothing if Vanya gets to her first. Yet something in me rebels against treating her like cargo to be moved at will, even for her own protection. She's not just a surrogate anymore. She's the woman I've come to care for, the mother of my children, and someone whose trust I desperately want to earn. Compromise, I decide after a long moment. Tell Anton to suggest moving the timeline up. Make it seem like her idea. Emphasize the security benefits, the medical facilities here, and the comfort of having everything ready. Whatever persuades her, but don't force it. Kuzma looks skeptical but nods. And if she refuses? Then we respect her choice until this afternoon as promised. In the meantime, I want invisible coverage on her building. Snipers on adjacent rooftops, unmarked cars at every exit, and our people in every coffee shop and convenience store within 3 blocks. If Vanya makes a move, we'll be ready. See that you are, because if anything happens to her or those babies, I don't finish the threat. Kuzma has worked for me long enough to know what failure means in our world. He's seen me execute men for far lesser failures than losing the woman who carries my legacy. After he leaves to implement enhanced security measures, I return my attention to the broken watch. 13 years ago, this timepiece marked our father's final moments. along with the end of one era of violence and the beginning of another. The funny thing is, I've always sympathized with Vanya, even when I went after him after the revelation. I understood why he did what he did, even when I hated him for it. Now, the watch heralds a new chapter in our bloody family saga, one where innocent lives hang in the balance of a vendetta that predates their existence. I open the wall safe hidden behind a false panel. A portrait of my grandfather swings aside to reveal state-of-the-art security. Inside, stacks of cash and various currencies line the shelves alongside false passports, untraceable weapons, and encrypted hard drives containing enough blackmail material to bring down half of Miami's elite. The tools of survival in my world, carefully accumulated over years of paranoid preparation. The watch joins these items, but not as a keepsake. It's evidence now, proof of Vanya's proximity and intentions. When this ends, and it will end, I want to remember exactly why extreme measures were necessary, why I had to become the monster our father always wanted me to be. The morning sun climbs higher as I issue orders and review defensive positions, coordinating with soldiers across the city, but my thoughts keep returning to Blair. Right now, she's probably in her bedroom, carefully folding clothes into suitcases, unaware that death has crept close enough to leave calling cards in my most secure locations. The pregnancy that began as a business arrangement has evolved into something worth killing for, or dying for. I close the safe and spin the combination lock, sealing away the physical reminder of Vanya's threat. But the message itself burns in my mind with crystal clarity. Blood demands blood. Not theirs, I vow to the empty office, my voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. Never theirs. I reach for my phone to check Anton's progress one more time, counting down the minutes until the woman carrying my future is secure within these walls. The watch might have breached my security, but it also revealed Vanya's hand. He wants me to know he's coming, wants me afraid and reactive. He's about to learn that threatening what's mine is the last mistake he'll ever make. The Bratva boss he remembers from 13 years ago was dangerous. The father protecting his family is something else entirely, something even our brutal father would have feared. I stare at the family portrait hanging beside the safe, showing my father flanked by his twin sons at age 16, just a year before everything went to hell, and just weeks before Vanya met Katya, when father insisted on taking us to a whorehouse for the first time. Katya didn't work there, but she was there to see her mother, setting up the fateful events that have unfolded ever since. Ironically, father made it possible for Vanya to meet Katya, but I doubt he ever took any responsibility for that. We look so similar, it's hard to tell us apart. But even then, the seeds of destruction were planted. Father's hand rests on my shoulder while Vanya stands slightly apart, already being pushed to the margins. The eagle crest on the wall behind us seems to mock our unity, with its two heads pulling in opposite directions. Staring at it fills me with deep sadness. It ends with us, I tell the portrait. This cycle of brother against brother. My children won't know this hatred. The promise feels heavy but necessary. Whatever happens with Vanya, however this plays out, those 8 babies will grow up as siblings, not rivals. They'll know love, not competition, unity, not division. My phone vibrates and displays another update from Anton. Leaving soon, ETA 90 minutes. 90 minutes until she's safe. 90 minutes until I can breathe again. 90 minutes until the next phase of this war can begin with all my pieces properly positioned. I pour myself a vodka, but don't drink it. Just hold the crystal tumbler up to the light, watching the liquid refract like the broken watch face. Soon, Blair will be here, and I'll have to explain about the watch, about the escalated threat, about why her timeline had to be moved up despite my promise. She'll be angry probably, but alive, safe, protected. And once she's settled, once those 8 precious hearts are beating safely behind my walls, I'll turn my attention to ending this permanently. Vanya wants blood? He'll have it, but it won't be the blood of innocence. It will be his own.
The afternoon sun slants through my Coral Gables apartment windows as I fold another sweater into an open suitcase, still trying to process how completely my life has transformed in 24 hours. From learning the father of my 8 unborn children is a Bratva boss to discovering his twin brother wants me dead as proxy revenge for a 13-year-old tragedy. The revelations should have sent me running. Instead, I'm carefully packing for a move to Valentin's fortified estate, accepting a dangerous new reality with surprising calm. Victor and Anton move through my apartment, carefully cataloguing items for transport while maintaining vigilant awareness. Their movements betray military training beneath civilian clothes by the way they check corners before entering rooms, how they position themselves to maintain sight lines to all exits, and the subtle communication through gestures rather than words. These men aren't just helping me relocate, but executing a security operation disguised as a mundane move. Victor wraps the crystal teacups I inherited from my grandmother, and never use, but still unpacked in this borrowed cabinet when I arrived, in bubble wrap, with the same precision he probably uses to dismantle weapons. The contrast between his careful handling of cheap crystal, the value of which is mostly sentimental, and the barely concealed pistol beneath his jacket strikes me as absurdly symbolic of this new life of violence and domesticity, intertwined in ways I never imagined when I first agreed to carry Valentin's child. "The books can go in these boxes," Anton says. "Mr. Morozov said to bring anything you want. The estate has plenty of room." Plenty of room. Understatement of the year. I remember it from my dinner there. The Mediterranean-style mansion could swallow a dozen apartments like mine. Probably 50 of my old shithole. The thought of rattling around in all that space makes me slightly dizzy, though I suppose 8 babies will fill it soon enough. My hand drifts unconsciously to my abdomen, still too early to show significantly, but already transforming my body in subtle ways. These clothes? Victor holds up several hangers from my closet, and I see him trying not to judge the obviously inexpensive garments. Everything goes. The words emerge more firmly than I feel. These clothes might look out of place in Valentin's world, but they're mine, and reminders of who I was before Russian Mafia and rival brothers and Octuplets became my reality. As I fold a worn t-shirt that served as pajamas for years, I wonder at my own acceptance of this situation. I'm packing to move in with a crime boss while his brother plots my death. And somehow, it feels like the only logical choice. Perhaps maternal instinct overrides common sense. Or perhaps Valentin's unexpected vulnerability yesterday broke through defenses I didn't know I'd built. "I'll take these to the vehicle," Anton says, lifting 2 boxes with ease. "Victor will stay with you." The security protocol is obvious. They never leave me unguarded, even for the time it takes to load boxes. This is my life now, full of constant surveillance, perpetual protection, and freedom traded for safety. The surrogacy contract never mentioned this particular clause. While Anton disappears with his load, I finish packing up my dresser and have room to spare in the suitcase. So I try to decide what deserves space in this new life. Moving to the living room, the photo of Carrie goes in on top of my softest sweater. My few books follow, then the Afghan my mother made, before everything fell apart that rests over the back of the sofa. These fragments of my past seem almost quaint against the backdrop of my present. But I pack them anyway, needing their familiar comfort in an increasingly unfamiliar world. Movement in my peripheral vision draws my attention to the door as a white envelope appears beneath it, sliding across the threshold slowly. My heart rate accelerates as I cross the room, some primitive instinct already warning of danger before I even touch the paper. What is it? Victor has noticed my sudden stillness, his hand moving automatically toward his concealed weapon. Probably just a notice from building management about the move-out inspection. He relaxes fractionally, but maintains his watchful position as I retrieve the envelope. My fingers tremble slightly as I open it, though I keep my back to Victor to hide any visible reaction. Inside, a single sheet of expensive stationery bears a typed message in stark black letters. You won't make it to the due date. The words blur for a moment as blood rushes in my ears. No signature appears on the page, but the source is unmistakable given yesterday's revelations. Vanya has found me. The clinical nature of the threat chills me more than any emotional diatribe could. This is terrorism, and it's designed to destabilize through its very impersonality. My first reflex is to show Victor, to sound the alarm and let Valentin's security machine spring into action. But something stops me. I saw the strain in Valentin's features yesterday from the stress of trying to protect me and our unborn children while managing a criminal empire and fraternal war. Adding to his burden feels selfish when he's already restructuring his entire life around our safety. Instead, I carefully fold the note and slip it into my jacket pocket, the paper seeming to cut through the stiff fabric. Victor hasn't noticed the exchange, his attention focused on the windows and door rather than my small deception. I'm not hiding it from Valentin, so much as choosing the best time to tell him. Everything all right? Victor's question pulls me from my spiraling thoughts. Fine. I just remembered something I need to pack. I force myself to move normally, returning to my suitcase as if the death threat in my pocket isn't making my hands shake. He accepts the explanation without question, though he scans the hallway beyond my door with renewed suspicion. I continue stripping personal items from the living room mechanically as worry thrums through me. He knows where I am, which means nowhere is truly safe until this conflict ends. The estate's security might slow him down, but a man who can place objects in Valentin's private office and send death threats to my door won't be stopped by walls alone. Anton returns, gathering more boxes, while exchanging coded looks with Victor that probably communicate more than entire conversations. I pretend not to notice their increased vigilance, focusing instead on packing the bathroom items, prenatal vitamins that now seem woefully inadequate for 8 babies, industrial strength anti-nausea medication that barely controls the morning sickness, and basic toiletries that will look shabby in what I imagine are marble-clad bathrooms. Mr. Morozov called, Anton says, checking his phone. He's confirming arrival for 2 p.m., as discussed. I check my watch and see I have barely an hour left in this apartment that represented independence so recently. Now it feels exposed and vulnerable, with too many windows and not enough steel between me and whatever Vanya might be planning. The note in my pocket seems to pulse with malevolent energy, a secret that grows heavier with each passing minute. I'm almost ready. The lie comes easier the second time. In truth, I could leave right now, abandon the remaining items and flee to the safety of Valentin's estate. But something stubborn in me insists on finishing properly and maintaining the illusion of control, even as death threats slide beneath my door. I touch my stomach where 8 hearts beat in ignorant bliss, unaware their uncle has already marked them for death. The fierce protectiveness that surges through me surprises me with its intensity. These babies didn't choose their father or their heritage, didn't ask to be born into a world where brothers kill brothers. And love becomes ammunition. But they're here now, growing inside me and depending on my choices for their survival. Ready? Anton stands by the door with the last box, Victor beside him with my suitcase. I take a final look around the apartment that was supposed to be my fresh start. The bare walls and empty rooms feel like a metaphor for leaving my old life behind, necessary, but tinged with loss. Whatever I'm becoming in Valentin's world, and whomever I need to be to protect these 8 lives, starts now. Ready? I follow them out. The ride to Valentin's estate passes in tense silence. I sit beside Anton as Victor drives the armored SUV, watching Miami's familiar streets give way to increasingly exclusive neighborhoods. The note seems to grow heavier with each mile, my deception weighing on me, even as I justify it as protecting Valentin from additional stress, until I'm sure he's calm enough to hear about it. When we finally turn through the massive gates of the estate, the pressure in my chest eases slightly. Whatever dangers lurk beyond these walls, inside, I'll have time to think, plan, and decide when and how to reveal Vanya's threat. The sight of Valentin waiting on the front steps, his powerful figure like a concrete statue, sends a wave of relief through me. "Welcome home," he says, as I exit the vehicle. And the words feel more significant than their simple meaning suggests. Home. Not just his anymore, but his, mine, and the 8 tiny lives we've created together. As he takes my hand to lead me inside, the note in my pocket remains at the edges of my awareness. Vanya thinks I'm weak and an easy target to eliminate. He's about to learn that threatening a mother's children, even unborn ones, awakens something far more dangerous than any Bratva soldier. I squeeze Valentin's hand and follow him through the massive front doors, leaving my old life behind while carrying proof of the war that's already begun. The due date Vanya mentioned feels both distant and terrifyingly close, but I push aside the thought. We have time, resources, and each other. And we have 8 reasons to win this war, no matter the cost. "Everything goes smoothly?" Valentin asks as we enter the foyer, scanning my face with the intensity of someone who's learned to read danger in the smallest details. "Perfectly smooth," I say, proud of how steady my voice remains. I hate lying, but the truth would be worse right now. Victor and Anton were very efficient. Good. He seems to relax fractionally, though his hand remains protectively on my lower back as he guides me deeper into the house. "I've prepared the east wing for you. It has the best morning light and connects directly to the medical suite we've installed." I let him show me through rooms that blur together in their luxury, my mind still on the note hidden in my pocket. Later, when the moment is right, I'll tell him about Vanya's threat. But for now, I need to appear calm and composed, like the partner he needs, rather than another problem to solve. "It's beautiful," I say when he pauses for my reaction to what must be the master suite. "All of it." "It's yours," he say gently. "Ours. Whatever you need to feel comfortable." "I have what I need." The words surprise me with their truth. Despite the danger, I feel safer here with him than I have since Carrie died. As Valentin continues the tour, pointing out security features disguised as architectural details, the note burns in my pocket. But I've survived poverty and loss. I'll survive this too. After all, I'm not just Blair Elliott anymore. I'm the woman carrying the future of the Morozov line, and that makes me more dangerous than Vanya realizes. He thinks I won't make it to the due date. He's wrong. I'll make it there and beyond, surrounded by 8 children who will never know the hatred that poisoned their father's generation. That's not a hope. It's a promise, and I intend to keep it.
If you are enjoying this audiobook, please take a moment to subscribe and like the video. This allows us to continue bringing these books to you. Thank you so much.
The tomato plants need more sun, Blair says, spooning fresh berries onto her yogurt across the breakfast table. I'm thinking of moving them to the south corner of the garden bed. I lower my coffee cup, watching how the morning light through the breakfast room windows catches the highlights in her hair. The south corner has poor drainage. They'll rot after the first heavy rain. She looks up, surprise flickering across her features. How do you know that? I know everything about this property. I reach for a piece of toast, maintaining a casual tone despite how closely I'm studying her. The groundskeeper submits detailed soil and drainage reports quarterly. Of course he does. She smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. God forbid anything on your property performs at less than optimal efficiency. For the past week since she moved in, these breakfast conversations have become the highlight of my day. I've rearranged security briefings and delayed business calls to preserve this time together, watching her relax incrementally into life at the estate, despite the circumstances that brought her here. The eastern corner has better sun exposure and proper drainage. I can have the soil amended if needed. I can handle it. She tenses slightly, that now familiar guardedness returning to her posture. I don't need the groundskeeper taking over my little project. It wasn't an order, Blair, just a suggestion. I keep my voice deliberately gentle, recognizing the pattern that's developed over the past 7 days. Moments of genuine connection, followed by sudden retreats whenever I extend too much help or ask too many questions. She sighs, setting down her spoon. I know, I'm sorry, I'm still adjusting to all this. Her gesture encompasses the opulent breakfast room, with its crystal chandelier and uniformed staff hovering discreetly near the doors. To living here? Or to living with me? The question emerges more directly than I intended. She looks at me briefly before looking away. Both. Everything. Armed guards watching me garden isn't exactly what I pictured when I signed up to be a surrogate. The guards are necessary until Vanya isn't a threat anymore. I know. She picks up her juice glass, rotating it slowly between her fingers. Has there been any sign of him? The question feels loaded somehow, as though she's testing what I know rather than seeking information. I study her face, noting the slight tension around her mouth and the careful neutrality in her expression. Nothing concrete, I say, watching for her reaction. Some movement near the south wall last night, but the cameras didn't capture anything definitive. Her hand pauses momentarily in its rotation of the glass, a micro expression of alarm quickly suppressed. Animals, maybe? Perhaps. I take another sip of coffee, maintaining eye contact over the rim. Is there something you think I should know, Blair? About Vanya? She shakes her head too quickly. How would I know anything? Not necessarily about Vanya. About anything that concerns you. I set down my cup deliberately. You've seemed preoccupied since moving in. I'm carrying octuplets while living in a fortress with a Bratva boss. Preoccupied seems like a reasonable state of mind. Her attempt at humor falls flat, undermined by the tension in her shoulders. You know you can tell me anything, right? I keep my tone conversational despite the growing certainty that she's hiding something significant. Even if you think it will upset me or complicate things. She looks down at her plate. I know. The response is non-committal, neither confirmation nor denial, and I recognize the deflection strategy. For 7 days, I've waited patiently, giving her space to adjust, to build trust, and to come to me voluntarily with whatever she's concealing. For 7 days, I've watched her carefully maintain this invisible barrier between us, despite living under the same roof. The security exists to protect you and our children, I remind her gently, but it only works if we have complete information. I understand that. She meets my gaze with surprising directness. I appreciate everything you're doing, really. The sincerity in her voice creates a conflicting mixture of warmth and suspicion. She means what she says. She does appreciate the protection, but something remains unsaid between us, hovering like a shadow at the edges of our growing connection. A discreet knock at the door interrupts before I can press further. Kuzma stands in the doorway, his expression professionally blank, despite the intrusion into our private time. Sir, the security briefing is scheduled for 8 o'clock. I check my watch, noting with some surprise that our breakfast has extended well beyond its usual time frame. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Blair uses the interruption to stand, gathering her napkin. I should get ready for gardening anyway. The herbs won't plant themselves. Will you be working on the East Terrace today? I ask, also rising. Yes, all morning probably. The new rosemary needs transplanting, and I want to start preparing beds for summer vegetables. I nod, watching how her hand unconsciously moves to her slightly rounded abdomen as she speaks. That protective gesture never fails to trigger something primitive and possessive inside me. I'll check on you later, if meetings permit, I say, resisting the urge to touch her and have physical contact for just a moment. I'd like that. Her smile seems genuine now, though her expression remains guarded. She hesitates at the doorway, looking back. Valentin? Yes. Thank you for giving me space to adjust and not pushing too hard. The words strike me as both gratitude and warning. Appreciation for my patience, but also a request to maintain that careful distance. I incline my head in acknowledgement, watching her disappear down the hallway toward her suite, wondering what it will take for her to finally trust me with whatever she's holding back. 10 minutes later, I enter my office to find Kuzma, waiting with the morning's security reports. His military posture never relaxes, even in these familiar surroundings. The folder in his hands contains the routine intelligence that maintains my position and protects what's mine. But for the first time in my career, I'm impatient with these necessary briefings. The overnight report is on top, he says, handing over the folder without preamble. I scan the documents quickly, noting surveillance updates, personnel evaluations, and intelligence on rival organizations. Tell me about the movement at the south wall. Kuzma pulls up footage on his tablet, showing grainy night vision images of shadows moving near the property line. 3 separate incidents between midnight and 4 a.m. Each lasted less than 20 seconds and were too brief for the motion sensors to trigger the secondary protocols. The pattern suggests a testing of our surveillance capabilities. I recognize the methodology from my own training. Yes, and there's something else. Kuzma hesitates, which immediately captures my attention. He never hesitates. Marta reported seeing someone on the grounds yesterday who resembled you near the service entrance when you were confirmed to be in your office. My blood chills at the implication. Vanya. Possibly. The figure disappeared before security could investigate, and the cameras didn't capture a clear image. He swipes to another screen. Marta only mentioned it this morning, thinking she might have been mistaken. My brother always was patient with reconnaissance. I hand back the tablet, already analyzing countermeasures. Implement palm print verification for all restricted areas immediately, and voice recognition protocols for command staff. Also, brief everyone. If they see me in an unexpected location, they verify identity with you or Nikolai, or call my direct number before approaching. Already in progress. Kuzma makes a note in his tablet. I've also doubled the guard detail for Ms. Elliott without making it obvious to her. 2 men visible, 2 hidden at all times. I nod, grateful he understands the delicate balance required. What else? We've identified 3 of Vanya's known associates in Miami. He pulls up photographs of men I vaguely recognize from intelligence briefings. They've been seen at strategic locations, the hospital where Ms. Elliott would deliver, routes between here and her medical appointments, and even the specialty store where we order her prenatal supplements. The implications send cold rage through my veins. He's planning for contingencies and multiple attack vectors. That's my assessment as well. He shows me a map with red dots marking the sightings. He's being careful, using intermediaries rather than showing himself directly. But the pattern is clear. And Dr. Petrov? Any contact between him and these men? Nothing confirmed yet. We have surveillance on his clinic and residence, but he appears to be maintaining normal routines. At this point, it seems Matvey was the only spy, but never say never. I nod. Continue surveillance on the doctor at the current levels. Even if he's clean, I want him watched until Blair is no longer his patient. His access to Blair's medical information makes him a potential weak point in our security. Yes, sir. He gives a respectful nod and departs seconds later. Minutes after Kuzma leaves, the intercom buzzes with a reminder from Marina. Sir, your call with the Miami Harbor Master is in 5 minutes. Very well. I wait for the call to transfer and quickly wrap it up, since it's just a routine check-in. 20 minutes later, after concluding the most urgent business, I spot a small parcel sitting neatly on the center of my desk. The envelope is flat and wrapped in crisp brown paper, with no markings, but a discreet customs stamp and the embossed return address of the Alpine Botanical Conservatory in Switzerland. I know exactly what it is. 3 days ago, after Blair mentioned wanting to expand the herb garden she'd started on the East Terrace, I made a call. Not to a local nursery, those wouldn't do, but to a supplier who specializes in heirloom cultivars, the kind of seeds that need coaxing, not just watering, the kind that last. I retrieve the letter opener and slice through the wrapping. Inside, linen envelopes are tucked together with meticulous care, each labeled in tiny script, identifying alpine sage, white lavender, golden balm, wild mint, and a hardy starflower used in old world teas. They're rare, slow to sprout, and stubborn in the wrong climate, but they'll grow here with the right care. With her care. I run a thumb along the handwritten names, picturing her hands in the soil, and the quiet focus she brings to planting even in the shadow of death threats and Bratva politics. She never asked for any of this, and yet she's adapting like she was made for it. No one else knows these arrived. I didn't tell the staff because this isn't for show. I slide the bundle into the inside pocket of my jacket. I'll bring them to her myself. The walk to Blair's suite in the East Wing takes me past guards who nod respectfully, their eyes carefully neutral, despite what must be private speculation about my relationship with the mother of my children. At her door, I knock and wait for a response that doesn't come. I try again, then test the handle, finding it unlocked. The door swings open to reveal an empty suite, sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the gardens where she likely is. I step inside, intending to leave the seed packets on her bedside table for her to discover later. Her suite smells like her, that simple, clean scent that's becoming as familiar to me as gunpowder or vodka. The bed is neatly made, but personal touches have transformed the formerly impersonal guest suite, including books stacked on the nightstand, a shawl draped over a chair, and a pair of ballet flats kicked off by the closet. I place the carefully wrapped package of seeds on her desk, then notice her jacket draped across a chair, only when I knock it off with my elbow. Cursing softly, I bend to retrieve it, noting it's the same one she wore when moving in last week and hasn't used since, in the Miami heat. I halt in the process of hanging it on the chair again, when I notice a white corner protruding from the pocket, the paper appearing expensive and formal rather than casual. Acting on instinct rather than conscious thought, I reach into the pocket, always alert to potential information. Years of paranoia in my profession have taught me to leave nothing uninvestigated, especially with Vanya's recent message still fresh in my mind. I close my fingers around a folded paper and withdraw it, expecting perhaps a receipt or clinic instruction sheet. Instead, black-typed letters deliver an unmistakable message: "You won't make it to the due date." I read the words twice, blood turning to ice in my veins before surging back hot with fury. This is no vague threat, but a specific promise of death directed at Blair and our unborn children. The stark, impersonal typography speaks of calculation rather than emotion, which is the most dangerous kind of threat. The date on the message makes my hand clench involuntarily, crumpling the expensive paper. This was delivered the day Blair moved to the estate, a week ago. She's had this direct death threat from Vanya for 7 days and said nothing. The realization that she concealed this crucial information makes my chest ache. Vanya has already made direct contact with Blair, bypassing security to deliver a death threat to the mother of my children, and she chose to hide it from me. While I've been implementing security measures, conducting background checks, and reinforcing perimeters, she's been carrying knowledge that could help us identify the breach. Even worse, her silence has potentially exposed both her and our children to deadly risk. The fragile trust developing between us shatters under the weight of this deception. How can I protect what's mine if crucial information is being withheld? And Blair, carrying my 8 children, living under my protection, absolutely belongs to me now, whether she accepts it. That she would hide something this significant strikes at both my professional position as Bratva boss and the personal trust I've been extending to her. Betrayal and fear collide into white-hot anger as I crush the note in my fist. I've killed men for far less than threatening what belongs to me. I've destroyed business partners for smaller betrayals than concealing vital security information. The seed packets are forgotten on the desk as a more primal concern overrides my planned gesture. With the crumpled threat still clutched in my hand, I storm from the room, my carefully maintained control fracturing under the combined pressure of Vanya's explicit threat and Blair's dangerous secret-keeping. "Where is Miss Elliot?" I ask of the first guard I encounter in the hallway. "East Terrace Garden, sir," he says without hesitation. "She went there after breakfast." I stride through the house with deadly purpose, each step fueled by a combination of rage and fear that burns like acid. Servants scatter at my approach, recognizing the dangerous energy radiating from me. This isn't the usual violence of a business execution, but something personal, primal, and far more terrifying to those who know me. Through the French doors leading to the East Terrace, I spot her immediately, kneeling in the soil, with a wide-brimmed hat protecting her from the morning sun, and cotton gloves covered in dirt as she tends to her growing collection of herbs. The sweetness of her general demeanor clashes violently with the death threat burning in my clenched fist. The guards positioned at intervals around the terrace stiffen as I approach, sensing the dangerous shift in atmosphere. One makes a subtle motion to warn Blair of my approach, and she turns, her expression initially brightening at the sight of me before faltering when she registers my demeanor. "Valentin?" She stands slowly, one hand moving instinctively to protect her growing belly. "What's wrong?" I uncurl my whitened fist, thrusting the crumpled note toward her as I spit out my words. "Explain this."
Valentin's arm is extended with a crumpled paper in his palm. It's the death threat I received and concealed a week ago. My stomach hollows out as I register the cold rage emanating from him. I brush soil from my gloved hands to buy precious seconds to compose myself. The guards have moved into alert positions, their hands hovering near concealed weapons as they register the tension crackling between us. "Where did you find that?" I ask, though I already know the answer. "In your jacket pocket." His accent thickens noticeably with emotion, the carefully polished American pronunciation giving way to a rumbling Russian accent. "The jacket you haven't worn since moving in." I take a deep breath, looking at the threat rather than his face. "I was going to tell you." "When?" The single word cuts like ice. "After Vanya acted on it. After you became another casualty in a war you barely understand. When you seem less overwhelmed by everything." I finally meet his gaze, standing my ground despite the intimidation of his powerful frame radiating fury. "You were already dealing with so much. The pregnancy, the security breaches, everything. I didn't want to add to your burden." The argument erupts with volcanic intensity, but not in the way I expected. Valentin doesn't shout. Instead, his anger manifests in cold, precise accusations that cut more deeply than any screaming match could. He paces the terrace like a caged predator, his stiff movements somehow more frightening than wild gestures would be. You've compromised security protocols that exist to keep you alive. He gestures with the crumpled threat. This note could give us a clue. I didn't think. Exactly, you didn't think. He cuts me off, his blue eyes glacial. You made a unilateral decision about information that affects all of us. You, me, our children, and every person working security on this property. I hadn't considered it from that perspective, how withholding the threat might endanger others beyond myself. The realization floods me with guilt, but I maintain my composure, refusing to wither under his hot glare. This isn't a game, he continues, his accent growing thicker with each word. This is Vanya declaring his intentions directly. You don't keep this from me. Ever. I was trying to protect you, I say, the words sounding hollow, even to my own ears. Valentin freezes mid-pace, turning to stare at me with an expression caught between disbelief and astonishment. Protect me? You were already carrying so much. I didn't want to add another burden. I cross my arms over my chest, still wearing my gloves. I was going to tell you when you seemed less stressed. The irony of my words hits us both simultaneously. The absurdity of me, an ordinary woman with no connection to the criminal world until weeks ago, attempting to protect a Bratva boss who survived assassination attempts and territorial wars. The concept is so ludicrous that it momentarily deflates Valentin's anger, confusion replacing fury in his expression. You were worried about my stress levels? He says the words slowly, as if trying to make sense of an alien concept. Yes. I lift my chin slightly. Is that so hard to believe? No one worries about my stress levels, Blair. A hint of bewilderment enters his voice. People fear me, respect me, and obey me, but they don't concern themselves with my mental well-being. Well, maybe they should, I say, emboldened by the slight shift in his demeanor. You're human too, even if you pretend to be made of steel. One of the guards coughs discreetly, clearly uncomfortable witnessing such personal conversation. Valentin dismisses them with a sharp gesture, sending them to the perimeter of the terrace where they can maintain visual contact without overhearing. His approach softens visibly once we have relative privacy, his broad shoulders lowering as he closes the distance between us. I've spent 13 years running a criminal empire while watching for my brother's knife in the dark. Stress is my natural state of existence. That doesn't mean it's healthy, I say, still holding my ground. The pregnancy books say it's important for fathers to manage stress levels too. I know how hard this has been for you, and I didn't want to make it worse. I didn't want to be one more problem you have to solve. My voice breaks on the admission. So instead you carried this alone. He holds up the threat, his voice gentling, despite the seriousness of his words. Do you understand what could have happened if Vanya had followed through while I was operating with incomplete information? I do now, I say, the full weight of my mistake finally settling on my shoulders. It still just seems like words on a page to me, but maybe there are details I wouldn't even think to look for that could have given his team an advantage. I wasn't thinking about security protocols or information timelines. I was thinking about you as a person, not a security system. Something shifts in his expression at my words, a softening around his eyes that suggests I've inadvertently said something significant. He takes another step closer, close enough now that I can smell his expensive cologne mixed with the faint scent of coffee from this morning's breakfast. As a person, he repeats quietly, as if testing the concept. Not many people think of me that way anymore. I do. The admission comes easily despite the tension between us. You're not just a Bratva boss or a security provider to me. Not anymore. He reaches for my hands, seemingly unconcerned with the garden soil still clinging to them. His large fingers envelop mine with surprising gentleness. We protect each other now, he says, his voice rough with emotion, rarely displayed so openly. You, me, and our children are all connected beyond whatever contract we signed. I need to know everything to keep you all safe. The way he says that, including all of us, makes me blink back tears at the unexpected significance. This is no longer a surrogacy arrangement with clearly defined boundaries and expectations. It's evolved into something neither of us anticipated when signing those papers in the lawyer's office. I'm sorry, I say, meaning it completely. I won't keep anything from you again, no matter how much I think you have on your plate. Even small things could matter. A strange call, an unusual delivery, or someone watching you. Anything could be Vanya testing our defenses. I understand that now. I look down at our joined hands, his pale against my dirt-smudged floral gloves. The contrast somehow symbolic of our differences, yet connection. Good. He hesitates, then pulls me against his chest in a gesture that feels both protective and desperate. I can't protect against what I don't know about. I lean into his embrace, my ear pressed against his chest, where his heartbeat sounds strong and steady, despite the emotional storm we've just weathered. I finally acknowledge what I've been fighting since that first night we spent together. I'm falling in love with Valentin Morozov, Bratva boss, and father of my unborn children. The realization should terrify me, given the danger surrounding us, the violence inherent in his world, and the unconventional beginning of our relationship. Instead, it fills me with a strange calm, as if naming the feeling brings order to the chaos of recent weeks. What would you have done? I ask, my voice muffled against his shirt. If you'd known about the threat immediately. Accelerated security protocols, analyzed the delivery method, and checked surveillance footage from your building during the time frame it arrived. I would have my team analyze the paper and the envelope to see if either bore significant traces of anything, perhaps environmental, that could tell us where he was when writing it. I'd also have someone track down the paper itself if it's not common. His hand moves in slow circles on my back as he speaks. Information is power, especially against someone like Vanya, who plans meticulously. I really was going to tell you, I insist, pulling back enough to see his face. I just wanted to find the right moment. There is no right moment for death threats. A ghost of a smile touches his lips, his anger visibly receding. But I understand your intentions, misguided as they were. The guards maintain their positions at the edges of the terrace, expressions carefully neutral despite having witnessed our confrontation. This, too, is part of my new reality. The lack of true privacy and the constant vigilance that surrounds us like an invisible boundary. Is he going to act on it? I ask, one gloved hand moving unconsciously to my stomach, where the slight roundness is becoming more pronounced each day. The threat, I mean. Vanya doesn't make empty threats. Valentin's expression darkens again. He also doesn't act without thorough preparation, so we have time to strengthen our defenses. And then what? Then I end this. The simplicity of his statement is more frightening than any elaborate plan would be. One way or another, this conflict between us stops. I study his face, seeing the resolution there alongside something more vulnerable. Fear, not for himself, but for what he might lose. I won't let him hurt our babies, I say with a fierceness that surprises me. Whatever it takes. These 8 children didn't ask to be born into this situation, he says, his hand covering mine where it rests protectively over my stomach. But they're ours, and I will eliminate any threat to them. Ours, I repeat, finding comfort in the word. Not just yours anymore. They never were just mine, he says, surprising me. That was always the flaw in our arrangement, thinking life can be separated so cleanly into legal categories. The contract seems irrelevant now, he continues, his gaze never leaving mine. Because it is. I reach up to touch his face, a gesture of connection I wouldn't have dared attempt even days ago. Whatever this is between us, it's not defined by legal documents anymore. We stand together in the garden I've been cultivating, surrounded by armed guards and the weight of Vanya's threats. Yet somehow I feel lighter than I have in weeks. The honesty between us now, painful as it was to achieve, creates something stronger than before. Come, Valentin says after a long moment, taking my hand. We should go inside. Kuzma will need to know about this threat, analyze the paper and the typeface. I nod, allowing him to lead me toward the house after I strip off my gardening gloves and leave them on the bench. As we walk, he subtly positions his body between me and any potential danger, an instinctive protection that speaks volumes about his feelings despite his reluctance to voice them. Inside, the cool air conditioning raises goosebumps on my skin after the warmth of the garden. I excuse myself to wash the dirt from my hands that somehow crept in despite gloves, while Valentin summons Kuzma for an immediate security briefing. When I join them in Valentin's study minutes later, they're already deep in discussion about the threatening note, examining it under bright lights with gloved hands. The paper is expensive stock, available only through specialty suppliers, Kuzma says, looking up as I enter. The same brand Vanya used for correspondence in the past. Can you trace the purchase? I ask, settling into a leather chair across from them. Both men look at me with mild surprise, perhaps not expecting my interest in the technical details. Possibly, says Kuzma after a moment. Unfortunately, it's expensive but not rare, and Vanya could walk into a few high-end shops in Miami to purchase it with cash. He might have even sent someone else to buy it for him if he assumed we'd obtain the security footage from those shops, which we will. His signature paper was a deliberate choice, says Valentin. He wanted me to know it's from him. Check the ink as well, and have the team review all surveillance footage from Blair's former building during the day of delivery. I watched their methodical approach to something that had seemed merely frightening to me, appreciating the professionalism with which they addressed the threat. This is their world, analyzing dangers, identifying weaknesses, and implementing countermeasures. It's a world I'm now irrevocably part of. Not just because of the babies I carry, but because of my growing affection for the man who rules it. Miss Elliot, Kuzma says to me directly, his usual formality unchanged by the circumstances. Did you notice anything unusual that day? Anyone watching the building, delivery people in the area, or anything out of routine? I think back to the morning the note arrived, trying to recall details beyond my own preoccupation with packing. The mail carrier came earlier than usual. There was a plumbing van parked across the street for several hours, and the neighbor's dog wouldn't stop barking. Kuzma nods, making notes in his tablet. Good observations. We'll check all of these. The validation warms me unexpectedly. In this strange new life, even my most casual observations might prove valuable and help keep us all safe from the threat looming over us. As the security briefing continues, I study Valentin's profile, noting the tension in his shoulders and the focused intensity in his eyes as he works to protect what's his, what's ours. The distinction feels monumental, though neither of us has fully articulated what it means. I place my hand over my stomach, feeling the slight curve. It will soon become impossible to hide the proof of 8 lives that have already transformed everything. The surrogacy contract, my relationship with Valentin, and my very existence. What began as a business arrangement has evolved into something neither of us could have predicted. I'm falling in love with Valentin Morozov, against all logic and self-preservation. I should be terrified by this realization, but instead I accept it with surprising calm. I've been alone too long, and I won't turn my back on this genuine connection with him, despite the dangers. I know too well how it is to lose someone I love, to just give up now.
The charged emotions of our confrontation on the terrace linger between us as night falls over the estate. After dinner, taken in unusually comfortable silence, in the less formal kitchen rather than the grand dining room, I'm unable to focus on the security reports Kuzma has prepared. My mind continuously drifts to Blair and the stubborn determination in her eyes as she stood her ground despite my anger, along with the unexpected revelation that she'd been trying to protect me. No one has done that for as long as I can remember. I imagine my mother would have if she'd lived, but even our nannies couldn't protect us from father. The security enhancements for the East Wing will be completed by tomorrow, Kuzma says, his voice pulling me back to the present. The new protocols for verifying your identity have been implemented estate-wide. I nod, forcing my attention to the documents spread across my desk. And the analysis of the threat note? Preliminary results confirm it came from the same source as previous Vanya communications, same paper stock, and similar typographic elements. Kuzma flips to another page in his report. We've increased surveillance on all known associates and... My focus drifts again as I catch a glimpse of Blair passing in the hallway through the partially open door. Even this brief sight of her, hair loose around her shoulders, wearing casual clothes rather than the garden attire from earlier, sends a jolt of awareness through me that has nothing to do with security protocols. Sir, he prompts, noticing my distraction. That's enough for tonight. I make the decision instantly, surprising both of us. In 13 years, I've never cut short a security briefing. Continue the investigation and report back tomorrow. Full details. If Kuzma is confused by my abrupt dismissal, he doesn't show it. Years of service have taught him when to press issues and when to retreat. Of course, sir, good night. After he leaves, I pour myself serving of vodka from the crystal decanter on my desk, but don't drink it. Instead, I stare at the clear liquid as I contemplate how thoroughly Blair Elliott has dismantled my carefully constructed defenses in the span of a few months. I've built my reputation on ruthless calculation and emotional detachment, but now find myself consumed by concern for a surrogate who was supposed to be nothing more than a biological necessity for my legacy. The woman who entered my life through a clinical contract has somehow become essential to my existence beyond the children she carries. The thought should alarm me. Instead, it creates a strange calm and the certainty that follows a decision already made, though I can't pinpoint exactly when I made it. A soft knock interrupts my thoughts. I look up to find Blair standing in the doorway of my study, wrapped in a simple silk robe that clings to her curves and highlights the slight swell of her stomach, where our children grow. Her hair flows in loose waves around her shoulders, still damp from a recent shower, and her face is free of makeup, showing the light dusting of freckles across her nose that fascinated me the first time we were intimate. "Can I come in?" she asks, though her presence in the doorway makes the question largely rhetorical. Of course. She steps into the room and closes the door behind her with care. The soft click of the latch echoes in the suddenly charged atmosphere. Something has shifted between us since this afternoon's confrontation, like a breaking down of the final barriers we'd maintained despite living under the same roof. "I wanted to apologize again," she says, but her tone doesn't match her words. There's no contrition in the way she holds herself and in the direct gaze that meets mine across the room. "You already apologized." I remain seated, watching her with growing awareness of every subtle movement, including the slight tightening of her fingers on the robe's sash and the measured rise and fall of her chest with each breath. "I know, but I wanted to say it again, properly." She crosses the room with deliberate steps, without an audience of guards or security chiefs. The air between us immediately charges with unspoken intention. She stops before my desk, close enough that I catch the scent of her body wash, something sweet and clean that contrasts sharply with the masculine surroundings of my study. "Consider it accepted," I say, more captivated by her proximity than any apology she might offer. She moves around the desk until she stands directly beside my chair, looking down at me with an expression I can't fully decipher. "I've been thinking about what you said, about how we're connected now, beyond contracts and arrangements." "And?" I turn my chair to face her fully, our knees nearly touching. "And I agree." She reaches for the sash of her robe, untying it with deliberate slowness.
The next scene contains content that is too spicy to include in this version on YouTube. To listen to the full version, please visit novelnectar.com or follow the link in the description.
Moonlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Valentin's bedroom, casting silver patterns across the navy blue comforter and silver sheets as he lays me down with gentle reverence. It's exactly as I remember, but everything feels different. I draw him down with me, unwilling to break contact even for a moment. His weight settles beside me, solid and warm as I curl against him, our bodies finding perfect alignment despite having shared only one night together before this. His fingers trace lacy patterns along my spine, raising goosebumps in their wake. "I've thought about having you here again since that first night in my office," he whispers against my hair, voice deep with contentment. "Your office seems to inspire us." I smile against his chest, breathing in his scent that's become achingly familiar. "But I prefer this." "As do I." His hands begin moving with the renewed purpose, exploring curves he already worshipped in his study, but seems determined to memorize all over again. Our second coupling is different from the desperate claiming on his desk. This time it's slower, more deliberate, and a thorough exploration of each other without urgency driving us. His touch is reverent, almost worshipful, as he draws responses from my body I never knew were possible. When he finally joins us together, the merging feels transcendent. Afterward, I lie entwined with him, our bodies still humming with pleasant aftershocks from our second time making love tonight. He rests his hand protectively over my abdomen, and it's large enough to span the space where 8 tiny lives develop beneath his palm. The weight and warmth of his touch grounds me in this moment that feels almost dreamlike in its perfection. An hour ago, I entered his study with no plan beyond following the magnetic pull between us, tired of pretending our connection was merely professional, or that my feelings were simply hormonal responses to pregnancy. The passion that followed exceeded every expectation. With Valentin's strength tempered by surprising tenderness, and his usual rugged demeanor giving way to raw emotion I never imagined he possessed. Now, in the intimate aftermath, I study his face in the moonlight. He appears relaxed in ways I rarely witness. The ever-present tension momentarily banished from his features, making him look younger and more vulnerable than the fearsome Bratva boss the world knows. The sharp angles of his jaw and cheekbones seem softer in the dim light. "This changes everything," Valentin says, his accent thicker in these private moments. The simple statement encompasses the monumental shift in our relationship from surrogate arrangement to something far more profound. I nod against his chest, knowing we've crossed a threshold that makes the original contract obsolete in every meaningful way. It does. No regrets. His question carries undertones of genuine uncertainty that surprise me. None. I shift to meet his gaze, wanting him to see my sincerity. "There is something I need to tell you." His body tenses slightly beneath mine, as though instinctively bracing for bad news. This alertness to potential threats, an inability to simply accept good things, speaks volumes about the life he's led. "I won't give them up," I whisper, voicing for the first time the decision that's been forming in my heart since learning about the Octuplets. After they're born, I can't just walk away. The confession hangs between us for a moment. According to our contract, that's exactly what I'm supposed to do: deliver his children and disappear from their lives, my role complete. The legal documents we signed make that abundantly clear, with multiple clauses reinforcing the temporary nature of my involvement. Instead of the resistance I half expected to this fundamental change in our agreement, he pulls me closer, his expression intensifying with emotion rarely displayed so openly. "I'll have Thomas bring the notarized contract tomorrow, so we can destroy it together." His voice carries absolute certainty, his decision apparently as fully formed as mine. "You don't mind?" I ask, needing confirmation, despite his apparent acceptance. "Mind?" A soft laugh rumbles from his chest. "Blair, I've been trying to figure out how to convince you to stay since the moment I saw those 8 heartbeats on the ultrasound screen." The admission warms me from within, more powerful than any passionate touch we've shared. I thought... I hesitate, finding the right words. "I assumed our arrangement was what you wanted. Clear boundaries with no complications. That was before." His fingers trace the slight curve of my stomach, where our children grow. "Before they existed. Before you became more than just a surrogate." He shifts us, so we're facing each other on the pillows. Our faces close, breath mingling in the intimate space between us. In the moonlight, his blue eyes appear almost silver, intense, and focused entirely on me. What I want now is different. Not a cold business transaction where I raise heirs alone after your departure, but a family we build together. All 10 of us. 10, I repeat, liking the sound of it. "You've already accepted all 8. "They're mine," he says simply, as if this explains everything. Perhaps for him it does. "And me?" The question emerges braver than I feel, asking it. "Also mine." His possessiveness should frighten me, but somehow it doesn't. "If you want to be..." The qualification surprises me. This acknowledgement of my agency from a man accustomed to commanding rather than asking. I touch his face, feeling the stubble that's grown since yesterday morning. "I'm already yours. I think I have been since that first night together." Something powerful flashes in his eyes, beyond desire or satisfaction. It looks remarkably like hope, an emotion I wouldn't have associated with him until this moment. "Tell me what you want our future to look like," I say, suddenly needing to hear how he envisions this unplanned life we're creating together. He's quiet for a long moment, thoughtful rather than hesitant. When he speaks, his words hold the weight of careful consideration. "I want a home, not just a fortress." His fingers continue the gentle exploration of my skin as he speaks. "I want our children to be safe, but not isolated. I want them to know each other as allies, not competitors like Vanya and I so were raised to be." The mention of his brother reminds me of the danger still surrounding us, but I push away the thought, unwilling to let it intrude on this perfect moment. "What else?" I ask, fascinated by this glimpse into his innermost thoughts. "I want you beside me, not as an employee or arrangement, but as my—" He pauses, searching for the right word. "Partner, equal, the mother of my children, and the woman in my bed." The word wife remains unspoken, perhaps too conventional yet for what exists between us, or simply too soon to articulate. But I hear it in the spaces between his words and see it in the intensity of his gaze. I want that too. We talk through the night, plans and dreams unfolding between us like delicate blooms. The word love hangs unspoken between us, too weighty to articulate just yet, but undeniably present in every touch, every shared glance. Instead, we speak of practical things, adjustments to the estate for 8 infants, security considerations, the specialized medical care we'll need. As dawn approaches, I allow myself to imagine this impossible future of 8 children raised in love rather than fear, with emotional and financial security, and myself transformed from disposable surrogate to essential partner. I wonder if Valentin can evolve from isolated crime lord to father, and perhaps something else I hardly dare name, even in my thoughts. These fantastical possibilities would remain just dreams, if not for the determination in Valentin's eyes, as he says, "You're mine now, Blair. You and our children, and I protect what's mine, always." The words could sound possessive, even controlling from another man. From Valentin, there's simply a declaration of commitment that carries more weight than any conventional promise. I must drift off eventually, because the next thing I know, sunlight has replaced moonlight, and a quiet knock at the door rouses me from sleep. Valentin is gone from beside me, but before I can wonder where, the door opens to reveal him fully dressed, followed by a maid carrying a breakfast tray. "Good morning," he says, looking far too put together for someone who spent most of the night making love and talking rather than sleeping. I pull the sheet higher, suddenly conscious of my nakedness in front of the staff. The maid sets the tray on a side table, her expression professionally neutral despite walking in on her boss's obvious bedmate. "Alina, have Miss Elliott's things moved from the guest suite to my rooms today?" Valentin says before she can leave. "Everything?" The maid nods without surprise. "Yes, sir. Right away." After she exits, I raise my eyebrows at Valentin. "I'm surprised you're still here. Don't you have an empire to run?" "I refuse to miss breakfast with you." He brings the tray to the bed, settling it between us as he rejoins me on the mattress, still fully clothed against my sheet-covered nakedness. "The empire can wait an hour." The tray holds an array of fresh fruit, pastries, bacon, poached eggs, yogurt, and coffee that smells divine. My stomach growls appreciatively, reminding me growing 8 humans requires consistent fuel. There's not a hint of morning sickness either at the moment, which is a rarity for me. Are you sure about this? I ask, gesturing vaguely around us as I reach for a strawberry. Having me move in here? His brow furrows slightly. Of course. Why wouldn't I be? It's a big step. We've only spent 2 nights together, and the first hardly counts. Does it matter? We're having 8 children together. He pours coffee into a delicate cup and hands it to me. The conventional timeline of relationship progression hardly applies to us. He has a point, but something still niggles at me. You could have asked me first, rather than ordering it done. He pauses as he considers this, head tilting slightly in a gesture I'm beginning to recognize as genuine reflection, rather than placation. You're right, he says, surprising me. I'm accustomed to giving orders, not asking permission. Would you prefer to keep the guest suite? No, I want to be here with you. I take a sip of the perfectly prepared coffee, enjoying the rare indulgence, since I can only have one per day. And most mornings, I've been too nauseated to drink it. I just wouldn't have minded being asked first. Why ask when I already know the answer? A hint of arrogance returns to his expression, though tempered with affection. I narrow my eyes at him, then reach for the bowl of whipped cream meant for the berries. Before he can react, I dab a small dollop onto the tip of his nose. His expression of absolute shock is worth whatever retaliation might follow. Valentin Morozov, feared Bratva boss, sits perfectly still with whipped cream on his nose, looking completely blindsided by this turn of events. He seems unable to finish the sentence, as if no one in recent memory has dared such a thing. Asked permission? No, I didn't. I meet his gaze with deliberate challenge. How does it feel? For one breathtaking moment, I wonder if I've miscalculated or pushed too far too soon. Then his eyes narrow dangerously, but with playfulness rather than true anger. You'll pay for that, he warns, his voice dropping to a register that sends pleasant shivers through me. In one fluid movement, he removes the breakfast tray to safety, then gently tackles me back against the pillows, caging me beneath him without putting pressure on my stomach. Clean up your mess, he commands, his face hovering inches above mine. Make me, I counter, reveling in this playful side of him I never expected to witness. Oh, I intend to. He lowers his face closer. With your tongue. The demand transforms the mood from light-hearted to heated in an instant. I lift my head and slowly, deliberately lick the cream from his nose, maintaining eye contact the entire time. His pupils dilate visibly, breath catching as I complete the task. Satisfied? I whisper against his lips. Not even close, he says, claiming my mouth with renewed hunger. The breakfast grows cold beside us, forgotten as we lose ourselves in each other once more. In the bright light of morning, there's no hiding, and no shadows to soften the intensity between us. Just honesty, connection, and the growing certainty that whatever this is, whatever we're becoming together, is stronger than either of us imagined possible. Much later, as we finally return to the now cold breakfast, I catch myself studying his profile and thinking how quickly everything has changed from desperate surrogate to expecting mother of octuplets, from business arrangement to something that feels remarkably like family, from isolation to belonging. What are you thinking? Valentin asks, catching my contemplative gaze. That I never expected any of this when I signed that contract. Regrets? He asks, again, coffee cup paused halfway to his lips. No, I say truthfully. Just wonder at how the worst circumstances sometimes lead to the best outcomes. His expression softens with understanding. Like 8 babies instead of 1? Like finding you instead of just giving you an heir? The truth of the statement resonates between us as sunlight fills the room, bathing our unexpected beginning in golden possibility.
The warm glow of our newfound intimacy carries Blair and me through several peaceful weeks, our relationship deepening as her pregnancy progresses, and Vanya has been quiet as well. Each morning, I wake to find her curled against me, her body fitting perfectly against mine as if designed for that purpose. She's become vital to my life in ways that extend far beyond the children she carries. Today marks a significant milestone, being the 16-week ultrasound that will potentially reveal the genders of our 8 children. We already know from previous scans that the 2 embryos each split into identical quadruplets, but whether we're having 4 boys and 4 girls or all 8 of one sex remains unknown. Nervous? I ask, as our SUV approaches Dr. Petrov's private clinic. She looks up from the medical folder in her lap with a small smile. Excited, actually. It makes them feel more real, knowing who they are. The sentiment makes my chest constrict, and I cough to clear away the emotional reaction before it becomes visible. These past weeks of watching her body change and feeling the subtle swell of her abdomen under my palm as we sleep have gradually transformed what began as a business arrangement into something profound and irreversible. Inside the clinic, Dr. Petrov greets us with professional courtesy, leading us to the private examination room used for all appointments. The space has been swept for surveillance devices twice today, once by my team and once by independent contractors. When it comes to Blair's safety, redundancy isn't excessive but necessary. Everything looks excellent on your preliminary blood work, Dr. Petrov informs Blair as she settles onto the examination table. All markers are within optimal ranges, particularly impressive given the multiple gestations. I sit beside Blair, taking her hand in mine as the doctor prepares the ultrasound equipment. The gentle pressure of her fingers against mine conveys a trust I'm still not certain I deserve, but am determined to honor. The ultrasound gel glistens on her now visibly rounded abdomen as Dr. Petrov positions the wand. The screen flickers to life, revealing our children suspended in their private universe, unaware of the dangers that await them in the outside world, or the lengths I'll go to protect them from those threats. Baby A. Dr. Petrov freezes the image. Strong heartbeat and excellent development. His cursor traces the outline of a tiny form. Female. A daughter. The concept hits me with unexpected force. Not just an heir nor an abstract continuation of bloodline, but a daughter. I've never considered the possibility of raising a girl, having always assumed my children would be sons to continue the Morozov legacy. The thought of a small female version of Blair, or worse, of me, creates a vulnerability I hadn't anticipated. Baby B, also female, identical to A as expected. The doctor moves through the crowded uterus. C and D, both female as well. The first set of quadruplets, all girls. 4 daughters. The statistical improbability alone is staggering, but more surprising is the fierce protectiveness that surges through me. The thought of 4 small girls bearing my name and carrying my blood creates a vulnerability I've never experienced in years of Bratva operations. Moving to the second gestational sac. Dr. Petrov continues, his expression professionally neutral, despite the medical rarity he's documenting. E through H are all male, also identical quadruplets. 4 boys and 4 girls, perfect symmetry, equal heirs of each sex, and another improbability that matches everything else about this extraordinary pregnancy. All 8 show excellent development for 16 weeks, the doctor concludes. Amniotic fluid levels are optimal, and placenta's healthy. We'll need to monitor for twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome, since each set of quads shares a placenta, but so far, there are no indicators of concern. I barely register his technical assessment, too transfixed by the images on the screen. These abstract embryos are transforming into sons and daughters in my mind. Miniature people with futures I'm suddenly desperate to secure. The Bratva empire I've built, the territories I've claimed, and the enemies I've eliminated all pales against the urgent need to create a world where these 8 babies can flourish. Would you like to hear the heartbeats? Asks Dr. Petrov, already adjusting a dial. The room fills with a rapid, rhythmic pulsing of 8 hearts beating in overlapping patterns, creating a symphony of life that strikes me as more powerful than any weapon in my considerable arsenal. Blair's gaze meet mine, shining with tears she doesn't attempt to hide. That's our family, she whispers, squeezing my hand. Our family. The phrase should frighten me, but it settles into place like the final piece of a puzzle I hadn't known I was solving. The drive back to the estate passes in comfortable silence, Blair resting her head against my shoulder in the back of the SUV, while Nikolai navigates Miami traffic with his usual vigilance. Her hand rests lightly on my thigh. What are you thinking about? She asks, noticing my preoccupation. Names. I lie smoothly, unwilling to taint this moment with the security concerns constantly circulating in my mind. 4 boys and 4 girls require 16 names. Her laugh vibrates against my shoulder. We could use variations of the same name for each set. 4 versions of Valentin for the boys, 4 Blairs for the girls. Absolutely not, I say with mock severity. 1 Blair is challenging enough. She pinches my leg playfully, says the man who makes corporate empires tremble. The easy banter between us and the casual intimacy that's developed over weeks of shared meals and shared beds creates a warmth I've never experienced in my life. It's dangerous, this softening, but I'm increasingly unwilling to resist it. Our peaceful interlude shatters upon arrival at the estate. Kuzma meets us at the entrance, his posture rigid. One look at his face, and I know something significant has occurred. My body immediately shifts to high alert, years of survival instincts overpowering the domestic contentment of moments before. Sir, Kuzma keeps his voice neutral, mindful of Blair's presence. A matter requires your immediate attention. Go ahead, she says, before I can respond. Reading the tension accurately. I need to rest anyway. Those babies are getting heavy. I press a kiss to her forehead, allowing myself this small display of affection despite Kuzma's presence. I'll join you soon. After watching her ascend the stairs, I turn to Kuzma with my public mask discarded. What happened? He leads me to my study rather than speaking in the open foyer. Inside, he gestures to my desk, where a white envelope sits in the center, identical to the one that delivered the threat to Blair's apartment weeks ago. This one has bypassed multiple security protocols to reach the heart of my sanctuary. It's the second time he's breached my inner sanctum, despite new security protocols. When was it discovered? I circle the desk, studying the envelope without touching it. 20 minutes ago. My security sweep found it. Kuzma stands at parade rest. I've already pulled the surveillance footage, but there's nothing. No one entered the study who shouldn't have access. It must be someone authorized, someone trusted. His jaw tightens fractionally. An inside job, boss. Maybe he's found a way to hack into our security system and delete or loop the pertinent footage. Have one of our electronics experts tear apart the footage down to the pixels. I pull on a pair of latex gloves from my desk drawer before carefully opening the envelope, preserving potential evidence. Inside, there's another typed message on the same high-quality paper as the previous threat. She doesn't deserve to live when Katya is dead. It's definitely from him, Kuzma says, watching my reaction. Same paper stock and the same typeface as the note Ms. Elliott received. The explicit reference to Vanya's murdered girlfriend confirms beyond doubt my brother's involvement, while the penetration of my security perimeter suggests a far more immediate threat than I initially assessed. More disturbing still is the implication that someone within my trusted circle is providing information to Vanya. The timing of the note, coinciding precisely with our medical appointment, can't be coincidental. The timing is what concerns me most, Kuzma says. delivered precisely during your ultrasound appointment, and only put on Nikolai's schedule yesterday. Very few people knew that time frame. The wording draws a direct parallel between your relationship with Ms. Elliot and Vanya's relationship with Katya. He says, he's not just threatening her as the carrier of your children anymore, he's targeting her because he believes you care for her. The observation is uncomfortably precise. Vanya has identified my greatest vulnerability. It's not just the children Blair carries, but my growing feelings for her. We've always known this is about taking from me what was taken from him. To him, it must be a bonus that I care for Blair now. While Blair rests upstairs, I convene an emergency meeting with Kuzma and my most trusted lieutenants in the soundproof conference room beneath the estate. Maps of our territory spread across the table as we systematically review every person with access to information about Blair's appointments or movements. The timing suggests intimate knowledge, Victor says, examining the clinic's security protocols. Not just of the appointment, but of exactly when you'd be gone and for how long. Which means either Vanya has multiple access points to our inner circle, or Nikolai lets the implication hang in the air. Or we have one traitor with significant access. I finish the thought. If so, it's someone who knew about the threat to Blair before she moved here and now knows our medical appointments. That narrows the list considerably. Victor slides a folder toward me. I've compiled the names of everyone with knowledge of both incidents. Only those on the list were aware of both the schedule for Ms. Elliott's move and today's ultrasound. I flip through the slim folder that contains only 7 names, all people I would have considered above suspicion until today. 2 security team leaders, Dr. Petrov and his assistant, my personal assistant, Kuzma, and Marta, who manages the household staff. I look up, shaking my head at Kuzma. Strike your name from the list, old friend. He squares his shoulders. I meet the criteria, so I must be included and investigated. I don't bother to argue, though I'm positive there's no need. Very well. Start with the outer circle and work inward, I say, unwilling to immediately suspect those closest to me. Check phone records, bank transactions, and surveillance. I want to know if any of them have unexplained income, unusual movements, or suspicious contacts, and I still want someone to dissect the security footage. We should consider Dr. Petrov carefully, Anton says, his usual silence broken by the seriousness of the situation. He has access to Ms. Elliott's most vulnerable moments, controls the appointment schedule, and knows her medical details intimately. Agreed. Increase the surveillance on him and run new background and financial checks to see if anything has drastically changed since I first signed up for his services. But do it with absolute discretion. If he's working with Vanya, I don't want him spooked before we have proof. If he's not, I don't want him offended, since he'll be the one delivering my sons and daughters. A moment of silence follows before Anton clears his throat. Sons and daughters, congratulations, sir. I nod at him. Thank you. Unfortunately, Vanya has found a way to steal some of the joy of the discovery. I pace the perimeter of the room, a predator contained but poised to strike. Vanya wants me destabilized and emotionally compromised. I pause, considering that before saying, it's working, but not in the way he intends. I turn to face my inner circle, men who have killed and would die on my command. This isn't about territory anymore. It's not about Bratva leadership or our father's legacy. This is personal. The admission changes the atmosphere in the room. These men understand blood feuds, and what happens when business becomes personal. The rules change, the stakes elevate, and the casualties multiply. Find the leak, I order, my voice carrying the weight of absolute command. I don't care how long they've served or how loyal they've seemed. If someone betrayed us when I find them, their death will serve as a message to anyone else considering cooperation with my brother. As night falls and we continue working, I periodically check on Blair through the security feed to our bedroom, watching her peacefully sleeping with a possessive contentedness that surprises even myself. In 13 years of conflict with Vanya, I have never felt so vulnerable, yet simultaneously, never so determined. The threat against Blair has transformed this long-standing fraternal conflict from a battle for power and territory into something far more primal. The protection of my mate and offspring, against a predator threatening my bloodline. We need to consider extraction protocols, I say aloud, the decision crystallizing as I speak. The countryside estate is nearly completed. It's more isolated and more defensible. We can have it ready within a week, Kuzma says. Make it 3 days. I tap the map spread before us. Vanya's getting bolder. The notes, the security breaches, these are preliminary moves. He's testing our defenses before something bigger. The men around me nod in grim agreement. We've all seen this pattern before of the reconnaissance before the strike and the psychological warfare before physical assault. Vanya was always particularly good at it, since it required sneaking and stealth, while my preference is to face conflict head-on. As the meeting concludes and my men disperse to their assignments, I remain in the conference room alone, staring at the maps and security diagrams without really seeing them. The cream-colored note sits on the table, mocking my confidence in my own defenses. For the first time, I fully understand that this conflict with Vanya will only end with one of us dead. There is no territory to cede, no compromise to negotiate, and no peace to broker between us. The hatred that began with Katya's death has festered for 13 years, evolving into something terminal and absolute. I make my way upstairs to our bedroom, moving silently to avoid waking Blair. In sleep, her face relaxes, the stubborn determination that first drew me to her, giving way to peaceful vulnerability. I slip beneath the sheets beside her, and even unconscious, she responds to my presence, curling against me with implicit trust. The realization hits me with absolute clarity that I will kill my twin brother. Not for the Bratva Empire, not for our father's murder, but for the woman sleeping beside me and the 8 children she carries. For the first time in my life, killing isn't just business. It's personal, and personal motivation makes me infinitely more dangerous than Vanya has calculated.
The waiting room of Dr. Petrov's clinic feels colder than usual as I sit alone, flipping through a pregnancy magazine without absorbing a single word. At 20 weeks, my body has transformed dramatically. My once flat stomach is now a prominent dome that makes sitting in these molded plastic chairs increasingly uncomfortable. I shift position, trying to ease the pressure on my lower back while checking my phone for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. Valentin should be here by now. His call 15 minutes ago assured me he was only delayed by unexpected traffic due to a car accident that required rerouting and would arrive shortly. In the meantime, Dr. Petrov's receptionist has already taken my vitals and instructed me to wait in the private examination room. But I've delayed going back, preferring to stay where I can see Anton and the secondary guard positioned near the entrance. Miss Elliot. The receptionist appears in the doorway, clipboard in hand. Dr. Petrov is running on schedule. We should get you set up for your anatomy scan. I nod, gathering my purse and the thick folder of notes I've been keeping about the pregnancy. At 20 weeks, this appointment is crucial. It's a comprehensive scan to check the development of all 8 babies, measuring growth rates, organ development, and positioning. Anton follows at a respectful distance as I waddle down the hallway, my gait already affected by the extra weight I'm carrying. The second guard remains at the front entrance, maintaining visual contact with the parking lot where Valentin will arrive. "I'll be right outside," Anton says, as we reach the examination room. His hand rests briefly on his concealed weapon. A gesture meant to comfort rather than alarm, and it works. Inside the room, I change into the paper gown, struggling more than usual with the awkward fastenings. The examination table feels especially clinical today. Its stirrups and adjustable sections a reminder that this pregnancy categorizes me as a high-risk medical case rather than simply an expectant mother. I'm arranging my clothes on the side chair when I hear the door handle turn. Dr. Petrov usually knocks first, announcing himself before entering, but perhaps he's rushing today. I smooth the paper gown over my legs, preparing for the familiar routine of questions about fetal movement, sleep patterns, and dietary intake. The door opens, and a man in a tailored suit steps inside, closing it behind him with deliberate quietness. "Traffic cleared unexpectedly," he says in Valentine's voice, his back still to me as he secures the door. "We need to leave immediately." Relief washes through me at the sight of the familiar broad shoulders and black hair, but something catches in my throat before I can respond. He turns, and though the face is Valentine's, every instinct in my body screams danger. "What's wrong?" I ask, studying him more carefully. The suit is right, similar to what Valentine wore this morning, but the man inside it holds himself differently. There's a subtle tension in the shoulders, and a slight variance in posture that only someone intimately familiar with Valentine would notice. Security breach at the estate. His accent matches Valentine's perfectly, but the cadence is wrong. He speaks slightly too formally to me and lacks the specific rhythm I've grown accustomed to. "We need to reschedule and get you home." I stand from the examination table, putting it between us as realization crystallizes with terrifying clarity. This isn't Valentine. The resemblance is uncanny, almost perfect. But now that he's fully facing me, the discrepancies accumulate rapidly. His cologne is wrong, and his hands lack the small scar across the right knuckles from a fight years ago. Most tellingly, his eyes watch me with cold calculation, rather than the protective warmth that always underlies Valentine's gaze, even at his most controlled. This is Vanya. The knowledge freezes me momentarily, as my brain struggles to process the danger. The man who has threatened my life and wants to destroy our unborn children is standing 3 feet away, wearing his brother's face like a mask. "You're not Valentine," I whisper, my hand instinctively moving to protect my stomach. A slight smile curves his lips, so similar to Valentine's, yet fundamentally wrong in its cruelty. "Clever girl. Most people can't tell us apart." "What have you done to him?" My voice rises with panic as I think of Valentine stuck in traffic. Or worse. "Nothing permanent. I just arranged a minor accident to delay him." Vanya takes a step closer, studying me with unsettling intensity. "I wanted time with you alone, to see what my brother finds so captivating." I back away until I hit the wall, my heart pounding so violently I fear for the babies. "You won't get away with this." I try to sound confident, despite the terror clawing at my throat. My brain seems to have shut down as I slip into a panic spiral. His gaze drops to my rounded abdomen, his expression hardening. 8 children. The perfect Morozov legacy Dmitri always wanted, and from a surrogate no less. He laughs, the sound chilling in its similarity to Valentine's. "My brother finally shows sentimentality, and it's over a contract worker and 8 fetuses." The casual dismissal of my children ignites something beyond fear. Anger surges through me, burning away panic and leaving clarity in its wake. I edge sideways, putting the examination table between us again. Gaze darting to the emergency call button mounted on the wall beside the cabinets. Vanya notices my glance and shakes his head. "I wouldn't. This conversation will be over quickly if you cooperate." "What do you want?" I demand, calculating the distance to the door, too far. He would catch me before I could open it. "Initially, to understand what's so special about you." He studies me with clinical detachment. What transformed a simple surrogate arrangement into something my brother is willing to kill for. Now I see it's nothing remarkable, just basic biology. Valentin always did have a weakness for strays. The dismissal stings, but I refuse to show it. You're pathetic, still throwing a tantrum over your father's actions 13 years later after you killed him. You got your revenge, so why are you still blaming Valentin? His expression darkens dangerously. You know nothing about me or what was taken from me. I know enough. I straighten despite my fear, channeling Valentin's strength. I know you lost someone you loved, and you blame Valentin for not stopping it. He wishes he had, but didn't because he was young and loyal to your father. This won't bring Katia back. The mention of her name transforms his face into something truly terrifying. Rage stripped of humanity, pure and distilled. Don't you dare speak her name. This is my chance. While emotion compromises his control, I lunge for the emergency button, pressing it hard before he can react. The alarm blares through the clinic, its shrill sound guaranteed to bring help. Vanya moves with shocking speed, crossing the room and grabbing my arm with bruising force. Our time is cut short, it seems. Give my brother a message. His face hovers inches from mine, his features twisted with hatred. Tell him I'll take everything from him, just as he took everything from me. Tell him these children will never draw breath. I scream then, not from pain, but from primal rage at this threat to my babies. The sound rips from my throat with such force it startles even Vanya, who loosens his grip momentarily. The door crashes open as Anton bursts in, weapon already drawn. 2 more guards follow close behind, creating a protective barrier between me and Vanya. Somehow in the chaos, the shouting, the alarm still blaring, and the crash of medical equipment as someone knocks over a tray. Vanya slips away through a side door I hadn't even noticed. Lock down the building, Anton shouts into his radio, one arm keeping me behind him. All exits now. I already know it's too late. Vanya planned this meticulously, including his escape route. By the time security seals the building, he'll be gone, leaving only fear and chaos in his wake. Miss Elliot, are you hurt? Anton turns to me, his professional composure cracking with genuine concern. I shake my head, unable to speak as reaction sets in. My knees buckle, and I grab the examination table for support. The babies flutter inside me, their movements more pronounced than ever, as if responding to my fear. We need to get you home. Now. Anton's tone leaves no room for argument as he calls for the car to be brought around. Mr. Morozov is already en route. He's closer to the estate than the doctor's office after the traffic delay. I nod, managing to say, Vanya arranged the accident to keep him from arriving in time. My voice is shaky, but I sound more composed than I feel. The drive back to the estate passes in a blur of shock and residual adrenaline. Inside the SUV, surrounded by 4 guards instead of the usual 2, I stare out the bulletproof window at Miami's sunlit streets. How strange that the world continues normally, while my reality has just been shattered by a man wearing my lover's face. Valentin meets us at the entrance, his expression tinged with concern. Are you hurt? He asks as he helps me from the car. I'm fine, I assure him, though my trembling hands betray me. He just talked. Valentin's expression darkens further. inside. Now. In the security of our bedroom, with guards posted outside and the estate on highest alert. He listens intently as I recount every detail of my encounter with Vanya. His face grows progressively stonier with each word, the muscle in his jaw twitching dangerously when I relate the threat against our unborn children. He looked exactly like you, I conclude, sitting on the edge of our bed. If I hadn't known you so well, your movements and your scent, I might have gone with him. That was his plan. Valentin paces like an angry tiger, fury radiating from him in palpable waves. The accident was staged to delay me so he could gain access to the clinic as me. But he didn't go in through the front. I was studying the data with Kuzma before you arrived. Pictures from a business with a camera pointed the direction of the clinic's alley show him slipping in through the back. How did he get in through the back? The clinic has security protocols specifically for this, and the back way should have required... what? A pass or something? I'm trying to put it all together in my head. Someone let him in. Valentin stops pacing, his eyes cold with deadly intent. Someone with access codes and authorization. Who knew your appointment schedule? One of the clinic staff? He shrugs. Or Petrov himself. No one would question him if he let me in through the back way. My stomach clenches. And he wasn't in the room yet when I got there. He never appeared before Vanya strolled in. I shake my head. But Dr. Petrov? The suggestion seems impossible. He's been monitoring my pregnancy with professional dedication, if not specific warmth, for months. We're about to find out. Valentin checks his watch. Victor is interrogating the other employees, but Kuzma has secured Petrov at a secondary location. He pulls out his phone and turns the screen so I can see it. Our hacker has maintained access to his clinic for months, and she got security about an hour ago, within minutes of the incident. The surveillance footage shows Petrov disabling the security system 3 minutes before Vanya entered. He puts away his phone and cracks his knuckles. I'll get answers. I want to go with you. The words emerge before I fully consider them, but once spoken, I don't change my mind. Valentin stares at me in disbelief. Absolutely not. You're staying here under maximum protection. No, I stand, matching his intensity with my own. This is about me and our children. I have a right to hear why he betrayed us. This isn't a negotiation, Blair. His tone hardens. What happens at these interrogations isn't for you to witness. I'm not asking to participate in whatever you plan to do to him. I cross to Valentin, placing my hand on his arm. I just need to understand why. Why he would endanger 8 innocent lives. Why he would help someone who threatened a pregnant woman. The answers won't bring you peace. He covers my hand with his touch gentler than his words. I don't need peace. I need truth. I hold his gaze, refusing to back down. I'm not some delicate flower you need to protect from reality. This is my life too, and our children's lives. The battle of wills stretches between us, neither willing to yield. Finally, his shoulders drop fractionally. You stay behind me at all times. You speak only when I indicate, and you leave the moment I say so. His conditions are non-negotiable, his tone making that abundantly clear. Agreed? Agreed. I nod, surprised by his capitulation, but wise enough not to question it. The journey to what Valentin cryptically calls the secondary location takes 30 minutes through Miami's industrial district. The warehouse appears abandoned from the outside, its corrugated metal walls rusted and windows boarded over. Inside is a different story. There are clean concrete floors, functional lighting, and a central area where Dr. Petrov sits bound to a metal chair. He's slumped in the chair, his lab coat wrinkled and stained with sweat, the fabric clinging to him like it resents the heat. Dust smudges the sleeves, and without his glasses, he looks exposed. Not the man who calmly measured 8 heartbeats just weeks ago, but someone broken open and bleeding from the inside out. I stay slightly behind Valentin as promised, watching the doctor's face drain of color when he sees me. Whatever he expected from this interrogation, my presence clearly wasn't part of it. "You brought her here?" His voice cracks with disbelief. "She deserves to hear why you betrayed her trust." Valentin's voice is terrifyingly calm as he circles the chair. "Why did you endanger her and 8 unborn children by allowing my brother access to the clinic?" Petrov clears his throat, but it doesn't help. "I didn't do it for money." Valentin folds his arms. His expression doesn't change. "Then why?" He glances toward me, shame flashing across his face before he forces himself to speak. "Her name's Felicia." Valentin doesn't move, and I don't speak. The silence holds. "She was trafficked," he says, voice thin, "by one of your father's old cartel contacts, the Colombians. She worked at a club they run where you had to pay just to walk in and more to go upstairs." Valentin keeps his arms folded, but I catch the slight shift of his jaw. "I saw her once. Then I saw her again," he says. "It became routine. I booked her time every week, twice a week, for almost 2 years." His voice thickens, but he doesn't stop. "It wasn't just sex. Not after the first few months. She had this terrible sense of humor, and she loved those old Soviet comedies that don't translate well. She used to call me Dr. Sadface." I flinch at the nickname, but Valentin doesn't react. "I fell in love with her," he says, his voice cracking. "She loves me too, and I promised I'd get her out of there. I saved every extra dollar I had. I planned to buy her contract." Valentin tilts his head slightly. "You thought they'd give her to you?" "I thought they might listen. I brought cash when I made the offer." Petrov's voice tightens with remembered humiliation. "They laughed and said I wasn't in their world. I could rent her for life, but I'd never own anything." I inhale through my nose, trying to keep the nausea at bay. Petrov sees it. "I know how that sounds," he says quickly. "But she wasn't property to me. I wanted her safe. I would have given anything." Valentin steps forward. His shadow falls across Petrov's knees. "So you gave them me instead?" He shakes his head. "No, I didn't go looking. Vanya came to me. He already knew everything. My visits, Felicia's name, and what I offered the cartel. He said he'd buy her out if I helped him." Valentin doesn't blink. "And you believed him?" "I didn't. And I told him I'd never do such a thing." I scowl. "You sure changed your mind." He hangs his head for a moment before looking up to meet my gaze. "You don't understand. He called me this morning and told me she was already out. He bought her last night and took her somewhere. He sent me a picture of her holding today's newspaper with a gun to her head. When he called, he said she was safe, but not for long." His hands tremble in the restraints. and I can see the sweat collecting at his temples. Reluctant sympathy hits me as I imagine being thrust into that position. Valentin gives no indication of any emotion he might be feeling beyond continued anger. What happened next? He knew about Miss Elliott's appointment and told me to let him in through the back door. He said if I didn't, I'd get more of Felicia in the mail. He chokes on a sob. A courier arrived a minute later with a package containing her left middle finger. I know it's hers because she has a birthmark on the knuckle. I press my hand to my stomach to quell a surge of nausea as the babies shift inside me. Pity makes me close my eyes. I can't help envisioning myself in that scenario, receiving one of Valentin's fingers and forced to do something horrible just to try to save his life. I didn't want to do it, Petrov says. I stalled, but he knew I would fold. When I received a second finger an hour later, her pinky this time, I did. For a long moment, no one speaks. Valentin looks at him like he's already dead, and I don't think it's just an act. His silence is colder than a bullet. Then Valentin looks at me. His jaw tightens, and his eyes tell me he already knows what needs to be done. The betrayal sickens me. The man I trusted with my health and the lives of my children willingly exposed us to danger. But beneath my anger, I recognized the raw ache in Petrov's voice and the desperate love that drove him to make such a terrible choice. Love makes people do unforgivable things. Isn't that what drives this entire blood feud? Love for Katya twisted Vanya into an all-consuming destructive hatred. Love for our children fuels Valentin's ruthless protection, and love for Felicia breaks Petrov's medical oath and moral compass. Valentin turns to Anton, his decision apparently made. Take Blair home so we can finish this. The meaning is clear, though unspoken. Petrov won't be walking away from this. Whatever happens next will happen away from my gaze, a final courtesy Valentin extends to maintain some illusion of my innocence. As Anton steps up beside me, I place my hand on Valentin's arm, feeling the coiled tension beneath his suit jacket. I'm not asking you to spare him, I say, voice steady despite the enormity of what's happening. But that woman, if she's real, deserves her freedom. Any of them who are still being held do. Valentin doesn't answer immediately, while studying my face with an intensity that sees past all pretense. Then his nod comes, tight and definitive. I'll find her and the others. It's not mercy because Valentin doesn't do mercy, but it's something adjacent to it. A recognition that systems of exploitation hurt more than just those directly in our path. As they lead Petrov away, his whispered thanks buried under his sobbing. I wonder what it says about me that I can stand witness to this and still return to Valentin's bed tonight. What does it mean that I understand both the doctor's desperate love and Valentin's ruthless protection? That I can condemn the betrayal while recognizing the humanity that drove it? I decide not to dwell on it. Being with Valentin means accepting some ugly truths, and I refuse to live without him. With one last glance back at the sobbing doctor, I turn and walk away, letting Anton guide me toward a waiting SUV outside. I brace myself for a gunshot behind me, but either Valentin is using a silencer or he's waiting until I'm truly gone.
I watch Anton escort Blair from the warehouse, her shoulders rigid with tension despite the protective hand she keeps on her rounded abdomen. Other than a quick glance at Petrov, she doesn't look back, which is a small mercy. Whatever she thinks of what's about to happen, she doesn't need to witness it. The heavy metal door clangs shut behind them, leaving me alone with Petrov and several of my most trusted men. She's stronger than I expected, Kuzma says quietly, breaking the momentary silence. Most wouldn't have demanded to come in the first place. She's not most women. I turn my attention back to the matter at hand. The doctor who betrayed us, who endangered everything I've come to value beyond business and power. I circle him slowly to heighten his fear. 4 weeks ago, this man held the ultrasound wand that revealed our children's genders. 2 weeks ago, he confirmed their continued healthy development. Today, he disabled security protocols to allow my twin brother access to the pregnant woman carrying my heirs. I treated her well, he says, his voice hoarse. Medically, I mean. I never compromised her care. You must believe that. I continue circling, saying nothing. The warehouse smells of rust and salt water, the Miami humidity seeping through cracks in the corrugated metal walls. This building once stored shipping containers before my organization acquired it for more specialized purposes. The concrete floor has been pressure washed countless times, yet still retains darker patches where certain stains proved stubborn. Please, Petrov continues, desperation clearly mounting as my silence stretches. I knew he wouldn't hurt her. Vanya promised he just wanted to see her, to understand what was so special about her. This stops my pacing. My brother doesn't make promises. He makes threats and deals. The betrayal cuts deeper because it was personal. Petrov endangered Blair and our unborn children for love. A woman named Felicia, whom he couldn't protect through legitimate means, became his justification for risking everything I value. I can understand his choice, but I don't pity or forgive him. The cost of that choice is too high. Why would I trust you after this? I ask, genuinely curious about his thought process. Did you imagine there would be no consequences? He shakes his head, tears welling in his eyes. I knew there would be. But you don't understand what it's like to be powerless and love someone you can't protect. A laugh escapes me that's sharp and without humor. You believed I wouldn't understand that? When I've spent months ensuring Blair's safety, rebuilding security protocols after each of Vanya's probes, and watching her carry children who represent everything I never thought I wanted? It's different. Felicia has no one but me. No resources, no family, and no protections. They hurt her when clients complain. They threatened to sell her to a cartel in Mexico if her performance declined. What would you have done? You should have come to me, I say simply. If you had asked for help, I would have done it to keep you from betraying me. I would have trusted you if you had been transparent about the problem, including my brother's leverage over you. I have resources across this city and connections her Colombian captors could only dream of. Instead, you chose Vanya, the one person guaranteed to use this information to harm rather than help. The doctor's shoulders slump further. I didn't know who to trust, and Vanya found me first. He had her in his grasp and sent me her fingers for fuck's sake. Could you have held out against such a threat if it had been Ms. Elliott? I ignore that question. He knew about you and your woman because he studied me, my operations, and my weaknesses for 13 years. You were a vulnerability he identified and exploited. I stopped directly in front of him. Tell me about her. Everything. Felicia? Hope flickers in his eyes at my apparent interest. She's Brazilian originally, but with a Russian mother, so she speaks Portuguese, Russian, and English. She's 31 now and brilliant despite having little formal education. She was brought here 15 years ago after her mother's death, and her father had died years before that. She had no one but was promised a dancing job that turned out to be something very different. Where is she being held now, I ask, focusing on the immediate concern. If Vanya has her, we need to move quickly. Petrov shakes his head, anguish clear in his eyes. I don't know, he didn't tell me. He just sent the fingers. Then he called my phone to tell me to let him into the clinic. He said he'd text me when I did as ordered to give me her location. Is she normally kept at Club Azul? I need any lead we can follow. Yes, third floor, room 312. Miguel Hernandez manages that floor, Petrov says, the details flowing quickly, now that he believes cooperation might save her. She works Tuesday through Sunday nights. Mondays are her days off. That's when I see her most often, but they still make me pay for it, even on her off days. I'd pay anything. I exchange a glance with Kuzma, who understands the implication immediately. If Vanya took her from Club Azul, he either has an arrangement with the Colombians or created one through force. Either way, it complicates our search. Do you have any way to contact Vanya? I asked, studying Petrov's face for signs of deception. No, he called me. Petrov's voice breaks. He hadn't texted me with her location before your men took me, and I didn't get a chance to grab my phone. Where's your phone? In my office desk, top right drawer. The passcode to the drawer is 9271, and my phone's passcode is the same. I nod to one of my men who immediately departs to retrieve the phone. Tracking Felicia now becomes our priority. Not for Petrov's sake, but the woman's, because Vanya rarely keeps his hostages alive for long once they've served their purpose. Can you think of any location Vanya might have mentioned, even in passing? Any detail about where he might be operating from? I continue my questioning, circling Petrov's chair slowly. No, nothing. He called me 3 times. First to make his offer when he sent the finger, then, an hour later after I got the second finger to confirm I'd let him into the clinic. The last phone call was to tell me he was waiting at the back door. Petrov stares at the floor, defeated. I don't know where he is. The tension in the warehouse rises as we reach an apparent dead end. Finding Vanya's hiding place has been impossible for 13 years. He's careful, and he never stays anywhere long enough to establish patterns. A few minutes later, Kuzma's phone rings with a call from Kostya, the man I went to get the phone. He puts it on speaker, and my man says, "There's a text here, sent about 10 minutes ago." It reads, 473, 1 Mangrove Drive, Warehouse 9. Come alone if you want what's left of her. My own phone vibrates seconds later. I pull it from my pocket to find a message waiting. Hello, brother. I always keep my word, unlike you. Say hello to the good doctor for me. I know he's with you, even if I don't know where, yet. I scowl at the screen. Somehow Vanya knows I have Petrov, which means he must have seen us take him from the clinic. Get Victor to the address immediately, I tell Kuzma. Full tactical team with stealth approach. Extract the woman, but don't engage Vanya directly if you spot him. This is likely a trap. Sir, if she's being held at a new location, that address could be Club Azul territory. Engaging there could spark a war with the Colombians, Kuzma cautions. I'm aware. I weigh the options quickly. The cartel has been a useful business partner at times, but never an ally. Authorize Victor to offer compensation and hardware if confronted. The latest shipment from Ukraine should be sufficient. And if that's rejected? I meet Kuzma's gaze. Blood speaks when money fails. Any cartel members involved in human trafficking are expendable. Shut it all down. Kuzma nods, understanding the depth of the order. We've maintained an uneasy peace with the Colombians for years, but Vanya's involvement changes everything. If they've allied with him against me, they've chosen their side in a war they can't win. While they're extracting Felicia, have another team raid Club Azul. Send Kostya too. Have them free any women being held there. Ensure none remain as hostages or leverage. Burn their operation to the ground if necessary. That's a declaration of war, Kuzma says, already typing orders into his secure phone. If they've sided with Vanya, the war has already begun. I'm simply acknowledging it. I look back at Petrov, who watches our exchange with a mixture of hope and terror. Make sure the women receive medical care and safe passage out of the country if they wish. New identities, money, and fresh starts, whether they stay or go. And Hernandez? Make an example. The order requires no elaboration. Kuzma understands the level of response required. Petrov's shoulders sag with relief. You're really going to help her? I'm going to find her ad I told Blair I would, I correct. Whether she's alive when we do depends on how quickly my men reach that address. Thank you, he whispers, tears streaming down his face. Whatever happens to me, thank you for trying to save her. His gratitude means nothing. The doctor betrayed a sacred trust. Bringing Vanya within reach of Blair, the line has been crossed and there's no coming back. Some betrayals can't be forgiven, regardless of the motivation behind them. Will it hurt? He asks, the doctor and him managing one final clinical question. I remove the silenced pistol from my jacket, No. The execution is swift, the headshot silenced and clean. Petrov's body slumps forward against the restraints. A small entry wound at his temple, the only visible mark of violence, with no drama. I don't inflict prolonged suffering because killing him isn't about that. If he'd sold us out for money, it would have been different. But I do have some empathy for his position, so I end it quickly. Eliminating Petrov is just necessary to remove a security threat. Leave him where Vanya's men will find him, I say to Kuzma. No additional messaging required. I doubt Vanya will care, likely already knowing I'd kill the doctor before ever involving him. But just in case he has any doubt about my response, I want him to know. Kuzma nods, already coordinating with the cleanup team. This isn't the first body he's arranged as a message, nor will it be the last. Vanya will understand the significance when he sees who has been eliminated. The body itself is statement enough. I check my watch as we leave the warehouse. It's been less than an hour since Blair departed with Anton. She'll be safely back at the estate now and likely anxious for news. The Miami evening has turned humid, threatening rain that will complicate body disposal and tactical operations alike. In the back of the SUV, my phone vibrates with an update from the extraction team. They've reached the warehouse address and found Felicia, injured but alive. No sign of Vanya, as expected. He left her and fled before our arrival. The team is providing medical care for her severed fingers and transporting her to our secure medical facility. I compose a message to Blair, knowing she'll want confirmation. She's free. They all will be soon. Her reply comes a few minutes later. Thank you. It's not absolution or forgiveness for the execution I just ordered, but it's enough. Acknowledgement that some good emerged from this ugly necessity. Blair understands what kind of man I am and what world she has chosen to remain in. She doesn't approve of the violence, but she recognizes its occasional necessity. I close the message and lean back in the seat, allowing myself one moment of exhaustion before focusing on what comes next. Petrov is gone and the leak is closed, but the danger is far from over. Vanya has escalated from threats to direct action, physically entering the clinic where Blair received medical care, standing close enough to touch her and harm our children if that had been his intention for the meeting. The time for defensive measures has passed. Now it's my move in this deadly game we've played for 13 years. This time, it has to end.
By the time Valentin returns to our shared suite, I'm waiting for him on the balcony that overlooks the sprawling grounds. The night air carries the scent of jasmine from the garden below, a contrast to the sterile warehouse where I last saw Valentin. I've showered and changed since then, trying to wash away the memory of Dr. Petrov's desperation, but some stains don't come clean so easily. I hear Valentin's footsteps behind me, slow and confident as always. I don't turn, giving him time to decide how to approach this moment. There's no need for vague euphemisms or diverted glances between us anymore. I witnessed enough of the interrogation to understand what had to happen, and what he would never allow to happen again. He joins me at the railing, brushing his shoulder against mine as he looks out over the moonlit property. His first words aren't about Petrov at all. I received an update on the way home. The women from Club Azul have been safely extracted and relocated, he says, voice steady and matter-of-fact. There were 7 of them, plus Felicia. They are en route to a safe house. I nod. 8 must be our lucky number, I say with a slight smile. In spite of the stress of the day, my smile is genuine. Due to the 8 women freed from sexual slavery because of what happened today. That's 8 lives that might find new paths because Valentin made it happen and because Petrov loved his woman so deeply. Felicia will recover, he says. The doctor says her fingers can't be reattached, but the wounds were cauterized properly to prevent infection. She's been sedated for now. Will she be told about Petrov? I ask. My first word since he joined me. Valentin considers this, fingers tapping lightly on the stone balustrade. Yes, she deserves the truth. though we'll wait until she's stable. The practical kindness in his answer surprises me, though perhaps it shouldn't. Valentin's brutality has always been selective, targeted, and never casual cruelty for its own sake. What will happen with the Colombians? I turn slightly to study his profile in the moonlight. The ones who own the women? They'll either accept compensation or demand war. His tone remains conversational, as though discussing business forecasts rather than potential bloodshed. I've offered military-grade weapons from our latest Ukrainian shipment. Market value exceeds what they'd make from the women in 2 years. And if they refuse? He shrugs, the gesture almost elegant in its simplicity. They don't have enough soldiers to take us on. They'll posture, make threats, and perhaps attempt a retaliatory strike. Then they'll accept the guns. At that point, I'll reduce the offer by 1/3 to compensate for their tantrums. His casualness about warfare should disturb me more than it does. Instead, I find myself nodding, accepting his assessment as I've come to accept so many aspects of his woe. What about the women? What happens to them now? New identities for those who want them. Money to start over, wherever they choose. He turns to face me fully, his expression softening. Felicia will receive special consideration, given what Vanya did to her. Their trauma won't disappear with new passports and bank accounts. I say quietly, thinking of the wounded women being transported to safety even as we speak. The things they've endured. The Bratva doesn't provide counseling services, Valentin interrupts, a hint of amusement coloring his words. Maybe it should. I place my hand over his on the railing, feeling the warmth of his skin against the night chill. For these women, at least, after what they've been through, professional help could mean the difference between truly escaping and carrying invisible chains forever. Valentin studies me with that penetrating gaze that seems to see past all pretense. You're suggesting we arrange trauma counselors? Yes. I meet his gaze steadily, aware the concept sounds ridiculous. The Bratva having counselors on call for victims. But sure, he'll see the necessity in this case. If not, he'll probably just give in and let me have this anyway. But I don't want to abuse that superpower. You should have them for those who choose to stay and recuperate in the safe house where your team is taking them. It's the right thing to do, and it's what I would want if I were them. He considers this for a long moment, his expression unreadable, then a slight nod, almost imperceptible. I'll have Kuzma find appropriate professionals, discreet ones who understand the need for confidentiality, perhaps with one of the sex trafficking charities in the area. The small victory warms me despite the cool night air. This is how change happens in Valentin's world, not through grand moral stance, but through quiet suggestions that appeal to his sense of pragmatism and occasional glimpses of compassion. We stand in comfortable silence for several minutes, watching security patrols move like shadows across the moonlit grounds below. I keep thinking about Dr. Petrov, I say finally, voicing the thought that's been circling since we left the warehouse. Not what happened to him, but why it happened. How love for someone made him betray everything else he valued. Valentin's hand tightened slightly under mine. Love makes fools of intelligent people. It's why the Bratva traditionally discourages romantic attachments. Is that what I am to you? I ask, the question emerging before I can reconsider. A foolish attachment? He turns to me, his expression serious in the moonlight. You are the exception to every rule I've lived by. The only attachment I've ever considered worth the risk. The admission hangs between us. In Valentine's world, such vulnerability is more meaningful than flowery declarations of love could ever be. Come, he says after a moment, guiding me back into our suite. You need rest. The babies need rest. I allow him to lead me inside, feeling the fatigue. Pregnancy with Octuplets demands more sleep than my body seems willing to give, especially with the constant background hum of danger surrounding us. As I prepare for bed, taking pregnancy vitamins and moisturizer for my stretching skin, I watch Valentin check the room's security. He tests the windows, confirms the alarm systems, and places a gun within easy reach on his nightstand. He never really relaxes, and I'm guilty for finding comfort in it. Do you think we'll be secure here? I ask, as I slip beneath the covers, my growing belly making comfortable positions increasingly rare. For now, he joins me, his weight creating a reassuring dip in the mattress. We might consider moving to the country estate, even though it's not completely renovated, should the need arise. The deed to that place is held by a shell corporation, owned by another shell corporation based in the Cayman Islands. I smile a little bit. Of course it is. I don't think it'll be necessary to relocate, though. This estate is a fortress in its own right, and he takes my hand beneath the covers. This will be over soon. The unspoken inference hangs between us that this ends only with Vanya's death. There is no compromise possible, and no peaceful resolution to a hatred 13 years in the making. The next evening finds us on the sheltered terrace, me reclining on a chaise lounge while Valentin sits beside me, his hand resting protectively over the swell of my belly where one particularly active baby, a girl according to the ultrasound, performs what feels like somersaults beneath his palm. She's strong, he says, a hint of pride colouring his words. Like her mother. No, she's like her father. I adjust my position slightly, trying to ease the persistent backache that accompanies carrying 8 growing lives. I think she's the one who keeps me up at night, albeit for a different reason. He chuckles. She'll be a night owl then. That's useful for someone in the family business. I raise an eyebrow. And what business would that be, exactly? Arms dealing or real estate development? Valentin's answering smile carries rare lightness. Whatever they choose. All 8 of them. The momentary peace between Vanya's threats allows us this rare conversation about the future, about names and personalities we imagine for our children. We've been listing possibilities. Traditional Russian names that Valentin suggests, American ones I prefer, and compromises between the two. Not Valentin Jr., I insist, watching his expression with amusement. One Valentin in the family is plenty. What about Dmitri? He suggests. After my father? I hesitate, knowing the complicated history there. Do you want to name our son after someone who pitted you against your brother? His expression clouds slightly, then clears with surprising honesty. No, you're right. What was he like? I ask carefully. Your father. Valentin is quiet for so long I think he might not answer. Then he surprises me by sharing memories of his childhood. His fingers trace gentle patterns on my belly as he describes how their father systematically destroyed their fraternal bond through manufactured competition, rewards deliberately given unequally, and constant comparisons that position Valentin as inherently superior simply because he was born 8 minutes earlier. He would give me a new toy while Vanya watched, Valentin recalls, his expression distant with memory. Then when Vanya asked for one, he'd say, "Leaders don't share. Let your brother work for his own." The casual cruelty of it astounds me. That's awful. You were children. We were heirs to an empire, he corrects, though without defending the practice. Dmitri believed kindness bred weakness, and weakness got you killed in our world. And did it work? Making you into what he wanted? Valentin's hand stills on my stomach, where one of the babies, perhaps responding to his voice, delivers a firm kick against his palm. Yes and no. I became the leader he wanted, but at the cost of my brother. That wasn't necessary. I won't do that to our children, he promises with fierce determination, his words carrying the weight of absolute conviction. Our children share exactly the same blood, and won't be taught to see each other as rivals or threats. They'll be family first, always. The unexpected tenderness in his expression as he speaks of our future family touches me. Despite the extraordinary circumstances of our meeting, despite the danger still surrounding us, these 8 babies will have something invaluable. A father determined to break generational patterns of toxic competition, and a mother who understands the importance of family bonds after losing her own sister. The girls will be close, I predict, imagining 4 identical little faces with Valentin's eyes and my stubborn chin. And the boys too, but I wonder if they'll divide along gender lines or mix together. They'll form their own alliances, he says. Natural affinities based on personality rather than arbitrary distinctions. That's how it should be. As twilight deepens around us and security patrols circle the property perimeter with clockwork precision, I allow myself to imagine our future beyond Vanya's threats. I imagine a chaotic, joyful household of 8 children raised to be allies rather than adversaries, supported by parents who chose each other despite every practical reason not to. We'll need a bigger house, I say, looking out over the estate grounds. 8 cribs won't fit in any normal nursery. We'll convert the east wing, Valentin says, as though he's already planned it. 4 rooms connecting through a central play area. Boys on one side, girls on the other, until they're old enough to have their preferences considered. The casual way he includes me in these plans, the assumption that I'll be there for these decisions, fills me with unexpected happiness. No more talk of contracts or temporary arrangements. Whatever began between us has evolved into something permanent, something both terrifying and wonderful. And where will we be? I ask, watching his face carefully. In this vision of the future? Close enough to hear them if they need us, he says without hesitation. Far enough to maintain some privacy. The practical response makes me smile. Perfect. He takes my hand, his expression growing serious again. First, we eliminate the threat. Nothing else matters until Vanya is no longer a concern. The reminder of our current reality sobers me, but doesn't erase the warmth of our shared vision. The fantasy feels fragile given the dangers surrounding us. But for this moment, beneath the star-filled sky, it seems tantalizingly possible.
A week later, I roll the cracked pocket watch between my fingers, feeling the weight of its history. This timepiece belonged to our father. The gold case is dented, crystals shattered in the struggle that ended his life 13 years ago. It's time, I say to Kuzma, who stands by the window of my study, tension visible in his squared shoulders, despite his neutral expression. The message is ready? He asks, though he knows the answer. Yes. I place the watch on my desk, its broken face catching the morning light. Are the preparations complete at the building? Every detail as you specified. Kuzma shifts slightly, the only indication of his discomfort with my plan. Surveillance is operational and sight lines are cleared. We have 6 men positioned at strategic points. The interior has been prepared exactly to your specifications. And the secondary team? On standby. They'll move the moment you give the signal. I nod, satisfied with the arrangements. After 13 years of reactive defense against Vanya's periodic strikes, I'm finally taking control of the confrontation. The message I'm about to send will provoke him deliberately, drawing him to ground of my choosing. I access the encrypted communication channel created in our teenage years, a digital relic from before our brotherhood fractured. The passcode remains unchanged, since neither of us ever bothered to reset it after our falling out. Perhaps some part of us always knew this day would come. My fingers moved deliberately across the keyboard. She saw the darkness and stayed. The children live. Come finish what you started and where you ended him at 9 p.m. Attached are GPS coordinates leading to our father's abandoned corporate office on the outskirts of Coral Gables, the very location where Vanya killed Dmitri, staging it as a Colombian hit. The symbolism isn't subtle. He'll suspect a trap, Kuzma says, watching me send the message. Of course. I close the laptop with finality. He'll come anyway. What makes you so certain? I rise from my desk, my back muscles stiff from hours of planning. Because it's Vanya. Pride and hatred are more powerful motivators than self-preservation. I move to the window, looking out over the estate grounds where Blair tends to her garden, blissfully unaware of my plans. He won't be able to resist. Should I alert Ms. Elliot? He asks carefully. I consider this briefly. Blair deserves honesty, but this confrontation carries risks I prefer she doesn't contemplate while carrying our children. Tell her I'm handling a significant business matter, nothing more. The lie sits uncomfortably on my tongue. If all goes as planned, when I return, it will be over, and I'll tell her then. His face remains impassive, but I detect the slightest flicker of concern. It's not for me, but for what failure might mean for Blair and the unborn children if I don't. I want a direct surveillance feed to my phone, I add. Monitor her movements while I'm gone. Double the estate security and take no unnecessary risks. Of course. He pauses, then adds, Will you need backup at the meeting itself? No one enters the room with me. This is between brothers. The word tastes bitter. Position our people around for containment, but the confrontation itself must be private. I spend the remainder of the day finalizing preparations, reviewing building schematics, security positions, and potential scenarios. By evening, everything is in place. Before departing, I find Blair in our bedroom, her hands tracing gentle circles over her rounded abdomen where our 8 children grow improbably larger each day. The sight of her, peaceful and focused on life rather than death, momentarily weakens my resolve. Perhaps there's another way to end this. You're leaving? She asks, noting my suit. A meeting I can't avoid. I keep my voice neutral, betraying nothing of the confrontation ahead. I shouldn't be long. Something important? Very. I cross to her, placing my hand over hers, where it rests on her stomach. One of the babies, impossible to know which, kicks firmly against my palm. It's nothing for you to worry about. She studies my face with the perceptiveness that first drew me to her, looking past my solid exterior to the tension beneath. Valentine, what aren't you telling me? For a moment, I consider revealing that tonight I meet the brother who has threatened her life and our children's futures. Instead, I kiss her forehead gently. I'll explain when I return. For now, trust me. Her expression suggests she knows I'm withholding information, but she nods. Be careful. Always. I arrive at the abandoned office building an hour before the scheduled meeting time. so I can complete a final inspection of the perimeter. 6 of my most trusted men are positioned strategically, visible enough to demonstrate strength, but concealed enough to avoid immediately threatening Vanya when he arrives. The building itself looks untouched from the outside, still bearing the faded Morozov import signage, but inside it's been meticulously prepared. Surveillance cameras cover every angle, feeding directly to secured monitors and my phone. Escape routes have been verified and cleared. The structure has been subtly reinforced in key locations, ensuring it can withstand potential tactical escalation. I make my way to what was once our father's office on the building's top floor. The room remains largely as it was the day he died, though stripped of valuables and personal effects years ago. The massive desk, too heavy to be worth removing, dominates the center of the space. I position myself behind it, completing the symmetry of the moment. From my pocket, I withdraw our father's watch and place it deliberately on the desk's scarred surface. Then I wait, stillness settling into my bones with a predator's patience, which was one of our father's first lessons. At precisely 9 p.m., the security system alerts me to movement at the south entrance. I check the feed on my phone to verify Vanya has arrived, alone as predicted, though he might have men nearby just as I do. He moves swiftly through the building, checking corners and sightlines as he advances. Even through the grainy surveillance footage, the similarities in our movement patterns are unmistakable, with identical training producing identical results. I straighten as footsteps approach the office door. A lifetime of confrontations hasn't prepared me for the moment the door opens, and I face my twin after 13 years of mortal enmity. The disorientation is immediate and visceral. It's like looking into a mirror that reflects not just appearance, but presence. The same height, build, and facial structure. The man who enters moves as I move and stands as I stand. Only subtle differences distinguish us. Like a scar along his jawline I don't share, his hair cut marginally shorter than mine, and a leaner build from years of life on the move, rather than established power. He doesn't have scars on his knuckles like I do. The eyes are still identical, the same ice blue that marked us as Dimitri's sons. Valentin? My name in his voice sounds wrong, like hearing a recording of myself with slightly distorted audio. Vanya. I remain behind the desk, maintaining the barrier between us. You came. Your message wasn't subtle. He closes the door behind him, his gun visible but holstered at his hip. His gaze sweeps the office in a security assessment identical to my own, then settles on the watch positioned between us. I see you got my delivery. He smirks. Yes. I remain motionless, watching him calculate distances and angles just as I am. You've been busy since your return to Miami. A flash of pride crosses his features before he conceals it. Re-establishing old connections comes naturally to a Morozov, including Dr. Petrov. The good doctor was disappointingly easy to turn. Vanya moves further into the room, maintaining a careful distance. All it took was finding his weakness. Felicia. Vanya's mouth curves in a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. My own expression reflected back at me. Everyone has someone they care about more than self-preservation. For Petrov, it was a Brazilian whore at Club Azul. Was it necessary to mutilate her? I asked, genuine curiosity entering my voice. Cutting off her fingers? Motivation requires escalating demonstrations. He stops his movement, staring directly at me. You taught me that lesson yourself when you took that Colombian shipment a few months before Father's death. That was business. This was personal. Business is always personal for Morozovs. His shrug mirrors my own habitual gesture so precisely it's unsettling. Father made sure of that. I study him as he completes his circuit of the room, noting how he moves with the same controlled energy I possess. 13 years have added differences I hadn't anticipated, like a hardness around his mouth and a vigilance born from years of looking over his shoulder. Despite our identical features, life has carved different men from the same template. Why come back now, I ask, though I know the answer. Why not stay away after 13 years? 8 babies, Valentin. He stops his movement, staring directly at me with eyes identical to mine. 8 heirs to continue the Morozov line. Your line. Did you think I wouldn't notice the symbolism? The number wasn't intentional. Nothing in your life is unintentional. He steps closer to the desk, fury bleeding through his composure. 8 minutes determined our fate, and now 8 heirs ensure I never claim what should have been equally mine. The irony doesn't escape me. The octuplets were medical chance, not calculated design, yet the symbolism now seems almost predetermined. 8 minutes separating our births, and 8 babies securing my legacy over his claim. You could have shared the business, I say, testing his reaction. Instead of killing father, we could have formed an alliance. Vanya's laugh is harsh, bouncing off the bare walls. Bullshit. You would have betrayed me to him. That's not true. Isn't it? His voice rises slightly, the first crack in his composure. You stood by when father ordered Katya's execution. You did nothing while they took the only person who ever mattered to me, along with our baby. So why the fuck would I come to you for an alliance? I hate you almost as much as I hated the old man. The accusation lands with precision. My silence made me complicit. I could have warned them and given them time to run. Instead, I obeyed. That was a mistake, I say, the closest to apology I can offer. One I've regretted. Regret doesn't bring her back. He clenches his hands at his sides. Nothing brings them back. And nothing brings father back either. Yet here we stand, reliving his murder in the very room where you killed him. He deserved worse than he got. Vanya's eyes flare with remembered rage. Do you know what he said to me that night? That I should be grateful he allowed Katya to live as long as she did? That attachment made me weak, and I crossed the line by knocking her up, instead of keeping her as my whore in the proper place in my life. He threw it in my face that you would never make the same mistake. I remember the aftermath of Katya's death. Vanya's inconsolable fury was raw, but our father's cold dismissal of his grief allowed him no quarter or outlet. I remember thinking even then that something had broken permanently between them, though I never anticipated how completely that break would manifest just weeks later. That isn't true, and he was wrong, I say quietly, and you've given him in your rage 13 years of your life, consumed by revenge, instead of building something of your own. Because you took everything. The words explode from him, echoing in the empty office. The business, the connections, the respect, everything that should have been divided between us. I could have forgiven that if you hadn't taken Katya and the baby. I didn't take it. You abandoned it when you put that knife in his chest, then told me over his coffin what you'd done. Even then, I would have found a way to help you. We could have finally been brothers again. Something shifts in his expression, a flash of vulnerability that is quickly suppressed. He paces now, agitation overriding tactical discipline. What choice did I have? Stay and face a Bratva trial? We both know how that would have ended. I would have protected you. Back then, everyone thought the Colombians had done it. Like you protected Katya? His bitter laugh holds no humor. No, brother. You made your choice when you stood silent, knowing he'd told his men to kill her, just as father made his choice, the moment I was born 8 minutes too late. The raw pain in his voice creates an unexpected fissure in my resolve. For a heartbeat, I see not the threat that has haunted my security assessments for 13 years, but the boy who once shared my blood, my face, and my earliest memories. It doesn't have to end this way, I say, the words emerging before I fully consider them. There could be another path forward. Vanya stills, suspicion evident in his posture. What path? Becoming your subordinate? Accepting scraps from your table while you raise 8 children to ensure I never matter in the family hierarchy? No, a genuine partnership. Different territories, separate operations, and mutual protection. The offer surprises even me, yet I mean it. The empire's large enough to divide without diminishing either share, and I don't care that you killed father. He deserved it. The stark words escape me, but they're no less sincere than my spontaneous offer. What he did to us as children was psychotic. We should have been raised as brothers, not enemies and competitors. For a moment, brief but unmistakable, Something like longing crosses his face. His stance softens imperceptibly. He lowers his eyes, and I glimpse the brother I knew before rivalry and resentment consumed us both. Brothers, he repeats, voice quieter, almost contemplative. He's silent for a long moment before shaking his head. You'll have 8 heirs while I have nothing. Even if I became your brother, as you say, I would be your 10th priority at best. My inheritance would be undercut by them. His micro-expression shifting from longing to anger signals his decision before his body moves. I watch the subtle shift in weight and the almost imperceptible tensing of muscles that telegraph his intent an instant before execution. He reaches for the weapon concealed at his back. I react before conscious thought engages, muscle memory taking control. The knife secured in my sleeve drops into my palm, the same blade design our father gifted us on our 16th birthday. I sidestep Vanya's draw, using the desk as partial cover while closing the distance with a speed that mirrors his own. The blade enters with surgical precision, angled upward between his ribs. Ironically, the exact location where Vanya stabbed our father 13 years ago. No dramatic cry leaves his mouth. Just a soft gasp as recognition registers in his eyes as he brings up a hand to touch his wound. A second later, he clutches my suit jacket with blood-slick fingers, his weapon clattering unfired to the floor. For a suspended moment, we stand locked together, closer than we've been since childhood. Brothers joined in the most intimate form of violence. You, he starts, disbelief coloring the single word. I catch him as his knees buckle, guiding his body down rather than letting him fall. The symmetry is perfect and terrible of brothers, locked in an embrace that ends with death, just as our father always predicted. One twin will bury the other, he told us once, his voice matter-of-fact as though discussing weather rather than fratricide. Blood spreads in a widening pool beneath us, spilling onto the cracked tile floor beneath us. Vanya's gaze remains fixed on mine, identical irises meeting across the narrowing divide between life and death. I would have, he begins, then coughs wetly, unable to finish the thought. I know, I murmur, more to myself than to him. I know what we were, what we could have been. His fingers tighten on my sleeve, desperation or perhaps forgiveness in their grip. They gradually loosen as the light fades from his eyes. I remain kneeling beside him until his chest stops moving, until the last warmth leaves his body, and until my brother, my twin, my mirror, and my nemesis is truly gone. I close his eyes with my clean hand, an unexpected gesture of respect I hadn't planned. Then I stand and press the signal device in my pocket that alerts Kuzma the confrontation has ended. When he enters moments later, his experienced gaze takes in the scene with professional detachment. Cleanup team is standing by, he says, offering no commentary on the intimacy of the killing method I chose. No funeral, I say, voice steady despite the hollowness expanding inside me. No burial, no record. The body? Dissolution. Nothing can remain. Kuzma nods, already activating the protocols we established for this outcome. There will be no marker to indicate Vanya Morozov ever existed. Just absence, like a ghost added to the building's long list of secrets. And the Miami operations, he asks, as his men enter to begin their efficient work. Proceed with the transition plan. Everything continues as established. My voice sounds distant to my own ears, as though coming from someone else. I walk outside into Miami's clear night, stars partially obscured by the city's ambient light. Blood stains my clothing, but in the darkness, it appears simply as shadow. My hands remain steady as I retrieve my phone and dial Blair's number. She answers on the second ring, her voice warm with concern, barely concealed beneath casual words. How's the meeting going? It's resolved, I say simply. Permanently. A beat of silence indicates she understands the implication. When will you be home? Soon. I look back at the building where my brother's body is being removed. My mirror image, now forever broken. Everything is finished now. I'll be waiting, she says quietly. I end the call without further explanation. She doesn't need the details, only the knowledge that the threat is eliminated. With Vanya's final breath, the toxic legacy our father designed collapses, For the first time since childhood, I walk free of its weight, leaving behind the ruins of what was never meant to be, and stepping toward what might yet become. In the car, I remove the cufflinks bearing the Morozov family crest of the double-headed eagle that symbolize the duality of our family leadership for generations. I place them in my pocket, uncertain whether I'll ever wear them again. The symbolism of two heads on one body feels like a mockery now that only one twin remains. As we drive through Miami's nightscape toward the estate where Blair waits, I remember moments before the fracture. Vanya and I as children, learning to swim in the Black Sea during a rare family vacation, racing each other through the hallways, and sleeping in identical beds with identical nightmares after witnessing our first Bratva execution the night we sneaked away when we were 8, wanting to meet since father's training regimes kept us apart, and saw something we weren't meant to see. We could have been unstoppable together. Instead, we destroyed each other, just as our father's parenting guaranteed. The 8-minute difference in our births became an insurmountable chasm that claimed father's and Katya's lives and my brother's soul before finally taking his body as well. I think of Blair and the babies. 8 new Morozovs will enter this world soon, but they'll never know the toxic competition that defined my relationship with their uncle. I'll make certain I have 4 sons and 4 daughters raised as allies rather than adversaries. Their invisible birth order never determining their value or place in the family hierarchy. As the estate comes into view, illuminated security lights creating a protective perimeter around our home, I realize with startling clarity that tonight marks not just an ending, but a beginning. With Vanya's death, I've severed the last tie to my father's poisonous legacy. What rises from these ashes will be of my own creation. A new Morozov dynasty, built on foundation stones of my choosing. Blair waits on the terrace as the car approaches, her silhouette unmistakable even at a distance. The sight of her centers me, pulling me back from the precipice of cold emptiness that threatened to consume me in that blood-soaked office. My brother's gone, but my children live, and my lover waits. I straighten my tie, brush dust from my sleeve, and prepare to step from one chapter of the Morozov story into another written, not in blood, but in the simple miracle of family created, rather than destroyed.
I wait for Valentin on our bed, the clock's red digits silently marking each minute past midnight. My back aches from carrying 8 growing lives inside me, but I refuse to sleep until he returns. Something in his eyes when he left, a cold determination I've come to recognize, told me tonight would end the threat that's shadowed us since our first ultrasound. When the bedroom door finally opens, I know immediately. Valentin stands framed in the doorway, his expensive suit wrinkled and tie loosened at his throat. Blood stains his clothes, and while there are no visible wounds mark his skin, something fundamental has changed in him. I don't ask how it happened or where Vanya is now. Those details belong to Valentin's other world, the one that exists alongside ours, but rarely crosses so directly into our shared space. Instead, I open my arms, inviting him to the sanctuary we've created together. He crosses the room with uncharacteristic heaviness, the mattress dipping as he sinks beside me. His formidable strength seems to abandon him as he lays his head against my rounded belly. One of the babies, probably that restless girl who never sleeps, kicks against his cheek, making his breath catch. "She knows you're home," I whisper, running my fingers through his hair, finding it damp with sweat. Valentin doesn't answer as he presses his palm against the spot where our daughter's movement continues. We remain connected in silence, his breathing gradually finding rhythm with mine as tension seeps from his body. After several minutes, he straightens and meets my gaze. "I need to show you something." He moves to the desk in the corner, retrieving a familiar document from the drawer. It's our surrogacy contract, the legal agreement that first brought us together. The paper looks thin and insignificant now, meaningless compared to what's grown between us. I recall his promise to have Thomas send it over weeks ago, but with everything that happened, I'd forgotten. This needs to go. He sits beside me again, the contract between us. It was never enough to define what we are to each other. My heart swells as I understand his meaning. You want to tear it up? I want it gone completely. He holds the document between us. When I first saw your file at the clinic, I thought I was choosing a surrogate. Instead, I found... He pauses, searching for words, as a man who commands an empire but struggles to name emotions. You found what? I prompt, needing to hear him say it. Everything I never knew to want. His voice drops lower, gaze fixed on mine with rare vulnerability. You weren't part of the plan, Blair. 1 heir, not 8. A business arrangement, not. His hand gestures between us, encompassing what we've become. I place my hand over his, where it rests on my belly. Not this. No. The corner of his mouth lifts slightly. This is infinitely better than what I planned. Together, we tear the contract down the middle, then into quarters, then smaller still until fragments litter the bedspread between us. Each rip feels cathartic, destroying the final evidence of our transactional beginning. When we finish, he brushes the pieces to the floor. They'll be gone tomorrow, swept away by the housekeeper and forgotten like the strangers we once were to each other. I want you to stay. He takes my hands in his, thumbs brushing across my knuckles. Not because of the babies, but because I can't imagine my life without you in it anymore. The declaration is more significant than 1,000 poetic speeches from another man. For Valentin, acknowledging need is profoundly difficult, and vulnerability is foreign to everything he's been taught. I want that too, I say. The words simple, but absolute in their truth. Relief transforms his expression, softening the lines around his eyes. He pulls me against him, careful of my belly, but still holding me with unmistakable possession. One of the babies, the troublemaker again, kicks hard enough for us both to feel it. That one, Valentin murmurs against my hair, will be a fighter. Like her father, like her parents. His lips find my temple. You've fought your way through all kinds of hell. That's true. I hope our children don't have to be fighters, but it's good if they have the ability. Undoubtedly. He cradles my stomach with gentle reverence that contradicts everything the world believes about Valentin Morozov. That night, for the first time in months, Valentin sleeps deeply beside me. The ever-present tension in his shoulders relaxes, and his breathing is even and untroubled. I watch him in the dim glow of the nightlight we installed when my midnight bathroom trips became frequent, marveling at how different he looks in true rest. Half awake in the pre-dawn hours, I hear him whispering in Russian, the words unfamiliar, but their tone unmistakable. It takes a moment to realize he's speaking not to me, but to my belly and our children growing inside. Though I don't understand the words, their meaning is clear through the tenderness in his voice. He's giving them promises of protection, acceptance, and unconditional love. For a man raised to see emotion as weakness, these hushed endearments in his native tongue represent a transformation I feel privileged to witness. I keep my eyelids closed, giving him the privacy of this intimate moment while treasuring the knowledge that the ruthless Bratva boss feared throughout Miami will be a gentle father to our children. The next week passes in a blur of medical appointments and preparations. Dr. Milnikov, the specialist who replaced Petrov, visits the estate every other day now, monitoring 8 heartbeats with barely concealed amazement. They're all still developing perfectly, she tells us during her latest examination. The ultrasound screen showing our babies clustered like stars in the universe of my body. I've consulted with colleagues worldwide, and no one has seen octuplets all thriving this way before. Valentin stands beside me during these appointments, his expression giving nothing away to Dr. Milnikov. But I see how his gaze tracks each heartbeat and feel his hand tighten on my shoulder when all 8 appear on screen. As my delivery date approaches, Valentin becomes increasingly present, delegating more responsibilities to Kuzma and other lieutenants. He attends every medical consultation, absorbing information about delivery protocols and neonatal care with the same focused attention he once reserved for security briefings and business acquisitions. 8 babies require 8 dedicated nurses for the first weeks, Dr. Milnikov says during one meeting, outlining the extensive post-delivery care plan. We'll need to establish feeding schedules, monitoring rotations. Already arranged, Valentin interrupts, surprising even me with his thoroughness. The pediatric specialists arrive tomorrow. The nutrition team begins next week. Dr. Milnikov blinks, clearly unaccustomed to patience with Valentin's resources and foresight. Well then, I believe we're fully prepared for delivery at 32 weeks, assuming all continues progressing as it has been. That night, unable to find comfort in any position, I sit in the nursery wing while Valentin finalizes security protocols with Kuzma. 8 cribs arranged in a circle await our children, each with color-coded bedding to help identify identical babies, with blue gradients for the boys and purple for the girls. I run my hand over the rail of the nearest crib, imagining a tiny son or daughter sleeping peacefully within it. The journey from desperate hotel maid to expectant mother of octuplets seems impossible. Yet here I stand, surrounded by physical evidence of the future rushing toward us. Valentin finds me there an hour later, lost in thoughts of the children we'll soon meet. You should be resting, he says, though his tone holds no reprimand. You're supposed to be on bed rest. I wanted to see it again, make it feel real. I gesture to the carefully prepared space around us. Sometimes I still can't believe this is happening. Valentin steps behind me, arms encircling what remains of my waist, his hands cradling the enormous globe of my belly. It's real, he murmurs against my hair. All of it. I lean back against his chest, feeling the solid strength that has become my foundation. Not exactly what you planned when you hired a surrogate. His quiet laugh rumbles through me. My plans were inadequate compared to this reality. In that peaceful moment, surrounded by evidence of the future we've created together, I understand with perfect clarity that some journeys can't be planned or predicted. Sometimes the most unlikely beginnings, like a surrogacy contract, a desperate financial decision, and an unexpected multiple pregnancy, lead exactly where you're meant to be. Valentin Morozov entered my life as a business opportunity, became first a protector and then a lover, and now stands as partner and father to children neither of us expected, but both now eagerly await. Not a traditional journey, but one uniquely ours, built on choices made and challenges overcome together.
Almost a year later, I stand on the sprawling lawn of our countryside estate, watching Blair supervise our 8 crawling, babbling children on a massive blanket beneath ancient oak trees. The Florida sun filters through the leaves, creating dappled patterns across their identical faces. 4 boys with my blue eyes and 4 girls with Blair's delicate features. All miracle survivors defying medical expectations. The decision to make this our permanent residence wasn't difficult. Miami held too many ghosts and too many reminders of the past I wanted my children to escape. Here, surrounded by 20 acres of private land with state-of-the-art security disguised as landscaping features, we've created something I never thought possible. Peace. Blair sits cross-legged on the blanket, her hair longer now and pulled into a simple ponytail, as she mediates a dispute between Nikolai and Ivan over a wooden train. The woman who once cleaned hotel rooms has transformed into someone who can distinguish between identical quadruplets with a glance, instinctively knows which cry belongs to which child, and manages our household with the same fierce determination she once applied to surviving poverty. Share with your brother, she tells Nikolai, gently guiding his small hands to offer the toy to Ivan. Remember what we practiced? Taking turns makes everyone happy. The simple lesson forms the foundation of how we're raising our children. Not as competitors, but as allies on the same team. No rivals. No hatred. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I check it briefly, seeing Kuzma's update on the Miami operations. Another casino acquisition is completed, which is another step in legitimizing greater parts of our business empire. I silence the device without responding. The message can wait, but this moment can't. Mikhail, always the most adventurous of our sons, spots me watching from the edge of the lawn. He pulls himself up unsteadily, legs wobbling as he attempts the journey across the grass. 10 months old and already determined to walk before his siblings, to explore every boundary and push limits just to discover where they lie. I cross to meet him, catching him just as his legs give out after a single successful step, which is all he's managed so far. His delighted laugh bubbles up as I lift him onto my shoulders, tiny fingers immediately gripping my hair for stability. From this perch, he surveys his domain like a miniature king, babbling excitedly in a language only he understands. Future security specialist, I call to Blair, securing Mikhail's legs with one hand, always testing the perimeter. Blair looks up from where she's helping Sophie stack wooden blocks, her smile easy in ways it never was during those tense months of her pregnancy. And what about this one? She lifts Sophie, who watches me with calculating eyes so similar to my own, despite inheriting Blair's features. What's her future specialty? Strategy, I say without hesitation. Always 3 moves ahead. Sophie confirms my assessment by deliberately knocking over her tower of blocks, her timing perfect to capture her mother's full attention. I recognize the tactic instantly since I've employed similar distractions in business negotiations for years. Blair laughs, setting Sophie down beside her sister Karina, name inspired by Blair's sister, but not identical, since we decided we wanted our children to have their own names and opportunities without being shadowed by predecessors. I see it now. God help us when they're teenagers. The easy banter between us still feels like a gift I don't deserve. 6 weeks after the baby's birth, once Blair had recovered enough from the C-section, and we'd established some semblance of routine with our 8 newborns, we married in a simple ceremony on this very lawn. Nothing elaborate, just us, the babies, a few friends, and a judge who owed me several favors while asking no questions about the heavily armed guests positioned discreetly around the property. I remember Blair's expression when I suggested making our arrangement permanent through marriage. The surprise, then understanding, then simple acceptance that confirmed we'd both traveled light years from our initial contract. Valentine. Kuzma approaches from the house, tablet in hand, his steps slowing as he notices Mikhail perched on my shoulders. My head of security has adapted surprisingly well to the domestic transformation of our operation, though he still sometimes looks startled to find his feared boss playing with infants. The Colombian negotiation is complete. They've accepted the terms for the club transfers. I nod, processing this final step in our gradual exit from certain business sectors. The nightclubs will transfer to Colombian ownership with favorable terms, eliminating an entire category of potentially unsavory operations from our portfolio. Good. Set up the documents and give them the account number where they can transfer the payment. We'll handle the transition next week. I lift Mikhail from my shoulders, setting him down carefully on the blanket, where he immediately crawls toward Anton, who stands guard at a respectful distance. Inga, one of the 2-day nannies, stands near him. We wanted to raise them without help, but that's impossible. So we did the next best thing and found professionals who care about our children but know when to step back for family time. Will you be personally overseeing the final handover? Kuzma keeps his voice neutral, but we both recognize the significance of the question. Once, I controlled every detail of our operations personally. No, the decision comes easily, without the internal conflict such delegation would have caused 2 years ago. Handle it with Victor. I trust your judgment on the details. Kuzma nods, accepting this evolution in our working relationship. Very good, sir. As he walks back toward the house, I return my attention to the blanket, where Blair now gathers all 8 children for a story. Her voice carries across the lawn, animated as she reads from a colorful book about animals. The girls, Sophie, Karina, Anna, and Natalia, form a semicircle in front of her, while the boys, Mikhail, Nikolai, Josiah, and Alex, wiggle and squirm but still listen with varying degrees of attention. The scene strikes me with unexpected force. For decades, my world consisted of violence, power struggles, and constant vigilance. Nothing in that existence prepared me for finding meaning in 8 pairs of eyes looking up with complete trust, or in watching the woman I once hired as a surrogate become the center of a family I never planned to create. After the organized chaos of feeding, bathing, and bedtime routines finally results in 8 sleeping children, Blair and I steal rare moments alone on the terrace overlooking our property, while the night nanny keeps watch. The security patrols walk around the perimeter. Some habits never change, regardless of the reduced threat levels. Blair leans against the stone balustrade, her profile captured by the golden light, OG the setting sun. Sometimes I still can't believe this is real. She gestures toward the nursery wing, where sophisticated monitoring systems track 8 sleeping infants. From hotel maid to mother of 8 in 2 years. Do you regret any of it? I ask, genuinely curious. The question would have been unthinkable months ago when vulnerability felt dangerous rather than necessary. She turns to me, surprise evident in her expression. Not for a second. It's overwhelming sometimes, exhausting always. But regret? Never. I join her at the railing, shoulders touching as we look out over the estate grounds. The empire I spent decades building now seems secondary to this unexpected family, formed through what began as a clinical business arrangement. Did you ever imagine this? Blair waves her hand to encompass everything. Any of it? I shake my head, knowing neither of us could have predicted how completely our lives would intertwine from that first meeting in the lawyer's office. 8 children, once an impossible hurdle, has become the gravitational center around which our world revolves. Challenging but infinitely precious. I planned for an heir, one child to secure the Morozov legacy, and raised by nannies as we were. I almost say Vanya's name, but it's still hard to speak it aloud, without feeling complex emotions, including anger, regret, sadness, and love. My plan was for continuity. Instead, you got chaos. Her smile softens the assessment. Purposeful chaos, I correct her gently. There's a difference. As she leans against me, exhausted but content after another day managing our extraordinary family, I silently acknowledge how thoroughly my priorities have shifted. The Bratva boss, who once valued power above all else, now measures wealth in different currency in the healthy development of 8 unique children, the love of a woman who sees beyond my violent reputation to the man beneath, and the family bonds I never experienced in my own childhood. The Miami business continues, of course. I maintain ultimate authority over the Bratva operations, with Kuzma handling daily management and Victor overseeing security. But my focus has shifted toward legitimate enterprises, real estate development, security consulting, and technology investments. Areas that might someday provide 8 heirs with options beyond the criminal empire that defined my youth. A soft sound from the baby monitor draws our attention, one of the girls whimpering in her sleep. Blair straightens, maternal instincts instantly alert, but the noise subsides before intervention becomes necessary, or I have to remind her the night nanny is available if the children need something. Natalia, she says confidently. She always has those little dreams. I marvel at her ability to distinguish between identical cries, to know our children as individuals despite their matching DNA. Perhaps this is what my father never understood about raising twins, that identity forms independent of genetics, and nurturing shapes nature in ways that can't be controlled or predicted. Where my father saw Vanya and me as potential rivals to manipulate for his own ends, I see our 8 children as complementary parts of a whole. Their differences are to be celebrated rather than exploited, and their bonds strengthened rather than severed by artificial competition. Later that night, lying beside Blair in our darkened bedroom, I watched the gentle rise and fall of her breathing and contemplate the extraordinary journey that led us here, from a clinical surrogacy arrangement to genuinely shared life, from a biological transaction to a family bound by choice as much as blood. Vanya's absence still registers occasionally as a phantom pain, like a missing limb. Not regret for his necessary end, but rather an acknowledgement of the brotherhood we might have shared under different circumstances. If our father had nurtured collaboration instead of fostering rivalry, teaching us unity rather than division, the Morozov twins could have built something extraordinary together. I'm determined to break that cycle with our children, who will understand from their earliest memories that their siblings are allies, not threats, and family means protection, not competition. Their identical appearances don't define their unique values or contributions. The irony doesn't escape me. Dmitry Morozov raised his twin sons to view each other as rivals, creating the very conflict that ultimately destroyed him and ended his bloodline through Vanya. The ultimate victory over my father's toxic legacy isn't that I survived and Vanya didn't. It's that I recognized the poison in time to prevent passing it to the next generation. A soft sound from beside me indicates Blair has woken. You should sleep, she murmurs, finding my hand in the darkness. They'll be up at 5, and even 2 nannies can't handle that alone. She chuckles slightly, clearly proud of the inadvertent chaos our babies leave in their wake whenever they're not sleeping. I know. I squeeze her fingers gently. Just thinking. About what? Legacy. What we inherit versus what we choose to pass on. She shifts closer, understanding without further explanation. Your father would never recognize what you're building now. That's rather the point. I wrap my arm around her shoulders, drawing her against my side. Everything important about this life would be unrecognizable to him. And perhaps that's the greatest triumph of all, that the Morozov legacy I'm creating bears so little resemblance to what came before. The empire hasn't diminished, but its foundations have shifted from fear to something stronger and more sustainable. Morning comes too quickly, as always, with the first cries from the nursery wing signaling the start of another day. I rise before Blair, letting her steal a few more minutes of precious sleep before the household fully awakens. In the nursery, I discover I've even beaten Aaron and Inga to a rival, and see Karina already alert in her crib, watching the ceiling with solemn concentration. Unlike her siblings, she rarely cries to announce her waking, preferring silent observation until someone notices her. Good morning, little watcher, I whisper, lifting her carefully. She regards me with Blair's eyes, tiny fingers reaching to touch my face, with deliberate curiosity. Of all our children, she reminds me most of myself, quiet, watchful, and constantly evaluating. As I change her diaper, the other babies begin stirring one by one. Soon, I'm surrounded by 8 distinct personalities, demanding attention, each one a miracle of survival against medical odds, each one a promise of something better than what came before. The nannies arrive to help, and by the time Blair joins us, I've changed 4 diapers and have Mikhail and Karina balanced on my lap while attempting to soothe Natalia's morning fussiness. I see they've overwhelmed your defenses again, Blair teases, immediately taking Natalia and settling into the rocking chair to begin the morning feeding rotation as the nannies tend to Josiah and Anna. A tactical retreat isn't defeat, I say, adjusting Mikhail as he attempts to climb my shoulder. It's strategic repositioning. Blair's laugh mingles with the baby's morning babbling, creating the soundtrack of this new life we've built together. Outside, Miami continues without me at its center. The Bratva operations function, territories remain secure, and business proceeds. But all of it now exists to serve this family, rather than the reverse. What began as an attempt to secure my legacy has transformed that legacy entirely, creating a future where my children might grow up supporting, rather than destroying each other. Their mother's influence ensuring they understand what my father never taught me. Family connection trumps power, siblings should be allies, rather than adversaries, and love rather than fear creates the strongest foundation for lasting loyalty. With Blair beside me and 8 healthy children, beginning another day of growth and discovery, I recognize that I've finally built something worthy of the effort and sacrifice. Not an empire of fear and control, but a dynasty founded on something my father never understood: the strength that comes from bonds freely chosen and fiercely protected. For the first time in generations, the Morozov name might come to represent something beyond power and violence, something my children can either embrace or reject on their own terms, without the weight of expectation and competition that nearly destroyed Vanya and me. The freedom to choose their own paths, to define their own relationships with each other and the world, might be the greatest legacy I could possibly leave them.
If you are enjoying this audiobook, please take a moment to subscribe and like the video. This allows us to continue bringing these books to you. Thank you so much.